Radio check. Radio check. Radio check.
Also, I shall wipe the lenses. Oh, old man noises. Ah. Okie dokie. Good evening, Internet. It is I, the one who speaks into the void. I have returned. And also, holy crap, this is so far from not being... Okay, I just need to force a reset here. Confuse the headset proper. In order to provoke a later response where it will actually align with the horizon. Or whatever we can call the thing that is in front of me. Does not seem to be interested in that at all today. God damn it. Oh well. Just have to hope it happens eventually then. If not, I need to restart the whole goddamn thing, and that is super annoying. But that is how we do. That is how we do. So yeah, it's not just my head being off center. Okay, so I shall then straight up just tell VMR to reset my environment, even though I haven't. Oh, something happened. Are you going to reset now? Hmm.
ADR Sim Racing Project. Hi.
Greetings. Hello, hello. I am doing battle with Windows Mixed Reality. If things crash, I will have to restart the stream and such. So I will not disappear per se. I may just be on a new stream.
ADR Sim Racing Project.
Reason...
I am the Discord boy.
Oh, hello, Discord man. You are the Arthur variety or the other? But yeah, VMR thinks I'm sat like this for some reason. So I'm just gonna do a reset of the environment, and hopefully it will not. It's gonna crash everything, isn't it? So I'm just gonna close LMU, and then force the reset, and hope that OBS survives. Hey now. Okay, that's interesting. Windows Mixed Reality is actually level. Okay, so it was just a game that was confused then. I did clean my lens after all. Yes, so greetings and welcome to the
Radio check.
asylum. And why do I start ACC? That is so unnecessary. God damn it. Force of habit. Force of habit. Let's see. I also forgot to pin my virtual monitor pass-through, and everything is as it tends to be around these parts. Mostly confused. Random happenings. Steam, where are you? Play. So, there we go.
Radio check.
Alright, so. There we go. I'm also just gonna verify that I can actually like the stream being okay in the absence of responses. Not that I expect people to be sat there and, you know, responding to everything, but it is nice to know. Yes, my microphone is indeed working. Great. Great. Please do scream at me if the mix is horrible, because OBS sometimes picks the left side microphone and sometimes it picks the right, and they are not equal. But so far I can see everything looks to be fairly okay. So Right. Let's just get things out of the way and visible with the pass-through. Alright, so... Goddamn. Alright, where do we even begin? I've made a few promises. I guess I'll just start by feeling out Algarve or whatever to see if things are indeed as they were yesterday, and then I will proceed to keep my promise of going through my settings and how OpenXR is tied in via OpenComposite and OpenXR Toolkit, and then maybe do some daily SR thing, farming. Yep, that is a plan. So, first, let's dig through and see if there are any interesting changes. Primarily interested in force feedback stuff. Nope. They've still put... I'm not sure why they have condensed everything into one value like this, two, theoretically. It would be nice to be able to make changes to individual effects. It's running windowed, vertical off, post off, motion off, 4x, off, and circuit detail low, right, opponent detail high, ultra was a little bit ambitious. 8x isotropic was sufficient because I can't really tell the difference when scaling up from half of the native resolution of the headset. Special effects off, shadows, blur, soft particles off, rest low. Guess I'm kinda showing off my settings now, starting with the thing I was supposed to do after verifying. But here we go. This can't technically be 1020 because there's never more than 20 and I am one of them anyway. And everything else looks to be identical to yesterday, which is fine and dandy. Also vaguely remember it being a little bit low on audio, and they have turned on 0 of the assists, no resets here, which is great. Hot standings full. Hot sector, radar track mode, okay. Driver labels, that's fine, and then it's just... Okay, so not much new or interesting in the settings, which is okay by me. So let's do an empty Algarve test in some car. Let's go with the GTE. Yeah, why not drift the Porsche? See, nothing fancy here. Change practice. The time of day was set to what? 10 a.m. That should be more than enough light. So, start race weekend, and let's hope I'm not hit by the things flickering while pedal not engaged. Alright. So far so good. Guess we should turn on some performance counters or whatnot. Is developer overkill these days? I don't quite remember. No, it is not. Yes. So, sitting in pit, solid 90. Everything's great. CPU is hardly inconvened. Same with the GPU. We got sub 4 milliseconds of CPU and render queue latency, and the should move this up, shouldn't I? It is a bit difficult to read all the way down there. Where is it? Move this up a little bit so I don't have to twist my eyeballs in order to see what's going on. Oh, and then a bunch of new information is revealed. Yes, that is correct. That is the developer stuff. So maybe this is interesting for the actual developers. So keep it enabled while as close to the bottom as possible. Okay. Alright, now I can see the most important parts. Latency is well below 5 milliseconds. DRAM usage insignificant. All is well in the world. Hit drive. Force feedback does not want to kill me. The tap test does not trigger oscillation, so I am in no real danger so far I know. Okay. Let's have a look at T3. With some volume. Oh, wow. I forget. This speed limiter is on. Hide what can be hidden. And drive on down to see if things are as they were yesterday. Oh, okay. Yeah. That is far less frustrating cold tire sensation. And here we go. I forgot to check what the latency was because I was so mesmerized by the new force feedback or the sensation of the wheels. But yeah, as we can see, got a solid 90. There is some spiking going on, looking in that general direction, as it was yesterday. Or no, the headroom increases when I look in that direction. I'm sorry. I tend to reverse things. Left is right, up is down, and so on. So, looking back at the pit lane and that area here specifically is where the unhappiness stems from. And it is in particular in that direction. You can see right here. It should spike to 5.5. There it was. Where the fuck? Why can't I hit it? I could hit it yesterday. 5.5, where are you? Because it's that direction in particular. Here. It's like going from here to over here. It tends to spike. There's something here, right ahead in this general area, that is just looping or recursing for far longer than it should until giving up. Okay, so other neat things. Oh, I need to remap that key. Yesterday I was actually running it at 46%, I think. So I was indeed going a wee bit overkill. I'm surprised at how okay it looks, even though it's at 50% of native compared to 47. The power of even numbers, or even divisible numbers, are fascinating. Okay, so let's do a quick return to garage. And keep an eye on the line as we approach. We can see the render queue is, or the renderer is at 3.7 milliseconds. I prefer it to be sub 4. Then everything feels like silky buttery smooth. Everything is perfect when it's under 4. If I can keep the CPU and GPU below 6, I am also in heaven. 5, even better. 7, I start feeling some jank. It's more a sensation. But at 8, I really start to struggle not thinking about it. And you can see here it's 4, and then boop, immediately shoots up full millisecond on CPU. It goes to above 4 milliseconds on the renderer, and the GPU compute time increases by 2 milliseconds. It's still sub 6, so in my brain this is tolerable. I can sometimes see a little bit of reprojection stutter, but it's not bad enough for me to actively sit there and think, my god, that is annoying. So this is the sweet spot right here for me personally. And I am happy to see it persist, even though I've increased the resolution by a whopping 4%, or 3 to 4% compared to testing yesterday, where I was going just way lower than I should to ensure, or try to like just find out where is the point where my CPU starts getting bottlenecked because of whatever is going on in the background. Oh, this is so much better. Yes, tire model, you please me. You make me a happy person thing right now. It slides, but it's not like just driving on ice with 2 millimeters of water on it, on top of it. And keep in mind I'm driving with just full disclosure, I'm driving while keeping an eye on the numbers to see if I spot anything. Everything's fine here, and then as we come around we should start to see it increasing again as we approach the starting straight. 4, 6, 5. Boop. There. So there's something in the geometry. In general, pit areas tend to be more taxing because, you know, buildings. A lot of buildings, and actually now I see a fair bit of motion reprojection. But it's mainly when I do this, watch in this direction, which I guess would be the hotel. Because like if I move from here to this, the renderer is okay. Here's the frames. Take all the frames. But then if I look this way, then as I pass this section here, I see motion reprojection stutter in the windows over at the red bit there, the red part of the building, the border thingy. I'm pointing at it, but you can't see my hands, so that's just stupid. But behind the 6-hour Portimao Michelin sign, that building, the red bit, I see in the there's the reprojection action going on here. You can also see it in the renderer latency that is spiking. It's above 6 now, so that is in line with my claims about where I start seeing things. And then if I look ahead, it settles a little bit, but not much. Look at here, and it's 0.432 milliseconds is nothing, but there is a threshold at which point the frame transitioning just is not there, and the VR API thingy just goes, oh fuck, I don't have that data, let me reuse things I've already shown you, and that is not great. So it was in fact not this building. Upon further inspection, this building is okay. The stutter comes because this thing comes into view. When I look that direction, everything is good. So I would guess the polygon count, or culling, or the transparency effect of the windows, or something else is not in happy mode, because this does not happen when I am further down. This happens when I am here, and it is very typical of this game while approaching the pit lane that it starts to jitter a little, or starts to stutter a little bit. And then as we get closer to the thing which is holding the lights, I don't even know what it's called, but the thing holding those lights over there, then we should be seeing a spike again, like here, but we're not. So this one is okay. Yeah, the geometry, or this is a fairly uncomplicated thing, but for instance on Bahrain, it is a fairly complex structure with a lot of metal bars going every which way, and it just eats performance, so far I can tell. But I also suspect maybe it's the landscape. I haven't, and that's where I was like, I would rather confirm rather than speculate in public, but here I am speculating in public. And like here as well, like these stands in particular tend to produce a fair bit of motion reprojection, and the amount of shimmer it causes because of the excess dithering applied by the engine, which is
The track temperature is increasing. It's now 22 Celsius.
Thank you, Jim. Which is then being smoothed out by MSAA, is absurd. Like, I have not seen dithering applied in a sim title to this extent in ages, and it's kind of tilting, to be honest. I'm not sure how to put this into words which are not hostile, but I mean, for fuck's sakes, it is 2025. Dithering belongs in Windows 3.11 as a thing which is applied to make it look like we have more colors than we do on gradients on background images. Dithering should not exist in modern titles. It just literally should not exist. It is a cheap hack in order to cover up inefficiencies in the pipeline. And while that, I mean, it sounds like a giant fuck you. I say it with the utmost respect, but also a tiny bit of a fuck you to the developers who have poured their heart and soul into this. But I mean, Christ, go. I don't remember the gentleman's YouTube channel or company, but he has some great write-ups on or videos on render queue latencies, or the render latencies, or latency budgets in general, I should say, and anti-aliasing, and how it's being misused to cover up a lot of legacy bullshit, resulting in us getting things like smeary graphics because we are using multi-sampling anti-aliasing tech to smooth out the rampant abuse of dithering as a means to reduce the amount of data that is crammed through the bus to make everything look nice and smooth. I fucking hate shimmer with every fiber of my being, but it is just something we have to tolerate, especially in VR, when scaling from, you know, this is a 2160 by 2160 pixel display times 2, and then the resolution is dropped to half in this scenario. So for each pixel there are 4 pixel representing, or VR blobs, or what the fuck ever we call them, representing 1. So when then dithering is utilized as a means to reduce the things that are drawn to increase performance, it just turns into like what the fuck ever this is. I mean, my brain is like, yes, that is a spectator stand, I understand it. But also my brain is, why is it moving? Why are there waves going across the spectator stand at 1,000,000 miles an hour? It is uncomfortable to watch, but I am able to overcome it a little bit. But anyway, back to latency stuff. As we can see, if we look into the void, the nothingness, we have a juicy 3.5 millisecond latency on the application running on the CPU. The renderer is spitting out frames at 2.3 milliseconds latency, or responding, I guess I should say. The application running compute on the GPU is at a staggering 2.9 milliseconds. So while looking at this dead on, where there seems to be very little dithering taking place, which is ironic. Everything is this. If I could have this latency while driving with Minecraftian graphics, I'd be a happy camper, because I don't give a shit about the graphics. I care about the response, the delayed latency, the time it takes from things to reach my eyeballs. And the closer those are to real time, the happier my brain is. And in general, everything just feels more real, even though it looks nothing like reality. The fact that I am in motion and focused on driving the car, it kind of all just goes away. You just don't see it anymore. But you do see the reprojection stuff when we go from these kinds of latencies. We're like 2.3, suddenly spiking into 3 and 4. And it's fine if I transition slowly and give the engine time to like prepare the next frame, and it's fine. But if I go quick, then I am like, then I can feel the reprojection gimmick kicking into gear, even though it's off. So therefore it is represented more as a stutter, but it still has that slight effect of the image in the center or at random places not being updated. it's almost as if it's a scan line, but it is a small box somewhere in my field of view that is just lagging behind and not being redrawn. It's like smooth head movements, I can't really tell, but it is when you're like frantically looking around, then immediately it becomes slightly uncomfortable and visible. And it is all because of millisecond increases in how quickly the GPU is able to spit out frames. Or no, the application is able to utilize the hardware to spit out frames. And then, again, when you look away, 2.1 milliseconds. Not rocket science, less complicated scene to render. But then, we look at a other fairly similar scene, which has some hills, a box, and some trees, and some fencing, and a lot of shrubbery, which is one of my suspicions. And suddenly the latency just, quote unquote, from my perspective, shoots through the roof. Meaning it is approaching I am in a good place, sweet spot of sub 6 milliseconds on app and sub 4 on the renderer. And yeah, even looking in this direction here, it is just literally transitioning from this to this. I feel the motion reprojection stutter. Yeah, it is. The only way I can describe it is like part of the screens not being either in sync. Yeah, that's probably what it is. That they're not being refreshed uniformly. And therefore my brain is like, hey, there is a box somewhere that is not being updated. Because I've turned off motion reprojection because that shit just like, it breaks everything for me. Being served things from the past as a means to compensate for the lack of information from the present. That just breaks my stomach and my brain. So, but either way, when I am driving, this is fine. Like, I am not able to, my brain isn't able to, or how do I put it? My brain won't sacrifice processing power in order to care about minor inconveniences such as these types of stutters. It is when they happen in quick succession over time, my brain just goes, what the fuck is going on? How can we fix this? And I just obsess over it for hours on end and end up with plans I never execute. But you see, as the more and more as yeah, it's probably that fucking hotel, to be honest with you. Because I am literally looking in that direction now. So it may not, in fact, be my initial. Okay, I should break this down from where I tried to summarize my thoughts from yesterday, which were, in essence, my theory was, oh, there is a lot of shrubbery here, and oh, there is some geometry here, and considering the lighting stuff, because if I turn up the post-processing effects, the lighting or the image feels more vivid, and I don't get the gradual decline in contrast.
Temperature's decreasing. It's now 18 Celsius.
Thank you. The decrease in contrast and everything. It feels like it's becoming. It's overcast while it's not. Like, I can see the sun. There's some fog here, I guess, but I mean, it's good now. The sky looks the same later, yet I lose the contrast of the image over time. That does not happen when the post-processing is set to higher than low. So far, I've been able to tell. But at the same time, if I set the post-processing to higher than low, then performance just tanks. It is undrivable. So, yeah. My theory was, with this context in place, that okay, if lighting is in fact something which is not simply just, you know, things applied to textures and a value which increases how bright it is, if light is being calculated in order to quote-unquote cast shadows while not it being RTX, still it considers the source of the light, and there being a bug where shadows were ending up in a non-zero value or some shit. I don't quite remember what it was, but there was some bug that was resolved relatively recently, where physics really doesn't apply or shouldn't apply, and therefore it cost a lot of performance because it just like is recursed ad infinitum until some break were achieved and things resolved themselves or whatnot. I'm not sure about the details. I'm just paraphrasing what I remember reading. But in any case, a lot of things, mainly what are the fuck are they called? Not models. Sprites. If sprites are reflecting or being affected by light, I do not know, but it would look like it based on sun being there, and we can see on the shrubberies that they are dark on the side which is not facing the sun, and it doesn't seem, wait, that I should check that. Do the shrubbery move? Are they flat, and do they move with me? No, they are in fact not flat, or are they? Yes, they are. Or are they? I shouldn't figure out what the free cam button is. But it kind of doesn't look like they are following me, is it though? Okay, so let's look at this shrubbery. This is a good shrubbery to look at. Yes, they are indeed rotating as I pass along. Does the lighting change the texture though?
Tiny bit of aero damage there. You probably won't even feel it.
Yes, it does. It does indeed. So, my thought may not be entirely irrelevant, because the lighting is shining onto the texture, and the angle at which the texture is, or the sprite is observed, is being altered based on the relative position to the sun and myself. So considering that there is a fuck ton of it, I would think that that is a fairly expensive computation or a series of computations to perform, and therefore tanking performance. The second theory would be something in the geometry of the landscape here is not being culled correctly, and therefore, or culling what's behind, whatever is behind it, or something in the geometry itself is ending up in polygons which are not, let's say, consistent. But I don't know how the mapping stuff and the engine works. I just know that some games, they can have, quote, in lack of better terms, polygons that kind of like they're dynamic. Like as you walk past them, it looks like a overclocked GPU or CPU where artifacting is occurring. Like the triangles are just like shooting out of shit, except they're not shooting out of shit. They are just changing in place because overlap and cropping or culling or whatever the term is not being applied correctly to this geometry. So that was my, like, the initial suspicions. And the only way to cure that is to free up enough bandwidth for the renderer to actually execute all these operations in as close to real time as possible and not suffer as a consequence of it. However, what is interesting? Ah, is that the hotel that was referenced in the chat? Because I was thinking, okay, if culling is involved here, could it be the building we saw down there? But it might not even be that building, because I would assume that is the starting straight spectator stand. Therefore, the red building would be just below the hill here. And the direction, let's see, we can test for this. Nope. Even though we do not see the building, we see similar numbers. Except actually higher, but that might be because of that thing here. Let's go a little bit closer to it. Let's get past this marshal's box, and nope, that does not affect anything. And there, down there, we see the building. 6.4 and 7 now. Holy shit, that is high. And there we got actually a interesting. So it's the geometry down there plus the geometry up here in sequence, or being able to see them. What if we go back? I know. Can you just... Okay, we'll do a lap. I don't want any... I don't know how the penalties are applied here. But yeah, no, it's massive stutter here. There's so much headroom, and that's what fucking gets to me. And there, yeah, big motion reprojection thing as I look at the building. But still, the latency numbers are still within tolerance, for me at least. But yeah, for sure. Yeah, this building, it needs thorough optimization, no doubt. No fucking doubt. This has probably a way too high polygon count. If not, there being something horribly wrong with the render pipeline. But what also is confusing to me, when I look here, the GPU app latency drops, and when I look over here, it increases. And it's the same for the renderer, it's the same for everything. Interesting. This might be because I am running 50%. I did not notice this yesterday, because I was running a fair few 3% lower resolution than I currently am now. So I guess I should maybe go back to that value in order to have a 1-to-1 comparison. I didn't consider that while I shut down everything yesterday. I was like, I'm gonna return in an hour to do some more testing. And then I didn't. I got distracted. Okay, anyway, we are at 50% now. That is fine. So how about if we look away from the dreaded building, and we are at sub 6 again. And we are close to 6. And then...
Air temps rising. It's now 20 Celsius.
Huh, weird. Clutch wouldn't kick in properly. And then, yeah, we look down at that building, then it's plus 6. So, okay, I think we've found our culprit. The hotel, while yes, it is not great, probably needs optimization, could be less complex and 0 people giving a shit about it. Yeah, and now it drops down to 5.6. Oh, come on, is the TC so fucking powerful that I can't spin out the rears? What the fuck? Go away, all TC, I want to rotate the car efficiently. Really? TC off, off, off. Why is it not spinning the wheels?
Christian
There
Adriansen.
we go.
It's a Porsche. What did you expect? Winky face.
Well, fair point, fair point. Okay, so... even when I'm just sat with the head still, we get to 5.5, looking at that building. And we look away from it, slightly drop. So also I suspect, like, there's probably a whole range of things interacting here, I would guess. And yeah, the stutter is actually, it's starting to annoy me now, and I'm not even driving, and I'm not driving. Not significant, but it's there, and I hate that it is, because it shouldn't be. Not at this resolution. And we look at this building.
Christian Adriansen.
Alright, Gary, we're seeing lots of
Off
front
topic.
parking.
Aston shift bangs are crazy, slightly smiling face just in case you'll acquire the DLC.
Oh yeah, no, can imagine. And maybe, when I am not 0 money on my account, I'm hanging on. Let's see. There's nothing going on over here. Still 5.1, and then I move it out of frame, and it drops a tiny bit, but not much. Nope. Okay, so this general area just has like, it's just within tolerance, but I can see it. It is not 4 milliseconds, and I hate it. But the question is, would I notice when I'm driving? That's the one thing I haven't tested yet. Now I'm just OCDing over numbers. But 6 milliseconds, that's okay. It's doable. And then we shift down back here, looking at the crane. 6, 5, 7. Yeah, the crane out of view. Crane in view, but also building in view. Crane out of view, building in view. There's something in this direction that is cunty. And nope, it's not the crane itself. Yeah, so a third theory I've been having is spectator stands. Being maybe too complex. But I have no proof of it whatsoever. But that is what the goal is, to hunt down any thing that can, with some degree of predictability or reproducibility, be reproduced or whatnot. Okay, so
That's
let's do
20
some
minutes
laps
to go.
to feel it out. Because it's like when you are in motion and you are focused, the brain is like less able to care, or will not care as much. The care to fuck ratio changes. Care to zero fucks given ratio is altered, I suppose, would be a thing. I need a term for that.
Cold tires all round.
6.3. Oh shit. I was looking at the numbers, but yeah, every time I look down there in that direction, it just spikes to 6, and I get a. It's not a traditional stutter. It just feels like I am no longer here. It pulls me out of the experience. Like right now I'm in the car. 3 milliseconds, perfect. Now everything is groovy. And then it starts going up towards 4, and then 5, and then I start seeing stutter, and then, oh, okay, fuck, it's game. 6.8. And then as we pass it, it drops. So, like, there is the argument. Maybe it's nothing wrong with the engine. Maybe it's just the complexity of the things the engine is trying to render that is maybe a bit excessive or not culling correctly. But then the latter would mean it is the engine. The former means they just need to cut down on the number of polygons. Because, I mean, I don't have the best computer on the market, but it is neither is it a slouch. And considering that I am running at half the resolution of what my headset is capable of, granted it looks good in light, I would thoroughly appreciate if there could be just one sim title that does not suck at optimizing for these things without going the full-on iRacing route of just giving you the option to not draw the spectator stance at all, completely ruining the immersion, as you are basically driving on a flat track. You have the road surface, and you have some track dilly-dally stuff around and about, but when you drive through the start straight, there's just nothing. And I mean, if they can model a road surface with this level of detail and it not sucking, why the hell does a box? And now I'm starting to sound a little bit angry, but I'm not. I'm just confused and so frustrated. Why does not all the coordinates that make up the surrounding, like the hillside and everything here, why does that not make the engine shit itself, and I say this as kindly as possible, while a couple of boxes do? That to me is deeply fascinating and systemic almost among all sim titles. Like landscape, no problem. Square things with glass, oh no, must compute excessively. I mean, that's a nice and round building. I could expect that. I would be expecting that to be taxing, but not looking at like. Also, like, this is what supports the culling argument, that even though the things which are generally taxing, like transparency effects, why are they not culled? Why is this still affecting? Like, what I see here is, like, okay, from this perspective,
Okay, Gary, 15 minutes left. That's 15
no
minutes.
windows are being drawn yet.
The track temp's increasing.
And
It's
all
now
I see
24
is
Celsius.
the outline of the building. Yet still, the latency is as high, if not slightly higher, because of all the things in front of it. I lost my train of thought there. There is more being drawn now than before, therefore latency is slightly higher, but the things which are in front are of lesser complexity, and the things behind aren't visible, therefore should not be a thing which is rendered, or even considered to be part of what ends up being drawn. Yet it seems to be. And this is so typical sim racing titles. Like, we have massive fucking open world games that do not have these problems. These are, while large spaces, granted, they are nothing like PUBG. Not at all. PUBG suffered in the beginning. I'll give it that. I'll say that. But I mean, they've done something to clean it up, like by a lot. And arguably, that engine is. Wait, is it Unreal? No. I don't remember. No, it is not. It is the Arma engine. Point being, it is possible. Why can't we have those things in sim racing? The more and more I rant about this, the more and more I feel almost certain that this is just culling not doing what culling is supposed to be doing. For some reason, game engine things are see-through. Therefore, I can see buildings on the opposite side of what is the nearest stuff to me. If that makes sense. There is no road straight ahead of me. There is a building behind it, and by God, I'm going to draw it. Even if there's no point, because it cannot be seen. That is what I feel like is going on here. Getting back to the whole hardware thing. It is a 5800X3D. It is not the newest thing. I have 3200 megahertz memory. It is not the newest thing nor the fastest thing I can have in this system. But I have no bottlenecking while driving around on 90% of the track. That's a bad number. Let's say 30% of the track I have no bottlenecking because geometry is simple. And I cannot prove that geometry in general is causing it, which is good, as in I don't believe it is that. But the second we get into view here, and I don't even have to be facing that direction, I can just do this. And then it spikes. Because VR, you know. So it's something over there that is inefficient. Because that over there, that's a bunch of squares or triangles making out squares. Slight angle on the box there might be a bit more taxing than just a box, but nonetheless. Why is all of this landscape not equally taxing? Probably some engine magic I have no insight into because I am not a game dev. I have no experience doing these things. All my experience is just picking them apart, optimizing for latency. And these are the patterns I keep seeing over and over and over and over and over again. And one thing I've actually kind of failed to consider is the mirrors. What if, just for fun, we turn into
Okay,
here,
Gary,
and
10
we
minutes
see
to go.
no
That's
mirror.
10 minutes
Okay, we
left.
see that mirror, but it is not seeing complex thing. Okay, at least the baseline seeing the least complex thing. Let's go with the scenery behind while not looking at anything that is complex. We are at 4, 2.45, 4.9, 3.7, 2.449. And then, if we keep looking in this direction and get it into reverse and use the mirror to look, we have 392751, and then yeah. So here is like the root of the issue. When I'm looking at that, or even that and that, I would suspect that all of these three screens are part of one render, one pass. However, when I am looking with my eyeballs in this direction, I have not one render of this scene, I have two at slightly different angles in order to do the whole stereoscopic vision thing. And that's where it just shits itself. Yeah, the render latency has almost... Nah, not even. It is not quite doubled. Not at all. I said 2.4? So it's... it increases by 1.2 milliseconds. Which then compounds when it hits the GPU, which is actually gonna do the job, because higher latency, the back and forth is delayed, and therefore latency increases, and therefore I experience hell. Relative though. Relative hell. So this building, you're good. You're good in my book. You, however, sir, you can eat a bag of dicks. You are for sure the problem. I have no doubt in my mind now that this building... What's going on with this building anyway? I mean, it's not revolutionary in its complexity by any stretch of the imagination. But right here, we see a spike. Oh my god, is it you? Have I been shitting on the building when it's you? Nope. It seems arbitrary too. Or I'm looking past something. There's something here. Right, dead ahead here. No way. I see a fucking car. Let's do a lap and roll up on it and see what happens when we pass it. Perhaps it's as simple as the safety car model. Because it's always pitted, but now it's no longer in view, so that doesn't make sense. Yeah, and as I am approaching this bit, yeah, the difference before was I was on the opposite side of the road, which means those would be obscured by things, maybe? I don't know. But it is a theme. It is a theme. Maybe I'm just spotting patterns that aren't there. But I also think that these things, like the lights and the big panel
Okay,
display
Gary,
thing there,
5 minutes to go, 5 minutes left.
is kind of at fault. So now I'm not even looking at the building. The grandstand, sub 5 and 2.8, and then we look here, and then it goes to 6. There we go. If I look away from it, no. But now I'm kind of looking at a fairly detailed model of a car as well, so that doesn't help. It is multiple things, multiple smaller things, which are compounding. But the fun part is it's always when looking in the general direction of the pit area. Then we pass it and latency just drop, boop, down to 4 or something. Further away we get, the less it cares about it. Then we are in the 4s. And then we come around here, and it drops, and then it spikes. And then we turn in towards here, and then it spikes again. So it is... That kind of destroys the culling argument, doesn't it? But not in the sense that it's culling because it knows I'm not looking at it. But when I am looking in its the general direction, for some reason, even though the scene is vastly less complex, even when looking slightly down, drops to 3.8, 4, this is my happy place, this is where I'd like to be at that, around 4 milliseconds, and then, boop, shoots into the air, things get out of sync, cues form, and I get stutter. And looking away from it, same thing. And then looking towards it, we return to close to 6. So, like, either shrubbery
2 minutes to go, 2 minutes.
or geometry in landscape, something here, light. Yeah, if we can sort of just look at... Okay, so if we then... Yeah, this overhang thingy, the Goodyear thing, no impact, no impact, no impact, no impact, no impact. Then I'm looking in the general area of the pit lane, impact. But not as significant as... Yeah. But yeah, okay, so I'm looking at it from a different angle now, which seems to have changed the equation as well. So without the car, less latency. With the car, so that would mean car is culling correctly. It now knows there is no point in drawing things below because I cannot see it. This part of the car is fine. This part of the car is starting to impact. And the further down into the car I go, the worse it gets. So again, compounding things. I mean, fairly detailed steering wheel, a lot of detail in the car, everything's good. But again, inconsistency being Looking at steering wheel, fairly complex, nice and round edges, no visible jagged edges or nothing. It looks fairly real. And we're looking at 4.3, 3.1, 4.3, 4.1, 4.3,
Checkered flags out.
4.0.
P1.
And then, if we look down into this place, and I mean the complexity down here is not insignificant either. I mean, the amount of detail, from what I can see, the pipes or the tubes, they are looking nice and smooth. Arguably the big one down there has a couple of low poly things going on for it. And this tube here isn't... Yeah, I clearly can see the polys. But still, the amount of shit down here, which are constructed of similar components and, like, I mean, size-wise, relative. Like, it's just, it breaks my brain a little, but it's mostly because I'm speaking a lot from ignorance. The body, okay, lift view, immediate spike. But even at this view, I am technically still looking. Imagine there is no car, there is no road. Right now I'm looking at that building. But the question I was set out to answer here before I got distracted. What about that safety car? Also, TC0 Porsche. Why not? What the fuck is that sound anyway? Happens during downshifting, like click, click, click. Oh, it happens when... And I lift off? No. Weird. Don't know why this happens. Sometimes. Yep, 2 giant fucking stutters, relatively speaking there. Is this the pit entry? I don't fucking know. I haven't pitted here in... No, it's not. Is that the pit entry though? There it is. Okay, so let's go have a look at the safety car then, shall we? Oh, that is ridiculous. 6.7 milliseconds. Just get that safety car out of view. Still, yeah, and then it suddenly just like boop, drops down because it cults, probably. Can I watch the building without seeing the 6? Now I'm not seeing the car, and then car is in view. Suddenly 6.6. I'm not doing much. All I did was roll up onto a hill and suddenly the further away I get, the lower it becomes. There. No car. Or a tiny bit of car. No car. Sub 5. 5.8. 5.7. It is no longer caring about the car. But this is an invalid test because the car model isn't being rendered. So it's kind of hard to compare. And also, this wire thing, I need to sort that situation out. Okay, so approaching 5, 1, 2, 0, 2, 3, 2. Okay, so now it's much lower. And then I look straight at it, and it spikes. It's the lack of consistency that gets to me, I think. It's not so much the issue that it's fluctuating. But it is definitely annoying that it is so arbitrary, or seemingly arbitrary. But goddamn, I have not been close to the car to this degree before. And this we can actually test for. In a closed... Oh, of course I have to quit. Okay, but yeah. Looking at the car, we have had a peak of 7 something. And it's 6.2. 6. There we go. It's just like skyrockets. It takes forever and then it just shoots up into the air. And it is so weird. It's as if the longer I look at something, the more it's trying to render. But there is no difference between... now it drops and then boop, in like 3 seconds maybe it should shoot up to 7. And it doesn't. Okay, fine, CPU bound. That might just be some random shit going on in the background. Also, I seem to have forgotten to turn off the preview, but I mean, doesn't matter. Now I'm getting GPU, but... Oh yes, of course, I'm getting GPU bound messages because I haven't clicked on the game again. Now the game is in focus. And can we just sit here and wait and get a GPU bound message? Or CPU bound message? I don't have the patience for this. This hurts. This physically hurts. Even though I am observing something I am passionate and about and things. You can see the frame rate's dropping a little bit. Second it passes 6 milliseconds. Ah, yes, of course. I was looking too much down. My head had been dipping. So it knows I'm not looking at it. Looking at it. Car's expensive. Okay. Duly noted. Can I look away from the building and just at the... Oh. Why are there so many reflections on this car? I just noticed that. My God, is that it? these reflections are not present on the other cars. Like, the car has full-on fucking bloom, not bloom, but like lighting shimmer effect applied to it. The number of reflections or the amount of updates per reflection is not insignificant. Did we just find the culprit? Oh yeah, there we go. We see the sun being reflected in the thing. Is that true for my car, or does it just look like flat? Because it should. It should be. Or maybe I just changed the setting and I forgot about it. Oh yeah, okay, so I see I have reflections in my car as well now. But looking at it externally, of course, no interior is being rendered at 4.8 milliseconds. 5. So if we then jump back in the car at 4.85 without the car in view, and then we roll back up on it. Nope. Now we're getting a completely different result. And this is what triggers me. Like, I think I see something that makes sense and I'm like, yeah, let's celebrate. Maybe we found the thing. And of course I forgot to just like roll up on the side of it. Wow, those interior models. I mean, they don't need to be more fancy than that. They shouldn't be, all things considered. And then 6. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the window reflections. Or the transparency somehow not resulting in a happy engine. Can we please rotate? Oh my god, Porsche. You're supposed to be burning your ears easily. Oh, so heavy. Okay, so we have returned to 6.7. Perhaps it's just something with the rear of that car. Okay, so that is invisible wall. Oh, invisible. Okay. I thought, oh, GPU bomb message. Nothing going on. Looking away from it. 4.8. Barely visible, 5.3. Visible, 6.5. Okay. Let's explore this. Let's have a quick view if this model actually is influenced. What do you mean next session? There is no next session, you silly goose. Ah, okay, cool. So write down that this happened. Stayed on local session, far exceeding timer, on exit, presented with next session screen, CTD, then CTD. Give me money, Studio 123. Give me goddamn money. I'm doing work for free. Ah, okay, so actually it didn't close the process. Terminate, I should say. Did not terminate process. So then, just to have a look, see, is it using any meaningful amounts of resources still? What you called? You are LMU? Lemma? What the fuck? It is not listed in details. Why is it in processes? Lemma. Nope. What? Why does Steam think the game is still running? Fascinating. Let's see. Details, command line, sort by that. And it should be under, or is anything writing to app data still? Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Just one moment. Nope, 0 things. Okay, so Steam bin Sefwin, that's the crash helper running. Nothing is indicating that the game is actually running, except Steam think it is. Okay, exit, confirm, stopping. Interesting. Maybe it's the debug logging or something. Anyway, we started again. And we have a sip to drink. Okay, so far, to just remind myself of what I've seen this up to this point. There's the fucking mouse. The hotel does not seem to be in of itself super taxing. It is when I'm looking at the pit lane, specifically the building, or the ooh, ow, I yawned so hard it hurts, and or the safety car, which I suppose is progress to an extent. Also, I am running Ultra on texture and player. Did I do that during the testing yesterday? I need to check the VODs. I've got the VOD. I can reproduce, but I need to document what I did yesterday. Because clearly I do not remember. But we are within within similar parameters. That much is for sure. Okay, so what is the safety car? Is it detail elements in elements in player's field of view, or is it a opponent's car? Let's find out. And then just verify that active apply button, which is not at the end of the list, didn't kick in. Opponent detail is low indeed. All right. And race weekend. Season 2023. And Porca for no other purpose past it being the car I selected yesterday, so we have the same interior. Oh shit, sorry about that. Came out of nowhere. Ah. And we are back in. And for some reason with... Okay, so it was just loading. Probably redoing things related to the reduction in quality we now have. Hello, car. Can you please just... Yeah, no, so this car looks very detailed compared to what I remember opponent cars looking like. So this is not affected, it seems. By that setting at least. Let's look at it from the rear. Nope. This thing is as high poly as it were before, so it does not count as a opponent car. Maybe that is the problem. Okay. So then, let's see. Let's return that value to Ultra. Was it a high? I think it was high, but it doesn't matter. There are no opponents, so it does not matter unless my model is also factored as a opponent, which wouldn't surprise me, to be honest, due to the lack of things. But let's assume that the wording is correct. Elements in my field of view. My car is among those things. And then I had a thought, why have I not driven myself insane at this point in my 42-year lived experience on this planet? I have no idea. It is though interesting that I do this rather than actually drive. But I mean, they are connected, so there's that. Okay, so things in player's view. Let's see. Tubes are still looking tubey. No reduction in the poly count on the thing there. Everything looks similar, but interestingly enough, if memory serves me correct. Yeah, no, there we go. There it dropped. The app for CPU and GPU were higher now than it were before. So does the car... It could be the fact that I'm still in pit. What's up, Australian F1 driver? Which I never remember the name of. Let's have a look. Yeah, look at that. This fucker is still as good looking as ever. Ah, for fuck's sakes, I don't have a TC to spin, do I? Nope. Oh, we have a nice wide little area here. How about the cars? I need to find out how to free roam and explore this area in general to see if I can identify the exact thing that's fucking us over. Okay, so the difference being, I see now, maybe as I roll upon it, the model gets more detailed the closer I get. You can see on the rear there's some holes just above the license plate that boop, along with the Porsche text. Okay, so was this happening before though? And also, it is still close to 7 milliseconds, so how about if we then back off? Does the latency drop sooner? Not really, a little bit maybe, but I would have to review the numbers and make notes. Nah, it is 0.34 maybe. If we count the spike at 7.2, we're looking at maybe 1 millisecond lost. But this is closer to tolerable. It is better, for sure. Okay, let's get around the track. It's gonna be fun watching this shit back and trying to pick out the useful bits and consolidate into something that is cohesive and useful. But what else in the player's FOV is impacted? Because like at first glance I can't really tell anything different. How about these fuckers? They are still hitting 6.0, so that setting matters fuck all. Time of day haven't changed significantly. The sprites, are they still being affected by light? Are they even moving? Yes, they are moving, and they are in fact being affected by light relative to our position. Okay. And we look at this, 4.9, just look this direction. So we roll up on the window here. And this building, super happy at sub 5, and then we look into this general direction and poop, 6. Almost 6. 6. And the man with the flag, not particularly impacting much at all. It is staying below 6 now, consistently, which is nice. Could detail in players' FOV be culling distance? No, I saw a spike there to 6, but it's still less. And I guess if that is the pit entry and the car should be down there, we are far away from it, so yeah, it should be at a lower poly count. Okay. See how it feels when it comes into view. No discernible stutter, even though it peaked to 6. I really wish they would give us more options, because it would make it so much easier to find the exact setting which is impacting performance, and in turn would make it easier for the devs to pinpoint what is going on, rather than having these blanket settings that are obscure by design almost, and encompass so many parts of the renderer that feedback becomes vaguely unusable.
Track temperature's rising. It's now 21
okay,
Celsius.
so paying attention, 392544, and then we come around the bend with the head in position, and the second that direction comes into view, we spike to 6. And now there is no fucking way we are seeing the car. There's no fucking way, pardon my French, I'm just emphasizing things so I remember better, I think. But also I'm a bit annoyed. I lost my train of thought again. Okay, we are not seeing the car. We are only seeing the buildings. We are far enough away for the car poly count to be reduced. And still, we have... Yeah, I've been drifting back a little bit. And this is fine, like me moving and stuff means, of course, the latency will spike a little bit, but 6 is a lot. Going up from 4.4. Simply because buildings, which should already be considered or queued, are dragging their ass and making an appearance. And the closer we get, the worse it gets. Then we enter, you know, does this thing shown on the sign matter? VEC logo 6.6, FIA 6.5, 6.6, Rolex 6.7, 6.4, 6.1, 6.4. And then it switches over to the hashtag thing, no, total engine. It would be hilarious if it's just like a massive texture, which is... Oh, look at that. 6.7 on the WEC, 6.6 on the Portimao, 6.8, 6.4, 6.3, 6.3. Spike there. So 6.3, and then on the next 6.6, 6.0. No. Nope. But looking away from this area, there is something going on. Something here could be optimized. That much can be said. But what it is exactly eludes me. So long this is in view, 6. When it is out of view, 4. I can barely see the edge of the building, so now I can see there is glass being rendered. Transparency, in other words. Then it goes down to 4.8. And now I see transparency as part of the scene, 5.1. And then all of the transparency on the first part of the building, 5.2. And then we get the slightly more complex geometry of the pillars, 5.5. And then we get the final the slightly greenish windows. 5.8, 5.9, 6.0. And there is a lot of them. They are big. They do reflect. And they do have lighting effects applied to them. If the culling situation is what I suspect it to be, when I was close to the car, theoretically, or in theory, those windows were in view and therefore rendered, even though not seen. And we were close to 5 milliseconds, or above, well past 5 milliseconds, close to 6. But when everything is in visible range and we cannot see the car, we are 6.4. So maybe it is case of big windows, big reflections, big performance hit. I think that is as close as to a conclusion as I'm going to get without free cam. But I'm gonna do another lap to see if the same thing happens or if we get different results. The second we are past all the windows, 6.1, no more windows there, and it drops. So I think window reflections in general, stuff related to lighting specifically, because here we see no windows, all is good. And here we see no windows, but all is not good. We have similar values even though we're not even looking in the same direction. Because that is there, and there. That's the direction of the pit lane, 6.4, 6.3 even, 6.2. And even if we look straight ahead here, we're still in the 6s. And all of this rubbery the only thing they have in common with the windows is that they are flat surfaces, they are sprites, and they are affected by light. I don't think I'm gonna get any closer to a conclusion than that, based on what limited tools I have available. And it's like, yeah, the second I turn past the where the pit lane is, I felt a stutter there. So there's something down there, big impact, and also here we see a similar impact on different types of assets, both of which being sprites. I think that is it. I think that is as close as a conclusion I will attempt to approach today, and then we will try to compensate for it and do some racing, because I want to race. So, the question is, can we go all low and stay at 50, or do I have to go to a lower or reduce the resolution even further to make sure that everything the engine is trying to do fits within the PCI bus bandwidth limitations? That is the question. All of this is ridiculous, but my god, I love me a smooth sim game or sim racing game. It is among the better things in life. I don't know if that says things about my life, which maybe is disturbing or otherwise of concern, but I am happy with it. I enjoy it. I want nothing more from it at the moment. So if my literal quality of life could be improved by a game developer sorting out their fucking shit, that's not a bad life. That's not a bad life. he thinks, and then thinks, why the fuck do you say these things? Nobody needs to know this. Why do you laugh at it? Therapist food. Alright, everything hello. Hello, Daniel Ricardo. Low polygon Daniel Ricardo. Or are you low polygon now? Nah, you look about the same. You're just more smeared because texture quality significantly reduced. Good thing though, they are correct in their patch notes that the textures of the interior is no longer being negatively impacted, which is nice because it was really, really annoying looking at a steering wheel with barely legible text, because not text but texture. Maybe still texture, but just not dropped in quality to the same extent as everything else. So we are at 5.6 and windows are gone in 3, 2, 1. No windows. Drop in latency. Boop.
Disengage limiter.
Still 5. That is odd. I have dropped quality and it is arguably higher, but okay, I'll give it the benefits of the doubt, because it might be that it changes quality of things as we approach. .7, 5.5, 5.8, 6. So this smells more and more like it's the graphical fidelity settings matters fuck all. At least it is insignificant. What? Which then would mean this is a bandwidth issue. Because the CPU or the compute resources I have available are obviously not being stretched to or pushed to their limits. Arguably, they are chilling. And my cores are unparked. I am running as close to a fixed clock on my processor as I can with a Ryzen thing. And the deviation, the difference between minimum and maximum clock on the GPU is 100 megahertz. And it hovers more or less dead stable in between those numbers. And those numbers are well within spec as to ensure we are not experiencing issues where the GPU is struggling because of a excessive overclock or undervolt. And here we had, these are similar numbers, 3.6, 2.3, 3.3, and then we get around the corner, looking dead ahead. It gradually increases until we see the building, at which we have actually a tiny little bit less. We didn't see the 7 millisecond spike now. Okay, let's do a pit entry and see if it spikes again. If so, then maybe we are within like a, let's say, cat's hair of, or a cat's whisker of what my machine is capable to keep up with. And actually, there was a little bit of tiny, it's every time I look that way, I get some slight motion reprojection bullshit in the form of drops frames because it's disabled. But all in all, it is more pleasant. It is less. Not by much, but my brain is like, yes, this is an improvement. Not big. Tiny little improvement, but an improvement nonetheless. I know. Helicopter? Are you a C word? Don't think so. Too far away. You're just a blob. I need free cam and inspect that helicopter. But then, if it were the helicopter, it would be randomly moving around on the track, which it does not do. So, fuck that. Helicopter irrelevant. Now, that pit entry. Five 5.6, 5.8, 5.9.
Engage the limiter.
No spike to 7. That's nice. Okay. So, indeed. Indeed. And then my brain starts to wander again. Which of those two settings actually had the impact? Is it texture? If so, why? Oh, that is definitely a black flag. Because textures on a are 6900 XT, considering the amount of VRAM, the bandwidth. Ultra shouldn't really be problematic considering the age of this engine, based on how low is and how smeary high Ultra still is. Even with 16x anisotropic filtering. Hey, he steps out now. Fun. Just gotta fuck with the TC a little bit, see if I can have some fun with the car while we're doing this. Come on, TC cut off, slip off, TC2. See what that's like, or 1. Hey, there we go. That's the Porsche. That's the Porsche
Track
we know.
temperature's increasing. It's now 21 Celsius.
Fun, finally. The clutch in this game is really weird, I must say. It feels very not linear.
Your front tyres are cold.
Yeah, and the HUD is still moving with my head, and that's fucking annoying. I will make a note of that before I forget again. This is gonna be one hacking long wish list, that's for sure. HUD elements are not fixed in space, but moves with head, which is brakes immersion. Maybe this is my future. Game tester. I do enjoy it to an extent. Okay, so we're staying within the sixes. Back down to 4, 3, 9, 3, 7, 3, 5, 3, 6, 3, 5, 4, for some reason, 3, 4. And it is, I think I'll dub this the shrubbery effect or something. Second we get into the shrubs, shit starts going crazy latency wise. And now we're not even facing the like minimum shrubbery. Nice. Significant shrubbery. Starting to see it. And the more shrubs, the worse it gets. The only other thing could be the marshal post up there. Or the light posts. Or the fencing. Or I suppose maybe... Oh, there's a car model there, no problem. Looking here, we have the Goodyear signs. And this is a stretch, but we also have Goodyear signs here, but they are not problematic to the same extent. And looking this direction, through this window, without the complexity of the dash, like the car itself, we are at 4.6 milliseconds, 4.5, 4.6, but the CPU time is quite high, and less with more complexity. So, and everything starts with the CPU. If the CPU is behind, everything goes out of sync. And it would actually be a reasonable thing to assume that with the higher latency on the CPU, and if the workload is... wait. CPU goes, hey, draw shrubbery. Pushes all the data related to shrubbery and lighting and blah 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 through the bus to the GPU. GPU computes, feeds it back.
Christian Adriansen.
It is returned to the...
Ha ha ha. 1 hour later, the VR Maestro is still testing Nerdface. Gotta give my respect for that.
Yeah, no, this is me in a fucking nutshell, man. I am like a dog with a bone when it comes to things which are related to frame pacing. It's ridiculous. The amount of hours I've spent on
Christian Adriansen.
On testing
Legend.
Testing Quake World, a game from 1996 on modern hardware, in order to make sure that I always have one frame per polling performed by the mouse, meaning 1000 hertz, meaning 1000 FPS, meaning insane amounts of coil whine. But nonetheless, the hours I've spent making Quake World, my Quake World that is, so far I consider better, is absurd compared to the hours I've played to the game, which are already significant. And equally so with ACC. It is... and the worst part is, like, I just do this, and I make notes, and then I don't ever publish anything. Or... like, sometimes, if it's a severe enough bug, I will go on nag the developers. But it takes a fair bit. If I can just make the experience more shit visually, in order to make it less shit from the perspective of me perceiving it as smooth, then mission accomplished. That is maybe the one thing on my deathbed I will be putting onto my greatest regrets.
Christian Adriansen. That's why I referred to the LMU VR channel.
Yeah, I have been thinking about it, trying to like, rather than rediscover the wheel, just go and see what people have already found. But the thing is, like, I'm so fucking destroyed by everything comes back to the Quake Champions thing for me, really. Like the absolute complete disregard shown by the devs for any information which conflicts with their claims in the change logs, or conflicts with what they publish in the change logs and my lived experience, and idiots, pardon, no, not idiots, that is a nasty word to describe people who simply do not experience the passing of time and things which are absorbed by the eyeballs as myself, but people with higher tolerance to stutter, arguing against things I
Christian
can
Adriansen.
prove.
Saw some guys struggling and commenting, so that's why I shared it with you.
Yeah.
You had immediate positive feedback.
Good. Yes, no, thank you. I did receive some DMs, so I'm hoping that this will hold me accountable in order to do the things I've said I'm gonna
Christian
do
Adriansen.
for ages.
In other news, French.
Yes, French, very French. But yeah, no, yeah, I spotted a couple of individuals that I think I will connect with further in order to pull apart this shit and have them test things I suspect, or verify, I guess, or disprove, so I don't waste what little precious time this
Christian
particular company
Adriansen.
has to deal with my
Invite
whining.
them to your server.
Yeah, eventually, maybe. Not because I don't think they're not nice guys or anything, but I don't want to be like the guy that comes in and steals people away from a useful resource or spreads the attention. I don't know, I'm thinking ahead and also making excuses as to why I should not build my own thing. That's not how I do. If it's not considered to be natural growth, I feel awkward about it. I don't like asking for things such as the pixels required for yet another Discord server to be in somebody's already crowded list. Oh my god, I'm fucking insane, aren't I? Hey, woo! Nice. A little bit too rough on the brakes there. Is there ABS on this thing? This is the GTE, so I guess there's no ABS. That makes... Does it say? Map AC, TCC, TC, EMIX. Ah, yes. ABS, adjustment not available. So maybe there is ABS just tiny bit. I don't know. But yeah, summarizing, just for my own sake more than anything, I think this is not being CPU bound. I think this is being bus bound, because inefficiency in code. And that is fine. I mean, it is neither here nor there. It is negative, but it is positive in the sense that it's not my hardware per se. Of course, I could buy better hardware and not experience this, but considering that people with 7900, no, 7000, let's call it 7900 X3Ds are also experiencing it. I mean, there's no real upgrade path for me that would cure this, so then we're only left with code. Or, as in, as Bethesda prefers to do it, publish game that is so poorly optimized it needs 10 years of modding and hardware advances to compensate for their shit fucking codebase. And that is in case a dev sees this, like, that is in no shape, way or form an analogy to this engine. But it is relevant. It is not something one should not aspire to emulate. Bethesda can suck my balls. There we go. I tried staying civil for a long time. I've been able to... How long have I been online now? I've been online, I believe... Oh, fuck's sakes. And this is also annoying. Why does it hug the mouse? Can you not just leave the mouse free? So I can move over to the desktop without hitting the start button. I have been online for 2 hours and 18 minutes. I have used a total of, I don't know, maybe 5 swear words, which are possibly not great, but also still accepted in this day and age. But I've tried to stay within what humans expect other humans to say for the purpose of this recording, so I can actually use it in any meaningful way, presenting it to the studio of numbers. But I am me. So indeed, Bethesda can suck my big fat hairy balls. God damn, I hate Bethesda. They fucked over so many good franchises, including Quake. And that is unacceptable, unforgivable, and should be considered a crime against humanity. But, okay, back to the bandwidth thing. As I've been ranting for the last, I don't know, 15 minutes and driving around in circles slowly, the number of severe stutters have decreased. And all I've done is reduce the texture quality from ultra to low, along with, what was it? No, it was just that. Then there's the visible player fob thing, and the third option, what the fuck was that? Opponent cars. Yes, opponent cars were low, so the two former went from ultra to low. And while latency is not great in certain part of the track, the major quote-unquote major quote-unquote motion reprojection stutter is absent. But still we can see it here. Second we get around this corner, it shoots up to 6. Actually it stayed below, well below 6 there. That's new. maybe it has finally loaded in the lesser models after many laps. So sure as fuck isn't anything going on the machine that hasn't been going on for the entirety of this whole session. Oh. Come on. Okay, so... problem isn't so much catching it, it's just the wheel is so fucking heavy because I can't run it. Oh wait, hey. That is something I meant to test as well, but I forgot. And also I need to add to the list of shit that needs to be fixed. Give me 1 second. FFB wobble continuous when what's the wording? The wording is wheel rotation speed greater than 0, which is ridiculous. That should not happen.
It'll polish out, mate. Forget about it.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jim. Everything's fine. Okay, so let's get onto a flat surface first and foremost. This is flat-ish.
Your left rear has minor wear.
That is fine. Okay, so just moving the tires does pull it back towards center ever so slightly. Oh. This is so confusing about this FFB. Okay, so, oh yeah, I'm rolling. Okay, so I need to be completely flat. Okay, I am no longer rolling. Does this generate motion? It does. Okay, cool. It actually simulates forward motion when moving the wheel. So I could, in theory, do this to build speed. Would that work under throttle too, may I wonder then? Is that a viable exploit to get a couple of extra kilometers down the straights? Well, we need something flatter than this, or at least somewhere the car is not moving anymore. This is close enough. Okay, so off the brakes, and then we increase wheel rotation speed to 1, and we click back on the game and we slap the wheel. And you can see there's a slight reaction. Okay, I'll just hold the brake. Like you can am I moving? I am moving. Fuck. Okay, let's go back to the pit. That should be a perfectly flat surface unless the engineers fucked up great, well, big time when they built this thing. Okay, so no bounce at 1 now. A little bit springiness. But that could be, like, you could argue rubber is flexible, but I mean, I've never seen a real car act this way when you slap the wheel a little. And it's not oscillation in my rig. It is perfectly rigid, 160mm alu frame, tightened, dampened. Okay, so 1 is okay now, so that is an improvement. Because when I had it on 1, it would just like diddle, 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 and then it would just increase until it just violently was shaking back and forth, which was painful before I figured out what was causing it. But there is, like, you can see it, like, it goes that da 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 da, and then centers. That is not. That is bad. That is. I want to use strong word because force feedback in a sim title is super important, but that is amateur shit. I'm sorry, but it is literally amateurish. It should not happen. This is such a basic fucking test. Any sim with a vague sense of self-respect would test for this. Okay, so we put it to 2, and this is where it used to get super problematic, and it would start oscillating more and more and more, but it seems that it is actually calming itself down now rather than escalating. But still, you can see it takes longer for it to realize that, okay, there is actually no force being exerted on me, I am acting on my own rebound, I should stop. Okay, so 2 is within acceptable norm, acceptable. So let's go up to 3, and at 3, this is on the previous batch. With 3, I could just touch the wheel and it would just build really quickly. So when I was driving down this a straight, it felt like literally the house was shaking. And you can see sort of it's starting to make its appearance, but it's better. So something has changed. I'm still on 0 damping in game. I'm on 0 damping in the driver.
Christian
I am
Adriansen.
on higher smoothness.
By the
though.
way, wheel rotation settings might have changed. I had to change the settings for the Ferrari 296 from 900 to 600 post LMU upgrade.
Oh, I'm just running at 900 at the moment. For convenience and lack of taking sim serious. Or I am clearly at this stage starting to, but I mean up until this point it has just been a curiosity. Alright, and here we go. Now it is, and this is ridiculous because it is. I'm sorry for just jumping off here, but that is what I do. I'm at wheel rotation speed in the driver, meaning how much force do I need to exert in order to turn the wheel while forces are acting upon the wheel? How much will it not fight me, essentially? If 0, it means game is essentially in control of the whole show. The game is the deciding factor. There is no interference by the driver in that respect. And it is so because I have no mechanical damper, no mechanical friction, no mechanical inertia, and no manipulation of the signal at all. So it is straight up the game. Now you can already see at a value of 4. This is just me gently tapping the wheel. Just a tiny bit. And this is what I think is causing the excessive FFB or force feedback response when you're driving on the curbs, because it has to, like, there's something in the algorithm that is not settling itself. It just escalates up to a maximum value, which is way too fucking high compared to any other force the base is outputting. And I mean, when have you ever seen this happen in a real car? When you, I mean, I would, like, this is about as, like, you know when you pat a dog on the head, like, yeah, good boy, here, have a snack, you know, that kind of force, just gentle taps on the head, like, yeah, you're a good boy, man, yeah, well, you're so good, that kind of tap. That's what I'm doing here. It's not even a, I don't know what I could move with this force, really. Like, it is hardly making a sound when I tap, and it is as if there is a spring in play here. This is just absolutely horrible, and I will make noise about it. Okay, so let's try a more fun value. Let's go with, I think I'm running ACC. Wait, I'll just go back to 0 and make sure this is saved. And then I will load up my ACC profile. Where are you, you bastard? 7, which one were you? Oh no, it was named generic now. There we go. Yes, I am running it at 2 with smoothness 1 and 73% gain, or force feedback strength. And this is with less. There is less force feedback, total strength, less smoothness, 2 wheel rotation speed, force feedback detail 2. What did I have on the other one? Oh yeah, and the wheel
Christian
rate. Yes,
Adriansen.
yes. Oh no, sorry. This is
I'm
invalid.
at 20 nanometers force feedback, and if I lower it I struggle to feel the car sufficiently.
Yeah, no,
But
same
indeed,
here.
it appears
Same.
there is something off with the steering and force feedback ratio.
Yeah, my best interpretation on it so far is that there are values which are not affected by the 1 force feed or the 2 force feedback sliders or values we are allowed to change. For instance, the reason why I'm going 3 actually. The reason I'm going 0 smoothing in-game is because it has 0 effect, or at least it had 0 effect on curb, the rattle from curbs, none. So if I were running a decent amount of smoothness to take the edge off the impacts from hitting bumps and just road surface noise and shit like that, it wouldn't do nothing, 0 things to the curbs. So I would have like a fairly decent I would have force feedback which wouldn't piss off the neighbors, except for when I was riding on curbs. That would be like as if it was on 100%. So the only way to deal with this is essentially try to figure out, okay, at which point does the other effects feel natural and not piss off the neighbors, while the curbs being tolerable. And the only solution is essentially between 60 and 65% force feedback strength in game, and then 100% in the driver, and then increase smoothness. Because if I reduce the force feedback in the driver to reduce the strength of the curbs, even running the force feedback at 100% would leave me completely in the dark about what the fuck the grip was, the tires were doing in terms of grip. So I feel essentially forced to run a 23 Newton wheelbase at a dangerously high setting in a game known for spazzing the fuck out in order to understand what's going on in the game. And that is a huge problem. I'm shocked that there haven't been deaths due to RF2, to put it this way. Maybe there have been. Maybe I just haven't picked up on it. But seriously, the shit that RF2 put us through. Holy balls. I used to drive on a 4.5 or
Christian
4.2
Adriansen.
Newton
Maybe it has
drive
something
wheel.
to do with the ABS effect, even when not braking, an overall algorithm.
Yeah, sure. It probably doesn't help, but this was an issue in RF2 as well. Like, even and the ABS effect was, so far I can understand, not there. It was a far more rudimentary algo. So the fact that it is still here is why I'm like, meowing and slightly angry about it. But anyway, I am on the ACC profile now. Angry is relative. Let's call it thoroughly annoyed and disappointed. And I say that with as much love and respect as I can. I can edit this out, but I don't know who will see the VOD in its entirety, so I'm just shoring up everything because I don't want to come across as a complete asshole Meanwhile, I am maybe 80% asshole.
Christian
And I'm
Adriansen.
fine with that.
Oh, okay.
Track
Good
temperature's
to know.
rising. It's now
Useful
23
feedback, my
Celsius.
friend.
No worries. So, I have the difference between LMU and the generic is 0
That's 20
real
minutes to go.
versus
20
2.
minutes.
It is 17 force feedback detail versus 10, and it is smoothness 1 versus 7. So there are differences, but this is a much more numb profile, and now it's back to 0. So if I then go back to, or much more, so it's a much stronger profile, but it is also number because of the excessive amount of smoothing required to not make the house shake itself apart because of curbs. Okay, so now we're back to the generic. I can see it settles itself fairly quickly, but it is only at 73%. And then I increase it to a 100%, and then you see it starts to happen. You can even see it. There's a little aftershake there. Yeah, you see those 2 micro shakes after it has settled? That's the thing I'm talking about. Like, it's like an afterquake of sorts. Literally like an afterquake. Yeah, you can see it, like, tiny little shake after it has settled. It makes no sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. And this is with smoothness 1, which means the force feedback feels kind of crisp, but also while I'm rotating the wheel now, it feels like there's sand inside of the engine of the wheelbase. Like, it's not smooth. It feels like there's notches, as if it is a cog based G27. Like, I can feel steps, which is so weird. I don't understand what this effect is supposed to be replicating. Like, maybe friction or something, but it is the worst friction effect I've ever felt. Like, friction is resistance. It is not a hybrid between cogs and a purring cat. But anyway, I digress. Then if I slap this up to 7, it starts to feel sorta... It goes away, but it's still kinda there. It definitely still is kinda there, but I'm also at a lower steer ratio now. I need to remember to change that before I start bitching, but... Yeah, even at 900, I can still feel it. It's a little bit more convincing, but still, it's not super convincing. So if we go back to 1 smoothness, yeah, then it's back to basically cogs in no, not cogs, gears in need of oil is what it feels like a dry yeah, it feels like something a mechanical thing that is not well oiled or greased. It is an unpleasant sensation. At best. But anyway. So, returning to the thing. If we then go with smoothness 2, feels like poop. 3, it's getting better. 4, tolerable, and arguably I would probably feel more of the tarmac and the level of grip. But if I run 4 and on top of a curb, let's test that just for fun. Oh dear God. Then I suspect I will either die or still within at 11 o'clock, if it's not quiet some people get cranky. Oops. Curb. Give me curb. Oh dear. Okay, so curb. Yep. It is just... it is like the most aggressive vibrator in the world. Like, I can feel it in my seat. That's how strong it is. That is absurd. I mean, from one perspective, it's like, free butt kicker, you know? But at the same time, I'm also shredding my wrists. Yeah, that is just... I would be racing hell if I had to live beneath somebody who was driving with this. Like, I would literally set there flat on fire.
Abelian S. Perfect time to join in.
Hello! Yes, I am doing testing of things. I'm trying to understand... Oh yeah, now we're gonna have some fun. Okay, so back to the thing. No, not replay. Return to garage.
Abelian S. First thing I hear is vibrator P.
Yeah, no, you know me and sexual references, eh? We go hand in hand. Like things. I'll stop myself there. Anywho, I'm gonna just give... Now I have put wheel rotation speed to 100. So now, if I lose the car, I can easily counteract the forces because it's not trying to rip my arms off. Which arguably is less realistic, but only up to a point. Because in order to have a steering wheel that does not do this, once gently slapped across the bum in a loving manner, where were I going? Yes, then I cannot... How do I phrase it? Then I need to wrestle a fucking orangutan every time I've lost the steering wheel, or if I need to get out of the pit. Like, to get out of the pit here, I literally have to turn the wheel and then switch arm and help push the wheel around in order to... Like, I'm not a weak guy. I'm a tiny guy, but I'm built like a... To put it this way, I would be the person that lifted things in the ancient days. Like, I just have a stupid amount of muscle, even though I have done zero fucking things to earn them. It is yes, I have chunky muscles, not strong muscles, but they are there, and I'm not weak, but I could be stronger. If that makes any sense. I hate that to make it sound like I'm bragging about, oh, me strong, ooga booga. But it's not that. I'm not a weak person. But in order to have the game not be unrealistic, I need to run it at unrealistic settings, which then becomes unrealistic in certain conditions, which is just such a fucking mindfuck to me. I kind of want to scream. But that's fine. That is fine. So, this is with wheel rotation speed 100. And then this is with 0. And you can still kind of recenter still, but I mean, okay, rubber, flat surface, forces acting on said rubber center wheel, fine. I believe it. But still, right now, in order to turn the wheel to its max, I need to first pull the wheel hard, and then I need to take the wheel with the other hand and help and pull it back. And this is like, I can do it with one arm when I'm standing still, but when there are forces pushing, like when something is pushing on the wheel, on the front tires, meaning I'm moving forward, it just exponentially increases to a degree which is kind of crazy. So, and then that's the reason I forked into this is, why the fuck can't we have multiple force feedback sliders such as is shown on the screenshot within SimPro Manager? Why does it have to be simplified to 3 values, where one does not seem to encompass all values, which is smoothing, gain, which does not or strength, which does not encompass all values, meaning excluding curbs and certain things, feedback from the road. And the third, the collision multiplier, which seems to only be related to people pushing up against you. Like, it makes no difference if
10 minutes remaining. 10 minutes.
Do a... If I set up a collision where I intentionally crash into something with the front wheels, one of the front wheels, it does not increase the strength which the base reacts at all. None. Zero. Fucking zero. No difference. The only thing that I feel is different is that with 100%, I have no idea if people are pushing up against my door or tapping into my rear. None. I don't know. Lower, even less so, naturally. At 200, when somebody is basically rubbing up against your door or tapping you in the butt, you kind of feel it, a little bit, but not as much as you would expect. And that is at a value of 200. So I'm so confused about why are they picking these numbers? Who is testing this? What is the equipment they are testing for? And so on and so on and so on. Because it cannot be a 23 Newton meter wheelbase, because then they would know that their choices are absolutely bordering on insane. And again, I say this with the greatest love and respect I possibly can. But it is that ridiculous. It is literally that ridiculous. But anyway, so yes, wheel rotations 0, nothing new here. This is what we expect. So let's chuck the detail up to 20, aka mega vibrator mode, and then it settles even quicker because the feedback effects which counteract the forces are also increased. But I don't. What I don't understand is why are they not the rebound effect also being increased then, which then takes me to the following thought that okay, the driver only increases the initial bump effects, not the rebound effects, which is okay, it's fine. But even though it cures this issue, if I dare drive with this, even with smoothness maxed out, my neighbors will show up my door, armed to the teeth, with the intent to murder me. I am fairly sure. That is very extreme, but I'm just trying to put into perspective how insane the strength, the feedback is under these conditions. It is literally no other way to describe it. So, okay, while something has happened following the new tire model, I completely want to discard changes made, yes. The new tire model has indeed done something which allows me to run wheel rotation speed a little bit higher. And that is this interesting insight. Tire model might be responsible for shitty feedback. For excessive rebound, which does not settle but escalate under certain configurations. As you can see here, this is with wheel rotation speed in driver at 3. Why is it acting like there is a spring? Does not make sense. But if I can run this at 2 and have just that little aftershake and be able to catch drifts a little bit easier, I'll call that a fucking win. I will call that a win. Right, so what if we drop the force feedback detail? Yes, here we go. Here we go. The infinite wobble has been achieved. So it is indeed still present. I just forgot that it is the force feedback detail that ideally is ran at 0, because then you have raw output from the game unmolested by the third-party software. This is pure game
5 minutes remaining.
with
5 minutes
7
left.
smoothness. This I struggle to assign or to categorize as anything else but a failure in code, and potentially a disaster waiting to happen in form of a lawsuit due to serious injury. Because I mean, this is me standing still. Imagine what this is doing when we're going 280 down the straight on a bumpy surface. Over time, like a couple of races down the line, you may not notice much in terms of wear and tear on your limbs. But over time, I can almost guarantee you, based on my many years as a skateboarder and knowing what vibrations does to your knees, this is gonna fuck you up. This is gonna fuck you up. This is absolutely gonna fuck you up. And it's your hands. You kinda need them. I mean, I can sit and still do shit if I have my hands. Arguably, I can probably train myself to do things with my feet, which I would normally do with my hands, but it would be a mild inconvenience. Oh my god, I'm ranting now, but it's fun. I like it. It's okay. It's okay to ventilate. So I clicked off the game, and then it settled. I'm clicking back onto the game, I give it a slap, and it just keeps going ad infinitum. My hands are nowhere on this. I'm holding my hands up into the air right now. I guess I should maybe do a camera or something just to prove. This is not me. This is the game not being able to figure out that, hey, we are oscillating for no fucking reason. Maybe the curve should be trailing off. But instead it's like, I have received bump, I must rebound. I have received bump, I must rebound. I have received bump, I must rebound. And the worst is this, it used to be worse than this. But I'm not sure if this is because of smoothness, which has been applied. Let's test. So this was with force feedback 100%, 63 in game, 0 smoothing in game, 200% collision strength.
Abelian
or
S.
or whatever. Just for
Maybe the Porsche is just too excited to get out of the garage.
yeah, I wish, but it's across all cars. So while yes, I appreciate the humor. No. But okay, so I am clicking off the game. I am changing the force feedback. I'm settling it with my hand.
Just 2 minutes left. 2 minutes
I
to go.
have 0 smoothness in the driver now. I have 100%, and I have 2 wheel rotation speed, and I have 0 feedback detail in the driver. Game settings unchanged. Let's see if it does. Oh, it actually is. Nope. Yes. So now it goes for a while. Slightly increases before it goes like, oops. And then it settles. No? Okay, so I applied a magic amount of force to it there, which just made it go infinite mode. Just a gentle tap, like, it's not even tap, it's a touch. And it goes off. What is new here though, and that is an improvement, is that it does not, it's not a feedback loop which escalates. It's just consistent, which is an improvement, but it is still fucked. So if we then, and this is with wheel rotation 2, this is a value which is 2 higher than before, meaning the wheel is a little bit more manageable to operate. But if we then go into the territory where it starts to become comfortable, like 20, then we get the cranky grease effect, and then we get the violent shakes. And now I'm just gonna gently touch it, as if I'm like, hey, good boy, who's your good boy? Like, tap, 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 tap. Like one of those taps.
Checker flags out, P1.
This is fucking amazing. And I'm starting to, I can sense that my level of frustration and irritation is escalating. Maybe not. Oh yeah, it is escalating far more than this will over time, because if left alone for long enough, it'll just keep on moving more and more and more and more, harder and harder and harder, until it's just, I don't know what happens, because the longest I've observed it is like 5 minutes, and it just keeps on going and getting stronger and stronger. Sometimes it'll actually tone itself down a little bit, but then something kicks in and it picks up again, and it is on an upward trend. Yeah, there you saw the little, it settled itself for a little bit and then it started again. And it'll just fucking do this forever. And again, this is with wheel rotation speed 20, meaning that the wheel, upon forces which are countering the direction in which the force feedback is pulling the wheel, pushing the wheel, should become less, so that it is less of a strain for the operator to manipulate the wheel under load. And this is the outcome. I do not understand how that is possible. It blows my mind how not logical this is, to the point where I kinda start sounding cunty and angry about it, because I kinda am. Because this is, I mean, regardless of early access, this is just dangerous. This is irresponsible. This is fucking, this should not be. This should not be. I mean, a 23 Newton meter wheelbase converted to pound, force. I mean, it is equivalent. Like, I'm not shitting you when I say it's like wrestling a gorilla. A gorilla, arguably, no, a gorilla, an orangutan. Arguably, an orangutan is maybe stronger in certain conditions, but from the perspective of having your arm pulled or pushed suddenly when doing what little mathematics I am able to do, they are not far away from each other. Maybe closer to chimpanzee territory than orangutan, but I choose orangutan because it is a funnier word. Like, I don't know, it just makes sense to me. But it is in that category of strength. That's the kind of forces we are dealing with here. And with the drivers set at 100% means that the game, we're at the mercy of the game. The game's checks and balances to ensure that it never outputs forces which are likely to harm the operator's mercy. We are at Studio 123 or what the fuck ever's mercy so far our physical well-being is concerned regarding our hands. And that pisses me off. It really does. It is super fucking disappointing and upsetting. Not so much just because of the health concern, but because of the implications that this has on the realism. This is why the curbs feel like they are trying to rip your arms off, even at low low force feedback strength. And I can sit here until tomorrow morning. It'll never stop. And this is, again, I repeat, with a feature in the driver which is supposed to make the rebound, the push less. So there is less push here. It doesn't add up. It fucking
Ruben
does
has
not
some
add
settings for Simagic gear. Want me to send them to you?
Nah, no, not at all. That is not the problem. I have settings that work. This is a failure in a completely different section. So, if I go to wheel rotation speed, 100, which means it should just yield when I act on whatever forces is pushing against me. The grinding effects is unbearable, and the escalation is far greater. Gentle tap. And now it'll settle for a little bit, and then it'll escalate, and then it'll settle, and then it'll escalate. Settle, and then escalate. There you got a little settle, and then it goes again. There it settles, and then it goes again. And then it settles a little bit there, and then it goes again. This is amateur hour. This is so fucking disappointing. But anyway, I'm starting to get salty now, like really salty, so I'm just gonna revert to the settings I know won't or will have a less chance of killing me, and get on with my life. So the higher the detail, the less the response. But the higher the detail, the more the vibrations. And the higher the vibrations, the angrier the neighbors become, and the less I can play this game at late hours, because there is no point in playing a sim title where you cannot feel the car. That is just boring. I would rather drive with a controller than drive that with my fucking insane amount of invested money into this thing, and I won't do that at all. Like, that is just no. Then I'll go do something else. So they are effectively losing my 24-hour runs in this game because bad code. So I think 17 is about where it was the least shaky. Maybe we can go down here as well now that they've got the new force feedback model. No, the new tire model. Let's go with 10. Okay, what with 5? 5, we get the oscillation. We'll get it at 7. I didn't even touch it there and it started. What the fuck? It's still there at 8. At 10 it stops simply because I changed the value. So how about 9? Nope. It's there at 9. But at 10 it does the thing. So, okay, we have an increase in wheel rotation from 0 to 2, a decrease from 17 to 10 in force feedback detail. So, how does this play out if I turn off smoothness? Smoothness does not seem to have an effect anymore. So that's nice. Okay, does it impact the wheel rotation speed? Marginally. It is bouncing back way more than I wanted to, because to me it's important. This is important. This is a fucking important detail. Just not from a safety perspective, but when you slap a steering wheel, you shouldn't really get a response. The car is so fucking heavy. The wheels don't care if it's being patted on the head like a dog. Like, you can't do this. It has zero effect. Unless maybe you have power steering or something, but I mean, that's a whole other thing. Okay, so with force feedback detail, it does actually now, at 10, seem to settle even with low smoothness. But the springiness is still there, and it does not go away until you hit a value of 1. Then it immediately slots itself back in position, and 0, it has a slight drag to it. It's slower. And that's 4. Then you have the rebound. At 3, you have a slight rebound. No, that was still 4. At 3, still have a slight rebound. And at 2, it just knocks itself back into the center position with 1 rebound. And that's what that's the, like, this is the absolute minimum. Fine, the wheel recenters due to being slapped gently. It's a game controller. Fine, okay. But still, these settings are just ridiculous in every sense of the word, like, in every way. This is just ridiculous. But, yes, I've bitched about this quite severely now for long enough. That's... Oh, look at that. With the smoothing in the driver. Okay. So... Let's settle on 6. Let's take this for a test drive. See if it's okay. Save it. And then flip it over. See what happens. What if we... It is actually still shaking. That's ridiculous. What the fuck? So 7. Smoothness. It is shaking. How about 2? Have this flipped now? Yeah, this behavior seems to have flipped now. So now I can run smoothness 2, but... And this aspect is more correct. But the downside now is that without the smoothness, the curb rattle will be far more excessive. And again, the problem isn't... Like... Sure, I would like to keep my wrists intact for as long as possible. I need my wrists. But more importantly, I want to maintain a good relationship with my neighbors. And that, I believe, will be a problem if I run smoothness 2. No matter how much more detail I get from the car. Yeah, ow, fuck off. No, that actually hurt. Fuck off. How can they publish this? I like, legitimately, I do not understand how this passed QA. Like, this legitimately makes me angry. I can get over the fucking the frame drops, but this just makes me pissed off. Like, legitimately fucking pissed off. Like, I want to sue them pissed off, but I'm not gonna, because I can't afford it. Also, wrong country and shit like that, and I'm not a cunt to that degree, but it is so fucking annoying. Why can I not have a slider that says road effects, curb effects, even surface effects encompasses it? But I would like to be able to fine-tune the response for both the bumps and the impacts, or those are the same. What I meant to say is the dips in the road, for lack of a term, the potholes, the things that the unevenness in the road, and also the impact from the suspension being compressed. I would like to fine-tune those things. Why am I not allowed to? Do they think I'm that fucking stupid that I can't handle this? While at the same time shipping this. That is insulting on multiple levels. And that is what's pissing me off here, I think. It is fucking give me customizability back. God damn it. There's no need to consolidate things and dumb down shit to the lowest common denominator because you are maybe planning on a long-term console release. For fuck's sakes, this is stupid. Fuck control. People are literally playing on controllers. They are not the primary audience. Sure, they are a huge customer base, but they are not the people who buy and play and live your games. For fuck's sakes, I'm angry now. Like legit, I am angry. I'm actually angry. So I'm gonna stop talking and I'm gonna drive for a while. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, and like 7, 8. Okay, we'll do 8. Now the force feedback is like this is. I can barely feel the curbs. They are there. This is neighborhood friendly, but I now have 4 rebounds from slapping the front wheels, slapping the steering wheel gently with the brakes fully applied. I mean, why does it have to be this way? It shouldn't be this way. It's fucking 2025. They have been developing R-Factor 2 since 2000 and what the fuck ever. I think it was launched before AC, which was 2014, so 2012 they've had fucking, for Christ's sakes, 13 years to sort out a decent force feedback algorithm, and we're still stuck with this shit. That is rage-inducing and makes me not want to become a customer. And this is so weird how this has just turned from a very positive, enthusiastic me to me completely losing any hope. My god. Because, I mean, can they fix this? Is this fixable at all without breaking what people associate with RF2 or quote-unquote LMU? I realize they are separate things, blah blah blah, but at the base, like, there ain't nobody gonna tell me that this is not RF2 code base. That there's just no way. There are too many similarities. And it's so frustrating. Because right now, like, the only actor on the market with a future prospect, with cars I am interested in, thank fuck it cut the FFB, that would have been painful, is this game. Is at least what I've come to realize over the last couple of months, seeing what AC Evo is likely to become. And I'm not saying that is a negative thing necessarily, it is just not the thing I'm after. So, like, this is my likely future now, and it feels very much like Quake Champions. And I fucking hope to God that doesn't happen, because I really don't want to just play the same tired fucking tracks and cars over and over again and just GT3s. I'm excited about hypercars. I want to drive hypercars. I would like to play a modern title, which is like decent. Like, the closest I can get is AC. And with CSP and CSP physics and pure and stuff, it looks good. It looks beautiful, actually. It feels good. But at its core, it is 2014 tech. It is 2015. I mean, come on. The fuck? It's so frustrating. It is literally so fucking frustrating. But anyway, I'm gonna just dial this in to a non-deadly level, and then I'm gonna do a race or something, because I can't keep talking about this aspect of the game, because it literally pisses me off. Like, seriously pisses me off. Like, angry, chimpanzee, raw emotion, brain to mouth, zero filter, gut reaction, rage type angry. It is that bad. If I realize I'm shitting on the thing I'm supposed to be enthusiastic about maybe contributing to fixing a couple of things by filing bug reports and such, and I do wish that this game succeed. But oh my god, the force feedback can fuck itself infinite times over. Just, it is, it breaks my brain that this is something that I have to talk about, or feel I have to talk about. I don't have to. I do it free of charge. Don't be such a fucking... What did he say? Don't be such a... what's the term? Oh, why can't I remember it? A person who sacrifices their life to do things. Don't be such whatever. Irrelevant comment, stupid comment, ridiculous comment from every perspective, but it still fucking haunts me because of its inaccuracy and absolute dismissal of everything I've done for a completely different thing, and that guy can go fuck himself too. Yeah, so 8 just feels delayed and mushy. But it could also be that the tires are cold, so let's give them a run for their money. I have FFB, electronics, heat up tires, clear the mind, get over the anger. It is transient as everything else. But in the moment, it literally feels like, I don't know, it feels personal somehow. It feels like, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. It is legit disappointment combined with, as mentioned 10,000 times now, anger. Because of its complete disregard for their user safety. I mean, we've seen people hurt themselves with fucking ACC. And ACC is a goddamn kitten. It will not react past a certain stage. It would cut power rather than rip somebody's arms off. And the fact that these guys have not figured out how to implement such features at this point, I mean, it is not in the spirit of preserving, it's sim, it's real. No. Because in the real world you have G-forces acting on your body, telling you that, hey, you're gonna lose the car. You have the option, you can hang on, and you can fuck you over your wrists if you try to fight these forces. We don't have that. We just have a sudden response from an industrial-grade electrical motor, which is capable of essentially exerting the power which would equate to a chimpanzee, which can easily rip your face off. It is amazing to me. And I will stop talking, as I said earlier, because this is not constructive, it is nothing of the sort I set out to do. But my god, that one curb test set me off. And I have to use the driver to numb the signal the game is outputting in order to compensate for the lack of foresight and thought put into this particular algorithm. That is amazing to me. But other than that, I really do enjoy this game so far. It is what I am betting on is going to be the next thing in the current state of the market. But still, that is the reaction I just had to a game trying to tear my wrists off or out of their sockets. And it is fine. It is what it is. I can edit it out to whatever I decide to ship over to them, but still. Fucking hell. Oh, look. ABS is modest. It's like, as long as you're driving on the road surface and you ignore that the force feedback that you are presented feels like mush right now.
We've got cold tyres, we need to get
It
some
looks
heat.
great. The way the car behaves feels natural. The electronics aren't 0 or 1. It has so much going for it, so while I make this game sound like a complete failure, truly it is only in two departments. So far I'm concerned at the moment. It is optimization in the graphical department. It is the excessive use of dithering rather than fucking cleaning up their pipeline and making things efficient rather than hiding these things behind output from the renderer, which has giant holes in them as to conserve resources, and then use multi-sample anti-aliasing to cover it up, resulting in ghosting and smeary looking visuals, which you kind of look past after a while and you get used to, and do clean up, do reduce the jagged edges of the pixels and such, but still, underneath it all, it is something that does not need to be there. And, oh, what the fuck? Oh, I put it into neutral. It does not need to be there. It is a cheap band-aid, which has become accepted in the industry for some fucking reason I do not comprehend. So, past those three
Track
things
temps
regarding the
increasing. It's
graphics,
now 21
the
Celsius.
force feedback, it is at its core so far handling those a lot at RF2, a lot improved. I do like the new tire model when it's cold, when the tires are cold. They are a massive improvement to the driving on wet ice stuff that was the default yesterday. I'm getting used to how it sounds. I suspect that if we were allowed to turn off the 3D stuff, the what's it called, the toilet room effect, to trick the brain into thinking it is hearing things behind it and in front of it, the engines would sound better. But alas, I haven't checked the JSONs. Maybe I can disable it there. But there's a lot of good for all the time I've spent the last half hour or whatever post transitioning from analytical mode to look at this dumb shit. I kind of want to play this game more than I want to play ACC at the moment, which is good. I appreciate that. I am a bit burnt out on ACC, but at the same time, I cannot help myself having the reactions I have, for I have impulse control issues and such. And I've never been good at holding back. But yeah, the new tire model allowing me to run wheel rotation speed 2 is a dramatic improvement so far. Dealing with steering under load goes, it's much closer to reality now. But the amount of compensation I have to do in the driver's side, for all the reasons I've mentioned in regards to the sliders we do have in game, it is not good enough. And I shall try to make a civilized write-up summary thing about this when I have calmed down. I do believe I am capable of being useful without sounding like an asshole. At the same time, it is just the default when something pisses me off sufficiently. As I'm sure
That lap was a 149.
people who frequent
You're currently
this
0.7, slower than your best.
strange vlog are well aware. To which I ask myself, would I be me without all these things? And I guess the answer is no. Wrong gear there. So, yes. All things considered, while in motion and you're not able to really see the dithering, it looks good. I would argue it looks gorgeous. Even the flat, grassy texture without anything sticking out of the surface gives me the illusion that there is indeed grass sticking out of the surface. It's a nice texture, but oh my god, how did that produce that force feedback with all the smoothing I've applied? That is amazing. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. I've been driving now for how long? 10 minutes ranting with zero response from the curb that would wake up the neighbor, and then suddenly, for some reason, the game goes into absolute batshit monkey mode and shakes to a point where I can feel it in my butt, and I'm sure that they think I'm doing renovation at 2300 hours on a weekday, which is problematic and undesirable. So back to 8 we go. Mushy feedback, yay. And the way to counter it would be add more feedback. But then the cycle continues. If I increase the force feedback strength in absence of a actual targeted phase slider or value to modify, we are not really solving anything, are we? other than that, I am impressed by this game, considering its legacy. I hope they succeed. I really do. But at the same time, oh my god, now I just remember this is gonna be a subscription service. Oh, that is a whole other rant. Oh my god. I get it, Dev's gotta eat too, but I gotta eat too. God damn it. I already eat quite little, so I ain't got a lot of money. So there's that. Which makes AC very attractive, but now I'm just on a tangent, going in every which way I end up forking into at complete random. But hey, I get to vent, I get to practice Reverb, albeit in a car I am unlikely to be driving. Some good is coming from it. Ooh, that is deep. Oh, ow, yep, and that's what I mean. That is exactly what I mean right there. That almost tore my thumb off. Because this is the problem. The difference between the force under load and the sudden peak force. I mean, I've lost the rear in a real car without power steering more times than I can count. It is nothing like this. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Yeah, fuck that. Oh, wow. What? What
See a minor wet on your left rear.
I'm fine with the spin. But the force feedback reaction there, oh my god. That is so uncool. That is so fucking uncool. Okay, so we've driven enough to say that the tires are hot. We've lost it a couple of times in the sense I get both psychologically and physically in regards to operating the steering wheel. And it is dawning on me that I am operating on an assumption that nothing has been fixed regarding force feedback this patch, because I cannot remember seeing anything about it. But it would be interesting to see if the new tire model have made a difference in regards to the in-game settings, and if maybe we can flip this around and heck, maybe even better, I'm wrong about everything. And I can drive this sim without worrying about my ability to do things with my wrists more or after the session. My fucking god, the peak force that suddenly applied there, even though I just barely lost the rear. It is insane. I mean, what if I was actually resisting a lot more than I were at that moment in time, and those forces were exerted on already tight musculature and tendons. I have been injured by a 4.5mm base, which glitched out and suddenly countered in an unexpected manner while I was vaguely relaxed, not tense, because you don't have to be tense when you're operating such a base. But still, my right bicep was sore for a week afterwards, and I have a little bump, which I do not have in the other one and did not have prior to this.
You've just done a 149.
As in, it tore a muscle.
0.6 off your best.
And that is fucked up. 4.5 newtons. And this is a potential peak output of 23. I would think that warrants some consideration, but apparently not. Apparently not. Alright, so let's clear our head of all we think we know. Let's save this as LMU 3. And then flip it around. Let's go to a very modest force feedback strength, 0 wheel rotation, 0 detail, 0 damping in the driver, max torque 23 newtons, but limited to 20%, just to see what this game feels like in the, yeah, let's go with 100. Oh boy, you can go past 100. What? Okay. I mean, why do we... Okay, this is... Okay, I'm gonna rant a little bit about some... It'll be... What do you even call it? Semantics? Perspective? Just a thing? If they're gonna do 200... If they're gonna offer us 200% force feedback strength, why not increment in half steps rather than whole numbers? So that it is apparent that at least you know you are close to the max when you are at 100%, which is the most you can have of something. This is the kind of stupid I'm kind of pissed off about. And this is the kind of stupid I suspect is kind of resulting in the never-ending oscillation of the steering wheel unless compensated for within third-party software, as was in times of old. And I'm actually fucking sorry. I've tilted myself. I've tilted myself. Oh God. Oh God. Why? Okay, let's just go full on stupid monkey boy steering torque sensitivity. Values above 100 increase force feedback strength at lower levels without clipping. This is typically for lowered powered steering wheels. Do not use values above 100% on direct wheel drives. What is the minimum value? 100% of something. We don't know what the base value is, so how does 100% make sense? Is it 100% sensitive? Okay, fine. But then, I mean, it is as most sensitive as it's gonna be. Past that is a boost. Then it's not sensitivity anymore. It is just... Okay, so I'm gonna... I mean, I'm anal about language, and I misunderstand a lot of things, but for fuck's sakes, I'm gonna pull up the desktop here, and I'm gonna show something. Because in SimPro Manager, we have games. Where was it? And then we have where is it? Automobilista. There we go. Le Mans game guide. And then we cannot. Okay, so we can do this. We can do this. This isn't a lot of work. This is just a minor inconvenience. So if we then add a window capture source, and then we select SimPro, where are you? SimPro 2, hello. And then we unlock, and then we just scale this the fuck up, and then we review how things used to be prior to my arrival. And what we find in the SimPro Manager is a screenshot which has yes, it has more options. I thought the options would be different going off memory, but we have force feedback effects. We have force feedback, invert force feedback, those we have. Okay. And then we have steering torque capacity. That kind of makes sense. This language makes sense. The capacity of the steering torque. How much torque can it exert? It is fine. It is good. This is accurate language. Now we have force feedback strength, with a value ranging from 0 to 200. Then we have force feedback smoothing. And now we have... Oh yes, here, I think this is the thing. We have steering bump stop degrees. Now we have nothing of the sort. Steering bump stop degrees. So the degrees of the bump stop when steering, I would assume, is related to at which point, how many degrees is it allowed to exert an amount of force while absorbing or while essentially countering you, would be my best guess what that setting is. It is no longer here. And I would almost bet money on that thing is the thing that would allow us to dial back the absolutely excessive, batshit insane responses we get from curbs. But that is mere speculation. I have fucking no idea. I never touched the game when it was like this. But I mean, a setting such as that kind of makes sense to me. And then we have minimum steering torque, that we still have, but that is do not use with direct wheels, because it is to be used to compensate for static friction, gear, and belt wheels. So that is not an option relevant to me. And then we have car-specific force feedback strength, which would really, really nice to have, but it's missing. And I don't know if that's because it just, you use the in-game thing and it remembers it. But it took me a while before I even discovered that iRacing had this feature. So it's like, and ACC for that matter, why not make it bloody obvious that it is there in the place where everything else pertaining to force feedback is, rather than hide it in the in the MFD? I mean, just fuck's sakes. So yeah, I've gone into full-on critic mode now. I apologize. I meant to be happy-go-lucky streamer dude going for some races, but instead I just end up and incessantly shitting on the few things I feel is, yeah, unacceptable. But that is how I do, I suppose. All right, so what else we have here? We have steering resistance coefficient. We have nothing of the sort in the current version. So, and also we have steering resistant saturation. And I also imagine that these things would be useful to have access to in order to, you know, dial in what makes sense to the user based on whichever wheelbase they have, rather than cater to the lowest common denominator by going full on preset mode and reducing things to quote unquote collision strength, I guess. It is just such a fucked idea. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just annoyed that they have literally taken out options while there should be more. It is frustrating beyond belief. But that is a whole other thing, and I guess I should put this on the list to forward, which will hopefully be a lot more civilized. But for the time being, I will write, why the fuck balls do we have so few options to customize FFB with? How can you predict every possible need and subsequent configuration depending on the operator circumstance? That is what's driving my fury here, because it is the core of the whole force feedback debacle, which I've been beating to death with a fucking mallet. It is. I just don't understand. Why do they do this? Why do they think we are the 90 kids word, which will get me likely delisted? I just, for fuck's sakes, give me options, or at least give me a toggle that says advanced options. Click that on, everything is presented to me without me having to fucking sift through a JSON with weirdly named variables. That is, it is frustrating, yes. And I've said that so many times now, I don't even know why I keep saying it. It is the only way that I don't, what's the term? You know, when people just catch fire? That's what I feel I'm kind of preventing when I am venting like this. My fucking God. Okay, get a hold of yourself, man. happy thoughts. Happy thoughts. All right. So this is what was. And this is what is. While not hugely different, there are at least 3 options in there, which I suspect would be highly relevant in order to cure the issues that prevent me from using this sim past bedtime for normal people, because I live in a what's it called in the English language, like a it's basically just a big square with many apartments in it, an apartment building made in the 60s, late 60s, I think, no, early 60s. Not really the thickest of concrete. Fair bit of sound travels. Not super much, but vibrations. Oh my god. I can feel people on the opposite side of the building, and the building is very large, doing renovations through the floor or the ceiling, depending. So it is like... That is also the ego thing that kind of drives my anger here. But anyway, shit, fucking hell. Anyway, happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts. Tweaks. Use constant steering force effect. What? Hey, DuckDuckGo. Le Mans Ultimate. What is constant steering force effect? I mean, I sort of understand by reading it, but what does it really mean? Akin to what really is force feedback strength, considering it does not impact curbs. It does not impact the peak force exerted when losing car, and so on and so on. What is the tweak at the bottom of the FFB screen? The majority of wheels, wheelbases, and pedals will have optimal default profiles designed by... Oh, fuck off. Ready to race. Fanatec, Thrustmaster specific configuration, advice, Logitech, Simagic, Tech Moza. Huh? Oh, okay. So it linked to a thing. All right, okay, so this is actually their wording from their forum thread about how to set up FFB. How dare they? Because the majority of wheelbases, okay, so they are shoring up here and saying the majority, because they sure as fuck did not have a profile for the Simagic Alpha Ultimate. Because in order to, like, I gripped the wheel and started driving, and suddenly I almost fucking broke my arms off, because 1, super strong FFB, not expected at all. 2, the force feedback effects were inverted, so essentially, you know, risk of tearing things, which makes arm move, because, you know, the body is primed to resist or to push, depending on expectations based on prior life experience. And when that is inverted, that can be very, 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 very bad for soft tissue. But that is a whole other thing, and I've already beaten that horse to death, but I feel like reiterating it, because god damn it, I get annoyed when people write with this kind of confidence. It pisses me off. Further, and happy thoughts, happy thoughts. The majority of wheels, wheelbases, and pedals will have optimal default profiles designed by the manufacturer, not manufacturer, ready to race. Fanatec, Thrustmaster, Logitech, Simicube, Asetec, Simagic, Moza. If your hardware does not have a default control scheme, make sure to assign one in Settings, Controls, Wheel. Yes, of course. But I can't remember seeing this as a warning when I started up the fucking game. I would have to go to their forums in order to find this. That is also worth noting. Notable controls to map MFD controls, speed limiter and headlight pulse. Be sure to map wipers and blah blah blah. Yes, this is irrelevant. Tell me about force feedback. We recommend use steering wheel range from vehicle for the best experience. That is fine, that is what I do, and it's 900 in driver and 900 in game. I have left my hands in the fate of the developer. FFB, much like the control profile, a majority of hardware will have... oh yeah, okay, so they were talking about the control profile earlier. Fine. But they say, much like control profiles, a majority... Apparently, I am a minority user with my Ultimate, which is a fairly common thing to see on streams, but whatever. A majority of hardware will have manufacturer curated default. Oh my god, default profile, but feel free to experiment with the FFB settings. Okay. I'm not gonna comment further because I have strong language I want to share, but no. Bad boy, shut the fuck up. Force feedback effects. Turn on FFB. Yes, sir. Invert FFB. Some manufacturers' wheels. You sure wheel bases maybe, such as Thrustmaster, may need this option for correct. Okay, so I'll add a note. They need to update FFB suggestions to include Simagic Alpha Ultimate. If not, the entire range, based on what I've heard so far. Because I don't know about minis, but I know alpha, one alpha and one, two. Yes, two people with the alpha, one with the ultimate. All three had to enable invert, force feedback, and were surprised that was a thing. But anyway, I digress. Force steering torque. Minimum steering torque is what I have here. Just gonna document everything just in case. Controls the intensity of the force applied to the steering wheel in relation to the simulated physics of the car. That is good. And it has a description, and it says, do not use on direct wheel drive, so irrelevant for me. Force feedback strength. Reduce this for lighter FFB for potentially more comfortable experience for players. Yes, but force feedback strength does not apply to all effects. Snapbacks, curbs, others question mark. FFB smoothing. Higher values for FFB smoothing will result in a smoother, more dampened force feedback experience, reducing the sharpness of sudden change of forces, potentially minimizing vibrations or jolts. Very good. That is a useful feature. But last I checked, it did not encompass curbs, it did not encompass impacts, and so on. Therefore, I ended up on 0 as to get a as consistent signal out of the game to the driver, and then control everything uniformly there. 'Cause that's literally the only way I could have detailed force feedback from the road while not be completely shook apart from the curbs, given that I numb down the force feedback from everything else to a point where it feels like I am driving a super worn out but yet still very strong wheelbase which wants to kill me frequently. I'm summarizing as much for myself as anything here because I'm gonna review this shit afterwards and quote myself in my hopefully not as damning report. But anyway, here we are. Worst advertising for LMU ever. Get the game though. It is fun. It is good. It just has some quirks. Sharpness and sudden changes of forces and potentially minimizing vibration and jolts. We recommend keeping this setting lower for better road feel. Yes. Use smoothing in-game versus your driver smoothing, as driver smoothing can add latency. Well, duh. Yes, of course. Of course they should inform about this. I am an asshole for making that seem like it is an obvious thing. Every operation costs time. That is as simple as it is. That is it. Yes, okay, so the steering bump force stuff is still in the documentation on the website, but removed from the game. Steering bump stop degrees no longer exist as an option within the game. Adjusting this setting determines at what point the steering wheel in the sim stops turning. Okay, so it was not at all what I was hoping it was. It is literally and figuratively, let's see, the lock angle. That is what it is. It is the hardware lock, or in this case, the software lock, which is automatically handled by the car through a toggle, which probably explains its absence. And that is fine. Minimum steering torque, adjust how FFB responds at lower speeds or under load. No mention that this should not be touched by DD users. Steering torque being something DD users should not increase on forum guide. In the forum guide. All right. So I'm literally sat here like a goddamn mook, tilted, with my tits tilted straight the fuck out of the window, doing QA for fun. Yeah. Oh shit. That is the... Yes, there we go. Okay. So these are for damping. Steering resistant coefficient. Steering resistant saturation. So literal damping. Yes, the things which I have been bitching about not being able to control, they have removed. It says here, black on fucking white, these are for damping. Not smoothing, because smoothing is not what we want. We do not want to smooth the entire signal. We want to dampen specific parts of the signal in order to cure absurdities such as the infinite wobble. And they have essentially botched those values and then remove the options for us to do anything about it within the GUI. Maybe it's still in the JSONs, but I shall investigate that after, because my god, I need to focus on something else, because this is gonna drive me insane. Oh, I don't like being Mr. Negative Nancy. I really don't, but I cannot help it. Low-key sexist, but let's find a male name. Which I don't belong to people I know. Negative. Oh my god, I'm blanking on the name starting with N now for some weird reason. Male names starting with N. Yes, Nathan. No, I know a Nathan. I don't know a Noah. Negative Noah. And that's short. I'm going with Negative Noah from right now on. No more Negative Nancy. No more negative female stereotypes on this channel. I'm gonna be PC as fuck, and I'm now gonna use Negative Noah. I hate being a Negative Noah. But I cannot help it. It is part of my core when something tilts me. And it is okay. I am at peace with it. With this, I do wish it were different, but there we go. It is what it is. All right, so this is the intensity for when you drive into objects. Collision strength, which is, last I checked, and we shall check again. I shall write it on my to-do list. Test if wheel impact directly to wheel by proxy steering column is indeed reduced or affected by the steering torque sensitivity option. Exclamation mark ad infinitum. Separator line. Yes, I laugh at myself and my stupid fucking jokes. For that is how I do. Anywho, so that is collision strength, which, to my experience, only affects if somebody is rubbing up against the side of your car. But anyway, I'm repeating myself as I do. This is sensitivity for steering FFB effects, steering torque sensitivity. And it is minimum value is 100%, parentheses, kind of stupid, if you ask me. And there is no warning on the forum that DD users should stay the fuck away from this option. I'm sure ChatGPT, he's gonna have a blast with this one. Trying to humanize it. Alright, so that is it. Oh, note, constant steering force effect is only necessary for older wheels to simulate FFB. Yes, it did 0 things on my thing past not produce any FFB at all, so that is void. Okay, so I've read the docs. I finally read the docs. Even though I kind of skimmed them once before, I scrolled through it and saw outdated information and things which I already sort of knew, and then were surprised to find that most of them were absent, even though I sort of knew they weren't there. Because I went through the force feedback effects prior to looking up any documentation. I just, I go into thing, I explore thing, I pick thing apart. That's how I do. But it is. It is. So okay, that is how to set up your wheel and pedals in Le Mans Ultimate. Okay, now back to the thing which we were originally setting out to do, which was specifically to to flip everything on its head to see what 200% force feedback strength is like with, let's say, max smoothing. And a minimum there, and that a minimum. I'm kind of scared of this now, to be fucking honest with you. I'm gonna put this down to whatever minimum is and see what happens. Just so I don't either damage my gear or myself. Arguably, that word covers both. So I'm just gonna put it to 0. Because the default is 150. Another stupid default. Why is default collision strength 150%? Oh, come on. Sub bullet point does not seem to do what it says on the tin, only marginally increases the push effect when other cars are rubbing up against you. No change when taking impact directly to front wheels on last test. See to do below. Okay, so now I've shored up my goldfish memory, documented my thoughts to a degree. Probably not healthy. And we are at 20% force feedback in the driver with 0 smoothing, 0 wheel rotation speed. Force feedback detail 0. 23 Newton max torque. 0 mechanical damper. 0 mechanical friction. 0 mechanical inertia. 0 mechanical frequency. Which is basically just fake frames for FFB. Okay, so as this may very well be the last thing I ever do, I am going to have a fresh snooze and a fresh set of tires. Maybe pray to the old gods, offer a sacrificial goat, and approach this very carefully. I'm kind of nervous, but that is okay. This is how we do. Never been afraid of risk. Okay, I can turn the wheel somewhat without it feeling like a goddamn chimpanzee, and this is at 20%. Surprising amount of force feedback. But there is no sensation of grip. There is no sensation of can't say understeer, but I can't feel any loss of. Yeah, this is just numb, and it feels more delayed because the game engine is not countering as quickly because its output is limited. And this is the problem which led to me going 100% in the driver and using the game, pushing the game to the brink, or so I thought, to 60%, which is really more like what is it, like 30% or something? stupid, I don't know. I don't math well in the head, I need a spreadsheet. But yeah, now you feel a noticeable gap between loss of grip and the base actually telling you, hey, there is no grip now. Well past the visible how do I phrase it? Past seeing that the weight transfer has indeed taken place. So you're kind of left with a false impression that you still haven't got lateral momentum on the rear counter to what is productive in regards to where you want to go. Like, it literally feels like it's lagged because of the restrictions on the engine. It feels like there's a... yeah, okay. Yes, I understand what David meant now. I finally understand what he meant. David has been telling me that he feels like while steering there is a huge dead zone in the middle. And that is exactly what this feels like. Except my interpretation is, initially is, it is, if I initiate the counter steer, you don't feel the response of the fronts being pulled, or there being forces acting against what is counter to moving the direction the front is supposed to be going. You don't feel that in the wheel, you just feel nothing. And it's while going in a straight line, it does indeed feel like a dead zone. But not if you move the wheel slowly. If you move it very slowly, it transitions sorta okay, but with a noticeable click. And then if you jank it, then there's a huge gap where nothing is transmitted. Fascinating. That makes sense. That actually makes sense, considering the infinite wobble thing. Because if the game believes that there is nothing going on, how can it counter that force? And as such, it gets stuck in an infinite loop. Except when the driver is, or the wheelbase is allowed to reach its peak output, and the strength of the game isn't limited, it feels less. Which does not quite make sense, but is, because this gap is not there at all at 63%, with 100% in the driver. I completely understand why people who just plug and play this game are super confused about grip on the rear now. Because I don't do defaults. I don't at all do defaults. Or I guess I do defaults for 3 seconds, don't analyze it, I determine it's shit, and then I go for what I believe is the closest I'm gonna get to the thing, and then I try a couple different permutations up against each other, and then I settle for the thing that feels the most like the thing I want it to feel like, which to date is ACC. Yeah, there's just a... wow, okay. Okay, it's not strong now, that's nice. I just throw my hands in the air just in case for
We're seeing lots of front locking.
safety, and I'm surprised when things happen. While in fact there was nothing warranting that response at the moment, past the fact that I was surprised I lost the rear, because I could not see it coming, because the information was so delayed. super duper delayed. Okay, so where do we go from here? This is at 200%. Let's see, let's review. Our settings currently is force feedback. Force feedback strength is at 200%. Smoothing is at 9. Okay. Collision is at 0. That is fine. We'll keep that there. Is this smoothing being an asshole? Let's find out. What happens if we go smoothing 0 with 200% at 20% in driver, and lo and behold, we have the feeling of a permissive wheel rotation speed. We have the notching, the cog-light-like effect. We do not have the snapback or the infinite wobble, but that I would assume is because wheel rotation speed in the driver is set to 0. So if we then go to a value we know should result in it, indeed there it is. If we go well past that level, indeed it continues to do the same thing. So through this experiment, while not conclusive at this stage, we can with somewhat certainty say that this is not a byproduct of Simpro's, let's call it compensation options. This will just keep going ad infinitum. This is not good. And I've reached the point now. I've gotten past the I think I'm at this acceptance stage now. What is the stages of denial again? How far am I in the process? How much more must I suffer? Stages of denial. Of grief. I mean grief. The 5 stages of grief after a loss, because that is kind of the shit that is kind of what I'm experiencing in a way. And I don't think it's so much just because this, but I feel like every time I touch an early access title, I am teleported back in time to the year 2016, or was it 2017? Either way, when Quake Champions was launched in public beta, and shortly thereafter was made early access, and promises made that this would be a temporary thing as we finish up development and then ramp up content generation and creation of new content and maps, and then blah blah blah. Oh, we're gonna fix the netcode, we're gonna fix the everything. Oh, everything's gonna be great. It's gonna be the best Quake ever. And then nothing happens. It's just rehashing the same fucking assets over and over again into clones of maps we already know, and they kept fucking up the balance, and everything was just shit. And I persevered through that fucking shit for 2.5 years before I literally lost my absolute shit and just fired a nuke targeting the devs and then quit. I don't want to become that person again. I don't want to end up in the trap where I'm like, yeah, I have no life, I can spend all this time on a game, so let's do it, even though everything tells me that Legacy is better. Anyway, that is yet another rant, but this is where all of this shit stems from. Like, this has been my life, like optimizing hardware and optimizing game engines in order to give me a snowball's chance in hell to be competitive on back then aging hardware. And no matter how you optimize a pile of shit, it's gonna run like a pile of shit, even on modern hardware. And that is where I am, where my motivation stems from in this particular scenario, as shown in the first part of the stream, and now in the second part, transitioned into, yeah, I would call it tilt level rage, while sitting down in a relatively controlled manner using somewhat civilized language. But oh dear, my tone of voice, the resting bitch voice, is even I can hear it. I don't like it. I don't like it. But it is. What can I do? I can try. I try. I fail. And I fail again, and I fail again, and I fail again. And then I sit there talking about these things, trying to explain why I am the way I am, because of a fucking Bethesda title. Oh, it's all stupid. It's all fucking stupid. But anyway, I'm gonna conclude this. I have started. I want to conclude this. Buy the game, by the way. But don't go buy the sub yet. Buy the base game. Play the free events. And essentially hold a knife to their throat, because that is the situation. And wait and see. Don't care about the license. Wait and see before you farm away your life on on fake internet points. That would be my fucking advice. Give them a little money in the form of the thing you need to buy anyway at this stage. Stop there. Anyway. The 5 stages of grief can be summarized as denial, checks out, anger, checks out, bargaining. That is where I am now. I'm literally documenting shit. I'm going to compile all the information I can and present it to the people in the most kind way I can,
now 23 Celsius.
in hope of improvement and fixing shit like this infinite wobble, which is still going, even though I haven't touched it since I started ranting about why I am the way I am in regards to things I am passionate about so far, gaming, go. And it will continue until the end of time, or somebody cuts the electricity. Stage 4, depression. Oh boy. It was tough. It was actually tough. And it's a computer game. But it's a computer game I ended up spending a lot of hours into, because there was a competitive scene, there was it seemed like it would be having an esports scene, and it seemed like it would have a long shelf life, and it seemed like they would be developing it like a service that would be expanded upon, but turned out to be basically a piece of software stuck in time on a proprietary engine, because fucking Tim. He just could not wait until IdTech 5, was finished. No. He had to, or maybe he was forced, but they ended up on a Russian fucking engine. No hate against the Russians, but it was a Russian engine, and a fucking engine, not a Russian fucking engine, as in the fucking because of Russian. It was a fucking engine made by Russians, just to make that clear. I don't mind Russian people one bit. Fuck their government, but I know a lot of cool Russians. I like Russians. They're fun people. But it was a fucking proprietary Russian engine, which they did not have the tools to do anything past make maps within AutoCAD using proprietary assets, and as such they were locked in contractually in the form that they in the sense that they could not create new assets. So all maps just become remixes of prior maps with the same goddamn rocky stuff, like, you know, Quake, what it looks like. over and over and over again. There was no variation, and that's fine. So long the maps are good to play, I don't care how they look really. But it would be nice with different colors of the wall on the walls here and there, some different lamps, you know, just to spruce it up a little. But they couldn't even fucking do anything past rehashing old maps, because they didn't have the budget to have creatives which would create new maps, and so on and so on. And it is the parallels between that and this. I kinda, it's what's fueling me right now. It's what's fueling this rant, and I feel like I kind of see it in the sense that, like, sure, new cars, but I mean, look at that guy right ahead.
20 minutes remaining. You've got 20 minutes left.
I'm not gonna say much. I'm gonna say I'm not impressed. That is not a great asset. And the guys standing there waving the flags, fine, not important. Much in the same way to the textures in Quake. But I mean, the animation doesn't even have a fluid start and end. All of these are like warning signs to me that makes me cautious. But anyway, I have digressed once more. And that is where we transition into the depression stage. Or where we sign off the depression stage. Because that's what kind of happened. Like, I was just playing it to death, hoping it'd get better, hoping I'd get better, despite having input lag, which made it borderline impossible to hit scan. It was just such a shit show, and I'm angry about it. They pissed away a lot of time I could have spent on other things, not productive things, but other games which would have been far less rage-inducing. For that there is no doubt. And that is the trap I am so fucking worried about ending up in, because I will persevere. Things are gonna get better. I'm forever the optimist, even though I am super negative about things. So yeah, this turned into a confession all of a sudden, but hey, there we go. You might feel angry with yourself for some perceived role in the loss, or even your loved one for dying. Or even Quake for dying. Maybe you're mad at sync error. Maybe you're angry at Tim, or the horde of apologists in the Discord for letting your beloved game die, or even at the old gods for letting something so unfair and tragic happen. Oh dear. Okay, this is wearing off. And the wobble's still going, eh? The wobble is still going. So, how do we do? How do we do? We do things. So, we click back on the game. The wheel stops wobbling. Yep, it wasn't just an artifact. So, engine on, because Alt is a bad button to put it on. But anyway, okay, so where were we? We were in the process of testing something regarding force feedback before I fucking went into semi-depressive mode. Yes, force feedback smoothing at 0, with 0 smoothing in the game, 200% feedback, 20% feedback in the thing. And then, of course, we tested wheel rotation speed just for the fun, and it was not really fun, because it revealed that the underlying problem, which we are bitching at, is in fact not a result of third-party interference with the game's force feedback output. It is indeed the game itself generating the issue. So, with smoothing off, Okay, purring cat is back, and yep, huge dead zone. I guess it's supposed to maybe represent understeer, but that is weird understeer. Yeah, it's just completely dead now. And yep, as expected, like the force feedback, even at, like the curb effects, yep, relative to the rest, and now with the added bonus of having the huge dead zone in the middle, goes to show that yes, the force feedback is just in general super weak on output from this game, even at 200% and limited by the driver. While other aspects of the force feedback, such as the rumble,
Okay, Gary.
because now I'm at
minutes left.
200%, remember, and it's still noisy as fuck at 20% force feedback, which I can barely feel. So, what if just for fun and... Yep, nope, not that late. That is ridiculous. That is fucking ridiculous. What the shit, man. Okay, don't get tilted. Don't get tilted. Don't get tilted. Let's see. Okay, so we know that 200% is just a thing. And zero smoothing versus max smoothing. Let's keep it at 20. I just want to double check and remind myself what this feels like. Where is settings? There is. Controls, force feedback.
Air temps
And then
increasing.
max
It's now
smoothing.
21 Celsius.
No. Okay, so now we have just numb steering at 200%, but for some reason the resistance feels a little bit less annoying, but the smoothing makes the response of weight transfer taking place feel dull and delayed, as if it's postponing it and then ramping up to it, rather than just having, like, it feels... What does it feel like? It feels like a progressive curve. Which is on a severe delay, based on how much of nothing there is in between the weight transfer. Okay. So, then next permutation is to go to see what the default force feedback. Oh, okay, I can right click and it goes tens. That's nice. I like that feature. That's nice. Thank you. Very practical. Resume. Okay. So now we're at 100%. Okay, so barely any curb response, as is expected with lower value, and a lot of smoothing. But the kicker here is that we're on we're at 20% force feedback. And we still have the massive dead zone in the middle. Ooh, that informs us about things happening well past the point of it actually happening. Therefore, you can't effectively... Yeah, there's nothing telling me anything about the braking. If we induce oversteer, yeah, the sense of grip arrives long enough. I can't tell for real, right? To put it this way, it's so late that you will for sure have been, you're much later. Your ability to respond to the rear actually stepping out is just well past the point where you actually lost it. So that is totally useless. Okay, cool. So then we increase the force feedback strength. So let's try the ACC value at 75% and see how it feels comparatively at 100% in-game with max smoothing to avoid induce or adding latency to the signal.
Alright Gary, 10 minutes to go. That's 10 minutes left.
And using the in-game rather. And I'm pretty sure now that if it snaps at me, it's gonna try to tear my arms off, so I'm not even gonna stick my thumbs into the holes. And okay, so the curves are a little bit less noisy still, so that's nice. Okay, that is somewhat neighbor friendly, but yeah, okay, so it's very strong. The dead zone is it's kinda if I were to describe it as a compressor, the ratio and attack feels sorta good. But I don't feel the understeer. And can I drift this? Oh, ow. Okay, it's trying to break my thumb, but that's okay. Okay. Okay, so it's very strong now at 75%. Okay. So let's dial it back, see if we can find a better balance. Maybe 100% is like... maybe... the thing I don't understand is the timing of it. Why does 63% feel so much more natural? Okay, I need less slip. One good thing that's come out of this experiment is that the curbs aren't murdery in terms of the neighbors wanting to kill me. But it still feels dead zony in the center.
Your front tyres are cold.
Which is the weird part. Why does it feel like it has more dead zone in the center with higher force feedback value, lower driver cap, the logic is just so strange. Okay, so I understood that on that lock before it happened. It is fighting me fairly satisfactorily or whatever, in a pleasant manner through the corners. But the straight line shake, yeah, this I remember now. The shaking, like it is shaking violently, going in a straight line now, like super violently. And the warmer the tires become, the stronger the force feedback effect on the curbs gets. Makes sense because the tires are technically getting stiffer the more pressure is added, but I don't understand how this is in any way, shape or form how a car is
Okay,
supposed
Gary,
to feel like.
5 minutes to go, 5 minutes left.
And this is max smoothing in game. Okay, so what other options do we have? Okay, so it's at 65% now. That is less dangerous than 100. But the problem is with 100, the road effect going in a straight line is just super excessive. Okay, so I should start noting these things as well. Road. Okay. Right, so we're at 100%. We don't want to add latency. We're gonna follow the best practices. It is strong. So okay, let's dial it back to 50% force feedback in the drive. And then it just feels weird. Immediately it just feels weird. Oh, why? Like, this is the one thing that Kunos does really good. Like, there is no confusion when doing force feedback in Kunos and with Kunos, and they have very few limited options as well. But their balance is decent. So I guess I can't like blame them for wanting to simplify, but I mean, while the product is in its current state, it makes no sense to do so. And now the dead zone in the middle is back. So there's something weird happening with when the signal amplification is reduced, or the amplitude of the signal is reduced, a huge dead zone presents itself, and the force feedback, which is clearly there, there is signal, but it is so weak that you have to amplify the signal or let the game output a signal that is so strong that everything else becomes excessive, resulting in what is in between feeling like a dead zone comparatively to everything else, which is like in line with the...
We've got cold tyres, we need to get some heat into them.
With the curb effects compared to everything else. So there is a huge disconnect between the feeling of curbs and what is going on in this range of the wheel, which is with high force feedback under load feels good, but the second a car snaps,
that's 2 minutes
it goes
left.
into the absolute crazy apeshit territory where curbs feels like it's going to shake apart the building or have a negative impact on your health, or it snaps back at you so hard that you can literally damage soft tissue if you don't have the ability to react instantly and let go. And I mean, sure, real cars, they're not easy to handle when they snap, but as mentioned, you have a separate sense informing you that, oh, time to let go of the wheel. And even if you don't, in other words, you're drifting, it is nothing like the transition we got here. This is just from 0 to 100 immediately, or you're left with super mushy force feedback. Yeah, that is about as well I can put this to words. So at the moment, the only tool I suppose I have is to find a golden middle, which I kinda have at 63%, 0 smoothing in game, 7 smoothing in driver, wheel rotation speed 3 or 2, and force feedback detail 10, was it? I'll write all this down afterwards. Summarize, bloody well. Do not take this video for gospel. Wait for the written complaint, which I am now
checkered flag, P1.
properly fucking motivated producing, because I want this game to succeed, believe it or not. I want this game to annihilate its competitors, maybe not ACC, but the other games as a service, of which there is one. I want to steal this game to steal all of its customers, because this game actually deserves them. But at the same time, I don't want all those customers to be given a bad impression because early access and then possibly injured as a consequence. That would be bad. That would be super bad and a surefire way to not exist anymore as a company. Yeah. It's gonna be fun transcribing this shit. Or no, wait, I can download the subtitles, can't I? And then just pipe it through. Yeah, that I can do. Alright, why haven't I thought about that before? Let's put YouTube to work. Yes, I'm gonna do that. That I'm gonna do. Use ChatGPT to filter out all the anger and vitriol, and then hopefully be left with something conclusive. Okay, so next on the agenda. What does the configuration files in this thing look like? That would be an interesting thing to see. So let's do that. Let us do that. Let's close down a bunch of shit we don't need. That, and then I'll take you along for the ride once I've found the files. Let's see. Yeah, there was nothing under local app data. It was all under Steam apps, wasn't it? I think everything is under Steam apps. And that is also a kind of a tell that this is we're dealing with legacy here. This is not new. This is old and new. Which is fine. I mean, everything's built on top of something. But peculiar to me that they just didn't. Why not just R Factor 3? Why Le Mans Ultimate? While it clearly is more than Le Mans.
COL the count tangent. Without being rude, Geyer, you running a medium range PC. Although a good AM4X3D. Looks like good results still. How is the image in the headset compared to stream? If I may ask.
Yes, I am well aware that my machine is indeed no longer an apex predator in the sense, and I am indeed shocked that it is capable of doing what it does, considering this resolution of this particular headset. But I am currently running 90 stable with acceptable latencies at 50% scaling. So all things considered, it doesn't look all that bad. There's some shimmer here and there, but when you're driving and you're focused, you don't really notice those things. So, like, I can, sure, if I turn up the resolution to say 60 or 70 or 80 or even of course 100, the menu looks nice and crisp. But if I were to try to put into words what this looks like, I would say it's like sitting at a normal distance to a 27-inch 1080p display. Roughly. Things such as straight lines due to FSR is a bit shimmery. But so far as pixelation is concerned, it's not worse than that at all. If anything, I would say that this game at 50%. Let's go start a new session here so I can get back into the car. And yeah, I am a negative Noah. I've been shitting on this game for fucking hours now since I started dissecting the FFB. And for all the negatives things I say, remember that the negatives I am focusing on are mainly two subcategories: render and thus latency, or input latency, and frame transitions, and the force feedback. So far the rest is concerned, all the things I do not speak of are by and large quite positive and a huge step forward for the rFactor 2 engine, if I may be blunt and call it what it is. Because there is no way that so many things that is of old is just magically rewritten, if that makes sense. But yes, you are entirely correct that I am on a mid-range PhD and so on and so on, but...
COL the count tangent.
None of this...
Oh, my PC is only a 5900X AMD, so not putting you down, slightly smiling face.
Oh yeah, no,
Shimmering
no,
I can handle. I also have the G2 reverb.
Yeah,
I have no problem running at 60 FPS locked. Oh,
yeah.
the quality sounds good still.
Yep.
COL the count tangent.
And
the latency of CPU 4.2 and GPU 2.6. COL the count tangent. Are great.
It's, let's see, I need to read up with that because I was trying to remember what I wanted to say. I have, let's say I have the memory of a goldfish, but I think I should be able to piggyback off the things you said there because they were relevant. Let's see. Without being, oh yeah, yes. Not putting, oh yes, point one. There is no putting me down. There is only calling me on my bullshit. And I appreciate every attempt. And in general, like, I welcome criticism. I may sound like I get irked or stuff, but I have what I would like to call a resting bitch voice when I am challenged and when I am frustrated by the lack of progress, even though there has been plenty of it. It is just the lack of progress in the most important areas, at least to me. So yeah, that's point one. Point two, latency 4.2 and 2.6. Yeah, right, but they are slightly oscillating. So I guess what are your peak values would be interesting to know, because those are the ones that fuck with me. Like, so long I'm sub 4 milliseconds, my brain is like, ooh, frame transitions smooth. I am in car, regardless of being able to see or to play on a big 1080p display where pixels are clearly visible when you're sitting still. It is when the CPU starts exceeding 6 milliseconds, then I start noticing that the GPU is falling behind and I get motion reprojection or just straight up frame drops. And when the CPU is basically a little bit behind, the GPU is behind, and everything suffers as a consequence. So long I'm below 6 on the CPU, the render queue is not exceeding 4 milliseconds, and the GPU's processing time, or what's the call? Yeah, drawing the frame doesn't take more than my tolerance is 7. I would say 8. 8 when I'm racing, I'm fine with, because there's so much else I'm focusing on that I don't have the mental capacity to get annoyed about it and start spiraling into these infinite loops like I've been producing in the form of this stream over the last, I don't know how many hours. But when
COL the count tangent. I have motion sickness, but I have realized after hundreds of hours of playing with OpenXR and Steam that anything less than 13 milliseconds on GPU and CPU is sweet for me before I get the oh shit feeling.
Okay, yeah, no, but that is the thing. Like, brains interpret things differently. Like, we have different interpretations of time.
Are you use foveated encoding setting in OpenXR toolkit?
No, I don't. I can't use foveated for whichever reason, because I'm on at least under FSR. I'm not unable. Like, there is no foveated. It does not exist for me on AMD, while I hear from people who are on NVIDIA, they get to use FSR and foveated. So I don't know what's up with that. I haven't really looked into it, but yeah, these are my settings, by the way. So nothing really special about it. Just chuck the sharpness up to get pixels to look like pixels, to give my brain an impression that the image is not smeared. And while it shimmers more, it makes
update OpenXR toolkit to the new modded version.
Oh, so that's what that means. I saw earlier somebody mentioning OpenXR modded, but I was eating and I was eager to get back in here to do this. Unbeknownst to me that I would be tilting myself when when the force feedback started to, yeah, you know, get into the territory of pissing off neighbors or not, straight up killing me, and ended up following that trail. But yeah, okay, that's news to me. OpenXR toolkit. Thank you for the tip, by the way, much appreciated. OpenXR toolkit modded. So yeah, when I stare up here, that's where my
COL the count tangent
thing is.
Yeah, I have the OpenXR mod as well. It's just dropping in a file. It's quite easy.
Yeah,
but still,
yeah.
G2 Reverb and AMD can't support foveated yet.
Right. Okay, so let's see. Is it on GitHub or something? Where can I find it? Released modded.
Carl Ross. Oni Speed YouTube tutorial.
Yeah, no, I should be able to do it simply by getting the file and or getting the archive and seeing what files are involved here. I just need to know where the heck it is. I'm searching OpenXR toolkit mod.
He's got the link in his videos.
Oh,
COL the count tangent.
That
At
is
Carl Ross, yes, the Oni Speed tutorial for me too.
right. Oni Speed. Maybe I should just look at the chat's history and copy. On a speed, not Oni. Okay. Is it on a speed? OpenXR mod, I guess.
The track temperature's rising. It's now 21 Celsius.
Let's see. In this video, I'm blah blah. Download the original. Got that one. Download Owner Speeds mod here from drive.google.com. That's always fun. Link.txt. And then it goes back to YouTube. What the fuck? Okay. And then we are linked to drive.google. If you want to share the video link, not the direct link to my drive. Thanks. New DLL version, then we go here. Ah, I see what they did there. I got you. Okay, so then we grab the entire folder. Preparing download. But yeah, I felt like I was on my way to respond to something. Yeah, like, okay, so while this
COL
is...
the count tangent. He's actually added a new mod on top of the mod LOL. Carl Ross. It's a bit of a mess but worth it.
Yeah, no, dude, like, isn't that the definition of the VR API pipeline? Or like it is just a fucking patchwork of random shit that sorta made sense long ago, and now OpenXR is trying to fix everything, and then it's history repeating itself, kinda. But it's fine. I mean, that's how we humans do. We iterate on previous
COL the count tangent.
innovations.
This is the VR FPS and MS response time chasing the dragon movement.
Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, I don't know how long you've been watching my mental breakdown live on TV here, but like the first part of the stream was kind of positive and you know, okay, and I was happy to find things slightly improved but still the same and so on. What the fuck, where the fuck was I going with this? I keep distracting myself by trying to put down, to like contextualize prior to moving on to the thing I want to say, and then I forget what I want to say, and it's just stupid. Something latency, dragon chasing, yes.
COL the count tangent.
I was doing that. That was what I wanted to say.
I have watched your vids back and live a few times. They're cool.
Okay.
Honesty
Dear
and
God.
meltdowns are unavoidable with VR. Carl Ross. You're nearly worse than me for tweaking, lol.
Good. At least then I have someone to look up to, and thank you for making me feel a little bit less about being me on the internet. It's like I don't have a problem with it, you know. It's just like, while I realize that I am losing my shit and I sound like an absolute... What's the word? I sound like an absolute cunt. I don't sound like this in my head, but when I go and watch back the VODs, which is kind of why I started streaming
Carl
in the
Ross.
first place, by the way.
7 hours tweaking,
It's-
1 hour driving.
It's just weird.
COL the count tangent. I like record my tweakings only so I can look back, as fuck me it can be hard to remember what you did in a 2-hour session, lol.
Yeah, no, that is, like, by all means, it would be nice to have a passive income from YouTube streaming and so all that shit, but like, that is literally the purpose, besides psychoanalyzing myself and trying to capture things as they happened in-game, and I can see everything as was, not as is, sorta represented by a replay file. This is why I stream. This is me outsourcing my absolute dog shit ability to remember absolutely anything, even the things I want to say 3 seconds from now, because I distracted myself on my way there. So yeah, that is literally it. We are the same. Or at least we are similar. Hello. Hello, brother. But yes, I see. I need to copy one file into OpenXR Toolkit, and I suppose maybe I need to... Let's see. Am I missing something?
COL
at
the
end here?
count tangent. Seems we have 3 FPS chasing lunatics in one stream, slightly smiling face.
Oh yeah.
I have saved this VID for review later as well, haha.
Oh dear. Yeah, no, I to put it this way, like, I reached the point at the stage of meltdown earlier where I was actually thinking to myself, my god, man, you need to unlist this and then download it, and then you need to cut it into very small pieces, which make sense in context, and you don't sound like an absolute fucking asshole, because that's not my intent. I'm not... When I go on these rants, I don't want to discourage people from getting into LMU. Quite the contrary. I could have just done all this and streamed it unlisted or something, but I don't know. Then you wouldn't have showed up here and told me about this thing. So it's like I'm like, it's like FOMO of missing out on opportunities to actually be corrected, and that is. Yeah, that's one of the secondary reasons why I do.
Carl Ross. Think you need to watch the video, as you have to add a file somewhere and I can't remember how to do it.
Yeah, no, it's just to stick it in. It says here rogue bow copy, whatever is in directory 2 C:\program files OpenXR Toolkit. So that I think I can do. OpenXR Toolkit and paste. And then it wants to replace this file, so then the question becomes, I will probably need to disable OpenXR Toolkit.
Carl
which
Ross.
I then need to
Thumbs
quit the
up,
game.
light skin tone.
So yeah, I will quit the game and then I'll open OpenXR Toolkit and disable it so that it will let me write to the file. OpenXR Toolkit, and yes. So yeah, no, I'm just lucky that I feel shame. Of course, I feel shame, but I don't care. It's like if I have something, if there is benefit from me not having or not giving a shit about what people think about me, great, I'll do that.
COL the count tangent. Save the old as backup, if you haven't already.
Yes, that was, I almost forgot to do that, but either way, it would be just a quick reinstall. But indeed, you are correct. It is the far more efficient way of going about this. So XR, there is the DLL, and then we add .old behind it, and we say indeed continue, and it let me do it. So then we do the copy operation again. Otherwise, Windows 11 will just get confused because, oh, the file isn't there. Oh, but yeah, it doesn't matter. You're going to overwrite it anyway. Why are you fucking having a hissy fit over this? Modern computing, man. It does things to the brain. It does things to the brain. Not necessarily all positive, I would propose. Okay, so I am now copying file into thing. Continue. File copied. And then pop back into OpenXR Toolkit, and as there is nothing else, now I see, because I was reading over the chat log earlier in the official LMU Discord VR channel thing, and they were talking about crop to FOV, and I was like, what the fuck? What is this? Probably setting in JSON or something, but no. I completely missed out on this thing, and indeed, I am now I have now copied the file in place. I have re-enabled XR Toolkit, and it says 132 still, but I assume they have okay, so we'll just start the game rather than obsess about things preemptively. Let's just discover. That is how you do. So we fire up Ultima. Yeah, fuck, man. Oh, it's just so weird hearing my machine be described as mid-range while being well aware of it. It's just so, it just catches you off guard. Like, it's like somebody telling your dog that your dog is ugly or something for like a fraction of a second before the rational part of your brain kicks in and goes like, oh yeah, it is actually 3 years old. Oh, that's fun. And I just had that thought and it amused me and I needed to share it. I'm sorry. I am that way. Okay, so yes, we have on speed mode now. Hello.
COL the count tangent. Oh yeah, for God's sake, I bought the 5900X when it was overpriced, now it's old. Yep. LMAO.
It's painful. It is painful. I got lucky with my X3D though. I got it for, I think, 50 euros roughly cheaper than I bought my X5800 only like, I don't know, 9, 10, 11 months prior. So it's like, but for some reason, the game has decided to start up at a angle which is not level, so I need to restart it. It did this earlier as well. Really strange, but that is fine. It's not a problem. It's hardly an inconvenience, some would say. So let's do that and keep the head still.
COL the count tangent. Oh nice. Now I am really miffed. I should have got one. Smiley face.
Yeah. No, and the X3D versus the non X3D, I was surprised.
Ross. I've no idea how to get crop to FFB to work for my headset, but what I have done is put myself in a kind of helmet view by culling the outer mask, and the performance and visual quality have improved.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. There is so, like, if you think about it, like when you're wearing a helmet, you ain't seeing your feet, like, at all. So if you're going for realism, cropping would be part of it. It's just, to me, the reason I haven't gone to that step yet is because it runs at an acceptable level without it. Granted, I dropped the resolution enough, and also it means I would have to adjust things in OBS, which makes me cringe. So I'm just like, okay. I've in my older years, I've sort of pivoted a little bit towards the path of least resistance and not OCDing absolutely everything at every possible opportunity.
Carl
because
Ross.
There are things.
But I have foveated, so hopefully the crop thing works for you.
Yeah, it probably will. God damn it! Is that what I'm gonna do now? But yeah, okay, so I have one argument that supports my procrastination on the issue in regards to dropping the resolution, and that is it would invalidate the testing I did yesterday on the previous version, which I kind of did things to compare against earlier, and also I really... It's literally just right-clicking the source in OBS and adjusting the crop, but the problem is that it doesn't care about the aspect ratio. So I have to sort of, I have to devise a way, or I have to first screenshot the image as it is, while in whatever aspect ratio I can screenshot via OBS, because I don't have anything visible on any physical monitor. And then I have to basically do an eyeball comparison and stretch the OBS source.
COL the count tangent. I realized a year or so ago that the X3D chips from reviews unbottlenecked the GPUs, but my 400 pounds 5900X was bottlenecking it even with a 7900X. Then they released so many new X3D LOL. Carl Ross. Yeah, I don't stream, so I haven't got that to worry about.
Yeah, it's just like it's just a tedious, busy work, and as a post-work related burnout person, still getting anxiety thinking about doing unnecessary things, which even while they would benefit me, it's just like I'd rather just do this. Like, fuck it. I can't be arsed. I'm getting old. But anyway, we just did a thing. The game feels somewhat leveled now. Okay, let's see what's new here. And also, did I forget to respond to anything? That would be rude. Got crop 2 FOV. Okay, so I guess this is where I am lacking a bit of definitions, and I feel awkward about asking if anyone could explain it, or because I could probably just watch the video and have it explained to me. But that's the thing, I hate watching things. God damn it. But I will do it in the interest of learning. But if it is a option, which is in here somewhere, that I can simply experiment with to see what it does, then we are in right up my alley. Here you go. It is a resolution. And this is the fascinating part, like resolution per eye, 3160. I'm not sure if I've maybe spoken to you in DM or something, or any of you following my entry to the Discord today, but the resolution of the G2 per eye is 2160 by 2160, and like doing anything to this doesn't so far I have noticed to this stage, to this point, do anything. Even after restarts. But that may change here. But that leads into the next question. Which headset do you have? Did you mention? And how do you deal with the percentage versus actual numbers, considering we want to achieve a 1-to-1 ratio, which is impossible here, because it's telling me that it's the closest I can get to 2160 by 2160 would
COL
be
the count tangent.
this.
I have a G2 Reverb.
Okay,
Carl
so
Ross.
same.
I'm on an Apple Vision Pro, so I'm no help here.
Right. Oh. So, do you change this at all, or do you just leave it at 100? I guess is the short version of my question. Come to think of it. Or is, yeah. Because, okay, so I just think I connected a dot here. Because this is the thing, like the custom resolution stuff, override resolution stuff, it doesn't do anything for me so far I'm aware. So, crop to FOV. It means crop the image
COL
to
the
the field
count
of view.
tangent. I always reduce to the nearest the level of the headset.
Okay. Well, it doesn't hurt to try. I'm as I like to say, but I don't really practice. I like to try everything at least once. Most things, at least. So okay, so I'm guessing the lowest number would be theirs, 2160 by 2210. Crop to FOV. Motion reprojection off, as it should be. Zoom, no. Motion reprojection another time is also off. Okay, that is fine. Yeah, and here we go again, like current resolution, 3160 by 3088. That isn't even remotely close. It's... I think this is where it kind of shits itself with the AMD, where it's not detecting the correct resolution, and therefore it just doesn't do anything. And that would be
COL the
crazy
count
amounts of
tangent
speculation, but
is custom available on override resolution as well.
yeah, I can select it, but it doesn't do anything. So far I'm aware. It does 0 things. And I imagine also it does 0 things.
Carl Ross.
Oh.
Restart game maybe?
Yeah, that was the thing which I'm
COL
hoping
the count
maybe
tangent.
can...
The resolution is literally providing the exact as Steam. It's because it can't tell your headset is Fresnel.
Let's see. Fresnel?
Carl Ross. And that should reset Opanxer.
What is Fresnel? That is a word I have not seen.
COL the count tangent. I.e. that's a WMR problem. It's the Fresnel calculation issue as with Steam.
Something and things I don't know. A Fresnel lens. A word I don't know. It's a type of composite compact lens which reduces the amount of material required compared to a conventional lens by dividing the lens into a set of concentric annular sections. I am familiar with the lens. I know how the lens do, but I've never really looked into what it's called and how what the tech is. So interesting. Bookmark. I will read this. This is relevant
COL the count tangent.
to my existence.
G2 reverb lenses are Fresnel. So there is a barrel correction calculation to make Steam correct the image for use and linked to WMR. COL the count tangent.
The plot
This is our
thickens.
G2 reverb bane LOL.
The plot thickens. So, yeah, okay. Right. Okay. Yeah, well, that explains the resolution thing. I would guess, maybe, in a sense. At least it feels that way. Not sure if that's just the novelty factor kicking in. But nonetheless, okay, so, alright, let's just get as close to as possible. Okay, so crop to FOV. Is there a difference? Like, so would guess it's something new here, since new feature that is different to custom. But is there? Or is it simply custom with presets? Or I don't know. But we'll do that, and we'll restart the game, and we'll see. It's just like provide me with I'm like ChatGPT. I give me a prompt and I'll just fucking rant and speculate ad infinitum, it would seem. Okay, so we are
COL the
missing
count
out on
tangent.
anything.
I did hear Oni mention the FOV option does not work for AMD. But
Yeah.
this is area that has to be tested. Honestly,
Okay.
I didn't test FOV.
Gotcha. Alright, so then there's nothing interesting here, and turbo mode can wait for later, because I prefer to see the other message than CPU boost, and no information about what the GPU is doing, and really there is no huge gain unlocking the game's renderer. Okay, so then we close LMU, and then we start LMU. For which
COL the
it
count
is,
tangent.
and there, and then
I mean, I didn't test foveated rendering but did mess a bit with custom. It did make some frame difference.
oh yeah, no, I believe when I was using CAS, which isn't really upscaling, it's just a very... Okay, yep, this absolutely did something. This did change the resolution, for sure.
COL the count tangent.
Okay.
But that was mainly on AC EVO. Which is shite in VR LOL.
Oh yeah. It seems... Well, now I'm going on a tangent, but yeah, it seems like it's capping the left... Or it's dividing the 90 hertz for each eye by 2, and applying it on each display for some fucked up reason. I just don't understand it, because like my frame rate is hard locked. Granted that I dropped the resolution to low enough values to overcome the the render pipeline in that thing. It will be just say fixed at 45 FPS and be horrible, like literally horrible. But I haven't tested the last version though, so I shouldn't speak too negatively. But yeah, no, yeah, this version actually seems to do something. Okay, so then I guess by
COL the count
reducing
tangent.
resolution, we reduce
What, so you have
bandwidth
2 images in
requirement.
each eye now?
Me here, yes, and also yes in AC Evo, but 45 hertz. Not sure what I'm answering here, but I give you both. Why not? But here I can definitely see that the resolution has dropped, because the menu was nice and clean at 50 on an even 1:1 pixel, or a divisible number 2 specifically. It looks nice and clean. Rant void point uncertain, knowledge gained, processing. Yes, okay, so what we've done, we've basically cut off 70%, no, 30% of the pixels which were being pushed over to the GPU, we reduced the frame pushed to the GPU to be rendered by 30%. As such, it stands to reason
Carl
that
Ross.
we can...
And your headroom on GPU and CPU latency has gone up.
Oh yeah, I would imagine. It's probably clocking itself down now because it doesn't think there's anything to do. What the fuck? 99% headroom on the GPU. I just gotta see what this looks like in with scaling 21 whatever, 22 whatever by 21 whatever from half resolution. I'm sure this is gonna be fucking smooth. But still, this is like, okay, the thing that annoys me, and this is kind of like, this is typical me, right? I find a solution to some, or not I find, but I am presented the solution to a problem which is annoying.
COL the count tangent.
Immediately.
Oh well, that's the one area you did not like, the menu slightly smiling face. Carl, great reminder of OpenXR update, and holy shit, her GPU is chilling with a cocktail with that headroom. Hopefully it runs nice.
I am fairly certain it will, because like I'm at the native resolution scaled up from 50%. It is already pretty smooth. It's just like a couple of areas on the maps which are in dire need of optimization, which then bridges me to the point I was about to make, specifically that even though I've now been presented with a potential fix for the problem, it just means that we that, how do I put this? Rather than forcing the developers to actually correct the issues which are in the general user base causing performance issues, potentially, like, my instinct here would be like, oh, okay, it's working now, I can just not do anything more about this, rather than extensively document and throw shit at in the kindest way possible at the developers in order to get them to put focus in areas that I, as a customer, think is good, because I would then not need third-party duct tape fixes, regardless of how good they are, to achieve these things. Because think about it, like, this is a modern title in the year, supposedly modern title, released in the year 2025, and it has they haven't integrated one goddamn upscaling feature. That to me is just like, why? Come on. It's just so frustrating to me, because even OpenXR, the people who developed OpenXR initially said that, have recently stated that OpenXR is basically a tool to use when there is no other
COL the
options
count tangent.
in the best.
I wish game developers asked for OpenXR to get involved directly. They are magicians, lol.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, it's a money thing probably. But anyway, what was I about to say? Oh my god, I hate my short-term memory. It's so shit. It frustrates me to no end that, like, it's up to the user to kind of by chance, through a random angry rant on a stream, end up with two like-minded individuals who point out that the thing he was curious what was earlier is actually a mod to the thing which gives me the feature which should have been in the game in the first place. It is just such a fucking... I mean, full disclosure, I'm what is in the internet lingo called a spurg, with quite severe case of ADHD, hence why I can't fucking remember a goddamn thing or keep a train of thought going without spiraling in any which way direction I may end up. And also the source of my ability to sit here for 7 hours and obsess about latency so I can play without my brain having any reason to lose focus on the thing I'm doing, which is racing, because stutter is annoying and sends my subconscious into it just spins out of control, and then I end up in somebody's rear, and that's not fun. I'm not saying that it is the exclusive reason, the sole reason why it happens, but
Carl
me
Ross.
getting distracted
LOL.
by stupid things like small, like even just like 6 frames which are delayed, which is the symptom this game in particular is plagued by, and also to a degree ACC in certain areas when using when using OpenXR in particular, toolkit in particular. It throws me off. You might as well just have put a naked woman in front of me, and I'm like, duh, full on fucking stupid mode. All brain, all blood just goes everywhere else but where it's supposed to be, and then I fuck up. And I optimize to avoid those situations and improve my likelihood at succeeding despite my, let's say, interesting extra side quests. I don't want to call them disadvantages or problems or whatever. It's just extra things to be mindful of. So yeah, I don't know what I was going to say initially, but I'm sure you can infer from that where I was going. And anyway, I am curious about latency because, oh my god, they're all the... why do I lift my eyes when I try to look at the thing there? I should move this a little bit further up. I sometimes get like these flashbacks to the first couple of times I played Doom, where I was like trying to look around corners as a kid. I have that feeling now. The statistics are so far down, I look up to kind of like bring them up into view, but that doesn't help. What the fuck? I know better than this. I know better, but I still do. But that is fine. I am human. Okay, so we'll move these up just a little bit. I'm sorry if they're in the way, but I'm sure you're staring more at them at these numbers than you are the gameplay anyway. Given by if I'm to go by our conversation so far. Let's see. Start. So, all right.
COL the count tangent. We have to basically beta test the shit out of a new game in VR LMAO for the developer LMAO.
Yeah.
ADHD right LOL. Possibly some OCD issues for me too LMAO.
Yeah. Oh no. That's yes. Like I so far I understand it. I can't say that I have an OCD diagnosis, but the symptoms are they are literally that, and I will, just for fun, and I apologize if any devs read what I'm about to show you, but it is written from a place of love. Know that I want you to succeed. I am not trying to discourage people from signing up to this game or getting the base game or anything like that. That is not the intent here. Misunderstand me correctly when you see this. But I will show you what ADHD, high functioning Asperger's, or autism as it is actually called these days, with a quite severe ADHD comorbidity looks like in writing, and what goes on behind the scenes, hopefully. So there it is. It's like this just started like I just wanted to remember a couple of things, like, please devs, don't have menu items that move with the game, with the head. Make them fixed in time and space, like ACC, so it doesn't break immersion. And then it's just like... So I essentially went from that to some notes on a bug following being on a local session too long, and HUD stuff, and an FFB continuous wobble. I don't know if you've seen that, but that's fucking hilarious in of itself. And then tire model, blah, blah, speculation, and then I ended up like, okay, force feedback is shit. Why is it shit? What am I doing wrong? What exists out there of information that might solve the issue that I've missed out on? So I go onto the forum and I read the official guide, and then I find like it to be so outdated that it doesn't even the options doesn't even exist in the menu anymore, or that it's been renamed. And then I start writing. So I'm like, not only I'm fucking sat here like a person trying to optimize my gaming experience, I'm also doing QA on not only their renderer, but also their force feedback, but also their fucking forum. Vetting the information they are disseminating to the general public and referring to as a potential source for fixes for common issues. And I'm like, I had like a minor existential crisis when I realized what I was doing earlier. And it came, what's the term? It manifested itself as somebody should pay me for this, but oh well, you know, it is how it goes. I want stable low latency because input latency, because frame pacing, because
sometimes I write for 20 minutes and then delete. I just need to rage on paper LMAO.
Oh yeah, no, ooh, I can't do that. Like if I go on an angry write on paper, hours fly by. Like, and I don't get to like do things I actually enjoy while angry ranting, so I just go and scream at the internet for a while. It seems to work. I mean, I've never been in better mental health than I have been since I kind of just started not giving a fuck and saying things as they present themselves without much consideration for anyone or anything past. Oh, there's more information below. Oh, why do I keep looking out? That's stupid. Stop it. Okay, so I'm gonna move this into a position where I can fuck me. Oh, I'm tired too, I think. Maybe a little bit tired and hungry. Okay, so we'll move this shit over here. Okay, that's too far. Or would it maybe be better over here? I don't know. We'll put it here. As intelligible, readable? No? Like so-ish. I'm looking at the capture, trying to min-max. Okay, so now it's not directly in the line of sight. I can look over to it, but it is too far left, and it annoys me that it is. It does make more sense over here because it is all aligned towards the left, not the right. So
COL the count tangent. Legible, slightly smiling face readable.
Okay, I have a fix. Just for everyone's sanity, including my own, when I watch this back, I will do this. Wait a second. I'm on the wrong scene. I am definitely on the wrong scene, but I'm on the right scene in the sense of the thing I wanted to copy, which is the background source, copy, and then I hop over to here. And now, of course, it has moved because cropped differently. For fuck's sake, stop it. 1 second. I'll be testing. I'll stop ranting in a second. I just need to do one more thing. I just can't not, must. Okay, so what is the bottom one? That is it visible? No, it's not. Okay, so is 0 the perfect value? The perfect drug? -1 maybe? Ah, yes, that is proper satisfactory. That makes me happy in ways I cannot describe, and nobody should understand. But anyway, so if we then paste a duplicate of that source, and then we...
The track temperature is increasing. It's now 22 Celsius.
And then we hold shift, and then we do this. And don't care if it's outside. And then we do this. No, this is totally not gonna work, is it? Because it's gonna be, oh, I'm such a stupid fuck. God damn it. I thought I would be able to put this underneath the text, but maybe it's more readable now? Nope, it is not. This is how, yeah, this is me in a nutshell. This is absolutely me in a nutshell. This didn't happen. This was, ignore the last couple of minutes. That was just random. Fuck. Look preview. Okay, so it'll be as visible as it is. It's probably, yeah, it'll be better when I look down and not up at the virtual monitor. Yes, this will be okay. This is okay. And it'll be even more okay if we do this. Oh, God damn it. There. Okay. So, may I start the engine? Yes. And also click the game so I get color back, because that's a whole thing.
COL the count tangent. Don't worry, where it was before didn't bother me. I have raced with these stats in my face many times. LMAO.
Yeah, it was just, I saw there were new options, and also, fuck, that's a little bit too far to the right. I wanted also to make it a little bit less intrusive in my own field of view. So my actions isn't always 100% altruistic, but mostly, sometimes. Okay, so, yeah, now this was actually horrible. So much better when it was entered. What the fuck? So I guess you're just stuck with this and whatever. Oh, wait. Is there a new opacity? Is there an equivalent for background for this, maybe? For the FPS stats? That would be nice, to have like a background, transparent background on the statistics. But I guess that is overlay. Nope, cannot have. Okay, so this is as good as it's gonna get. I can live with that. Right mirror palm. Oh. Okay, I've been clicking buttons and I have fucking no idea, but whatever. Okay, so we're at 50% still.
COL the count tangent. It's beautiful, LOL.
Goddamn perfection. Okay, so yes, CPU headroom. There is significantly more bandwidth available for things to be pushed. And the GPU does not seem to be impressed by the amount of work it is being asked to do at all. And as we approach on the wonderful test, which is this corner right here, indeed, it does spike just past 5 milliseconds, but it does also settle on the time it takes for the application to produce, or have the GPU produce the frame. On average, at least. And VRAM is less than half? No. Yeah, just shy a little bit more than half. And all we did was, of course, it scales because we dropped the resolution by 30% and then it is scaling up from half that. So that makes sense. That is interesting. Okay, so Hure, biased, verse, ERTV, VRSV. No idea what those are. Otherwise, everything, yes, have seemed to drop. And by proxy, if stable and below 6, on the CPU side, there should be no queuing in the renderer. And as such, things should be perceived by the human brain, or at least mine, as perfectly smooth. And oh yeah, That reminds me of another response I distracted myself away from earlier, which was the whole... Some people are able to cope with 13 milliseconds of latency. I am not. And it is so fascinating, because the range is crazy wide. Like, people are playing on 60 Hz monitors with VSync on in first-person shooters and claim they cannot feel any difference in terms of input lag or input response time on mouse input, nor perceive the additional frames which are being presented to the eyeballs, even up to 240 Hz. Like, I wonder if I'm being trolled. But there are so many of them, and these people are people I, by and large, have known through other games for a long time, and
COL the count tangent.
they have not
Yeah,
lied
with
to me.
motion sickness I am cool as cucumber in FPS 60 FPS at 12 milliseconds latency CPU and GPU.
Yeah, that to me is wildly fascinating, and it took a long time for me to come to terms with it, if I'm to be perfectly honest with you. Because it just didn't make sense to me, because I only know what it is to be me, you know? And everybody is the same, so they say, but clearly we're not. And I don't say that in a bad sense. Like, if I would be able to choose, because like the irony is, some of these Quake players, they
Carl
wipe
Ross.
their ass with me.
I play at 90 HTZ, so try to keep all my MS under 10.
Yep.
COL the count tangent. As for first-person shooter, I can play 60 FPS on a monitor, but more frames on monitors make much better games and smoother.
Yeah,
Carl Ross.
that is my
I'm
perception
probably doing it wrong.
too. Probably not. Probably not. But yeah, the final point I was meant to make, and I realize we're on a delay, so don't feel bad for interrupting me at all. It is good practice for me in listening while trying to maintain a train of thought. Is that some of these players that are like, I legitimately cannot feel a difference in input lag or sense any additional smoothness compared to 60 Hz. They are like top tier hit scan dudes, and they absolutely wipe the floor with me in just straight on two guys in a room with LGs or lightning guns just tracking each other.
COL the count tangent.
So
My first VR sim racing was ACC with the G2 Reverb V1 and Cable 1, which didn't work for 4 months. I got max 20 minutes gameplay before the headset crashed.
That sounds
COL the count
yeah.
tangent. So ACC was horrendous in VR, maybe I got used to trashy MS response times LMAO.
Yeah,
Carl
no,
Ross.
could
I played
be that
Warzone
hardened.
for 3 years and spent 700 on a 240 HTZ monitor just for it, LOL.
Yep. Yeah, no, I went like monitor review comparing for days before I settled on perhaps the worst monitor I've ever bought so far. Visuals go and color reproduction, but my god, the thing has like 1.9 millisecond click to pixel with my machine. And it's just ridiculous. It is so smooth, especially when you're playing Quake World at 1000 FPS frame cap with a mouse which has the exact same polling rate. It's just, it is like silk. It feels like, literally feels like silk. It is insane. So I kind of fucked myself when because I played Quake World in a time where 1000 FPS was achievable even back then. And even more so, I got fucked by myself by getting back into Quake World with modern displays outputting at 280 hertz. So I'm like, all my whole basis for comparison and the thing I'm seeking is that, except within, of course, the limitations of the hardware. But that is like the thing I'm trying to reproduce, like the silky smooth frame transitions and zero stutters, in order to have the sim be as close to real time as possible, so far my actions and what gets fed back to my eyeballs is concerned. And that's why I'm obsessing about numbers which are like sub 5. Because when I approach the 10 millisecond mark on panels, I start feeling it. Like I'm not feeling car sick, but I'm feeling that if I do a quick like move like that, a flick, a 180 or something, I can feel that when I flick and lift immediately, that the animation finishes after I've lifted off. That is, at least, I can't prove it with a 60 Hz or 60 FPS camera that it happens, but my brain is like, you had already lifted the mouse off and even the image was still moving. So either the processing of the input from the monitor via my eyeballs is delayed, or my brain is, I have a good reaction time, which I do. Like, I'm 43 almost, and I'm still sub 150 on human benchmark on average on good days. On bad days I'm around about midway 150, 150 to 160. But then
Carl
I've
Ross.
slept poorly and...
You're gonna get me into a new level of latency addiction now, loudly crying face.
I'm so
Carl
sorry.
Ross. I'm 42, also raising hands, light skin tone.
Yeah, no, it's the sim, but I think most sim racers are like around about our age or older. Sure, there's a bunch of kids as well, but overwhelmingly the people I come across, they are millennials with often with a lot of spare time. So, and that's not bad. Spare time is good.
COL the count tangent. 48 right here. I look
Hey,
42 though, LOL.
Yeah, no, yes. I was stood there looking in the mirror earlier and thinking, how are you 43, soon to be 43? I love that I'm fantastically pretty or it's not like I look like a kid or anything, but when I look at myself and compare myself to my classmates, I would argue I look maybe late 20s, worst early 30s. If you ignore the slight hint of like wrinkles I'm getting at the edges of my eyes, because I've been grinning like an idiot for a lifetime while raging at computers. That's the best explanation.
COL the count tangent. We need to preserve that DNA. Carl Ross. If it wasn't for the receding hairline, I look late 20s face with tears of joy.
Oh yeah.
COL the count tangent. Ha, smiley face.
I have a pro tip there. Just fucking shave that shit, man. It takes 10 years off your age if you don't look like a corpse in terms of being starved from sunlight. Without the baggy and black eye, the black baggy eyes under the eyes. Jesus, that's redundant. Yeah, you know what I mean. If you don't have sleepy eyes and you shave your head and you get some sunlight, that just kills any negative effect that a receding hairline has. And also it is very, very convenient when it comes to VR, because you don't have to worry about your hair. Especially if you use like a halo, whatchamacallit, halo strap. Oh, goddamn. Having hair and that shit is just tedious. But, quick commentary here, just to get it out of my head. I haven't felt the goddamn stutter so far.
No, I look fucking horrific bald face with tears of joy. I just grow my hair and comb it over the receding bit LMAO.
Yeah, no. To each his own, to each his own. To each his own. I do miss having hair though. But at the same time, I save money on not having to buy shampoo. Drying my head takes 3 seconds. I can take off my headset and go about doing anything, and nobody knows I've been wearing a headset. It's not like I really care about my appearance, but there's something about hair. I'm not obsessing about hair, but if I have like headset hair, I will not show myself. It is the one thing I cannot do, and I don't understand, but it is, and it's okay. It is the one negative, which is solved by all the positives of just shaving that shit off. So that would be my sales pitch. But at the same time, oh my god, I miss my old mane. It was a fine mane, but it belongs to history. But yeah, so. Okay, I guess I want to rant, oh my god. So, yes,
Carl
after
Ross.
dropping the resolution...
I got diagnosed with cancer last year and my hair still holding on. I'm not shaving it off, rolling on the floor laughing, face with tears of joy, rolling on the floor laughing.
Jesus fucking Christ, and there I am sat like an idiot going, hey, shave it off, dude. Ah, dude, that's that shit. In the sense, I'm so sorry to hear that. How you holding on though? Is it grim, or you gonna pull through?
Carl Ross.
Don't feel obligated to
No,
answer.
it's funny, man, don't worry. COL the Count Tangent. Congrats on the recovery. Well, with dem epic fight you won. I guess you're entitled to keep it. Carl Ross. I'm fine as cancers go, mine's not too bad. COL the Count Tangent. Ah, sorry if we're still fighting. Smiley face.
Oh, no. I need to make the thing readable, because sometimes the engine and Brian just kinda smear into a muddy thing, even though Brian is significantly louder. Just wanna catch up so I fully understood the thing here without... You got... Okay, yes. Okay, yeah, I get it. I was just confused about the recovery and things. But yeah, nah, dude, like,
Carl Ross.
Cancer is a bitch.
It's all good, fellas, raising hands, light skin tone.
It's, I'm glad to hear that you're coping with it, to put it that way. Having lost my old man to pancreatic cancer, after it was actually looking like he was gonna pull through. It just fucking came back with a vengeance. And then a couple of years later, my mom getting more or less the same thing. And she actually survived, even though it looked like she was not. So it's all kind of a mindfuck.
I'm 6 months into a 2-year immunotherapy treatment.
That's
Carl
good.
Ross.
That's good.
Mine's bowel cancer.
Okay, yes. Yeah, that's all. You won the cancer lottery then, if I were to be morbid about it. No matter how it sounds, it's fucked up, but yeah. It is. Am I incorrect in
Carl
saying
Ross.
that it is the
Yes,
most
exactly,
treatable?
Pell.
Yeah. Yeah, no, if you get it in pancreas, you're fucked. You're fucked. It's just game over, man. So yeah, no, fucking shit, cancer, man, Jesus. I fucking hate that thing. Why does cell have to reproduce in an uncontrolled manner for no goddamn reason whatsoever? And why can we not figure out why it's happening? It is frustrating beyond belief.
Mine and my family's attitude is the same. It could be so much worse.
Yeah, no, but what can you do? I mean, it is like the irony is like or irony. My old man used to say, and I've said this many times, but I think it's like the one thing that will stick with me forever. Like, and it was, he always used to say it when because I've always had the feeling that I never have enough time to do all the things I want to do, and therefore it's like, wanna do this, oh sorry, I don't have time to do X, and then the moment comes when there is no more time to do the thing because time is run out for one of the parties. But regardless, his response, while understanding and not knowing that he would be getting cancer at some point, would always be, time is all we have, what do you mean? And it's so fucking, it's just so fucking, it is a beautiful thing, while at the same time, in hindsight, it is just like, god damn it. So it has become my mantra to an extent. Like, it's literally all we have. Everything else is secondary. Spend whatever you have wisely. Enjoy it. And then we have this fucking society that's like, oh, how can we squeeze the most hours of work out of you even though you're fucking dying on the inside? Not necessarily from cancer, but as a person. Because work and people are soul destroying, and dear God, this turned dark real quick, but yeah, I'm happy.
Carl
I hope
Ross.
you're happy.
By spend you mean on sim racing gear, right? LOL.
Yeah, resources on the gear that makes you feel pleasure and a sense of enjoyment, getting us close to whatever you want to do in the real world.
COL the count tangent.
Which is why I say
LOL.
It's like, I just want to see how fast can I make these fake cars go against other people who are really quick in fake cars, to see what could have been in the real world had I understood earlier that it would have maybe been an option had I at a younger age grasped the concept.
Feeling good now?
That it's not just on TV. The people in those cars are just people like you and me.
Ross.
I didn't understand
or
that.
Better.
It's weird. Oh yeah, I meant to fork off into that before the whole thing. Which I appreciate, by the way, like the openness and all that thing, those things. But I have not felt a single stutter or slowdown since I went out on track. And I've sort of grown used to the lower resolution now, so I haven't checked what it looks like on stream, but I can imagine it is quite chunky. But this only means that this is while yes, I have a mid-range PC, no matter how hard I want to not believe it, it is my forever NASA computer, this. But yeah, jokes aside, this is a bandwidth issue, and it is only on very specific parts of the track. it is when I come around, like here, this is good. Here it's okay, even at the old resolution. But when I come around this corner, and you can to a degree see it here as well, the second I come around here, it starts shooting up. And the second it goes past 6, that's where I start noticing slight motion reprojection and frame drops. And then we pass all the transparent stuff here, aka windows, and then it drops back down again. And then if I go higher than my previous settings, everything's fine here, smooth as ass, smooth as butter. But then we come into the shrubbery section here, and then we see it starting to spike again. And the more I look towards the pit area, the higher it gets. So it's an optimization issue, which kind of, I guess that's the happy-go-lucky initial part of my today's stream where I was analyzing these things.
Stands crowds objects.
Yeah, no, you maybe. If so, then I would argue that while less of a smaller stand, this should be causing
that's 20 minutes to
a
go.
spike,
20 minutes.
I'm not sure on this track, but often these smaller things are just like
Carl Ross.
part of the building blocks making up the bigger
Big stand came in
ones.
view as you came round the corner.
Yes, but the thing is, and I can show you, right, so the thing I've found, god damn the dithering, I hate dithering, fuck you dithering. Anyway, memes aside for the initiated, again, here there's a lot of stands, latency is okay, so stands per se, not an issue. However, if I can just make it around the track here, oh my god, I thought I was closer, but apparently not. There is, I think it's a building.
We're all learning, so it's good. Thumbs up like skin tone.
Oh yeah. To put it this way, I would be happy to be, to put it this way, anything I can be wrong about is great, because then it means somebody has the answer. So like lots of stands, no problem, and then I am keeping my head still, and it's still okay. Note where I'm looking, like it's okay still, and it is rendering at present the big one, the big thingy, and the little black box there. But then, the second I turn towards this angle, BAM! 5 milliseconds, even at this resolution. So something in this general area is causing, like there's something not adding up in the pipeline, which results in whatever exception resulting in bullshit that doesn't deliver results in a timely manner, and then causing the latency to spike. And there are two things I've noticed.
Carl Ross.
It is
those darn bushes, haha.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't surprise me if there is maybe, yeah.
Carl
maybe,
Ross.
Maybe it is culling.
COL the count tangent. Maybe foliage and crane in background and stands in view.
Yeah, what I'm thinking it is, because if okay, goddamn, now I'm going into how can I phrase this, because I want to say 10,000 things at once. But okay, foliage, yes, as demonstrated down there, foliage is taxing, but why? They are literally pictures which rotate with you, but what is observable is that they are indeed affected by their position relative to light and the observer. So there is a light calculation going on to make the part that is being hit by the sun brighter than the part which is not, making it look like a three-dimensional object, while in reality it is just a flat image, which is rotating with you, the viewer. And then we have this building, and this building has a lot of surface which is extremely reflective in the form of glass. And glass is also just a texture with transparency applied to it, and then overlaid whatever is likely to be seen by the observer on top, as to present itself as a reflection or an illusion of a reflection. Because once we get past
engage limiter
specifically, like if I look away from it, even like if I just do this, you can see that the GPU is just like, no advanced, no heavy duty relativistic calculations needed, or what to call it, I don't know. But then we look at it in this direction, and then it sort of spikes again. Not as bad if I look straight at this building with most reflective surfaces, which is the thing that confuses me. But over time, though, it just keeps rising. And it gets worse the more direct I look at more surfaces which have reflections, which also now includes the whatchamacallit,
the track temperature's rising. It's now
motherfucker
24 Celsius.
I'm pointing at it. The safety car, or pace car, or whatnot. And I've played around with like the level of detail on the car and the textures, quality and stuff, and none of that seems to matter. And the only thing that's consistent is that it doesn't seem to change the reflections on the car. They remain persistent. So bridging off of that, I'm thinking, okay, if all reflective surfaces have no option in which we can reduce the quality or turn it off completely, such as we can sort of do with road reflections and environment reflections in general, is this an oversight? That simply the turning off environmental reflections doesn't kill off enough of the computational requirements to produce what they consider a minimal level of quality on Windows. Alternate solution or possibility is that there is something that is just bad about that aspect of the code. And I'm kind of leaning towards that direction because of a tweet or something where they said like, oh, oopsie, we sort of had calculation resulting in light not doing things which is not even, that isn't possible in the real world, which then kind of made performance shit. And I think they didn't really quite fix it. Because the second we can see, like, there are sort of reflections. They're very low resolution, but they are reflections nonetheless. And that part, like, figuring out where I am relative to that, looking at, and the angle I'm looking at it, to sort of fake the offset of what I would be seeing further down the line in the reflection, isn't cheap. But I don't understand how it's this expensive compared to everything else that's going on in this game, like the scenery, like there's so many polygons floating around, and that ain't RTX type lighting at all. This is just like a cheap illusion that overlays one texture offset by whatever on top of a transparent texture to give us the illusion that this is a window and it is reflecting light. So my gut is like screaming at me that it is related to this, because it'll just stay 5 milliseconds now, but while I'm in native res and even at 50% resolution, it shoots up towards what I perceive as tolerable, which is the 6 to 7 millisecond limit. And every time I come around the corner, if I am past this, past 50%, I get those 6 to 7 stutters in quick succession, just like dropped frames or delayed frames. I'm not sure how to describe it, but they are not arriving at the time they should be, and that puts me off and puts me down these rabbit's holes. Then, if I may just rant for a couple of seconds more uninterrupted, I also suspect that
Carl Ross,
the culling,
how do e-racing play for you?
like absolute ass unless 90% of the track is turned off. Put it this way. Like it's not. It's smooth. It is smooth when it's tuned.
Carl Ross. Sorry, face with tears of joy.
No worries, no worries. You're on a delay. You can't help it. And I tend to. I'm like Chad Jippity, man. If you ask me a question, I'll just immediately I'll go for the answer. But I suspect that culling. There's something wrong with the culling going on in this game as well, because. And this is where I need to do the full lap. And now you'll see, the second I'm no longer
10 minutes
able
to go. That's
to...
10 minutes left.
I can turn and see it, therefore the GPU time is still being spent, but the further away I get from the windows, the less the engine thinks it's likely that I'm going to look that way, because I'm in a car and I am not a owl. So, so I'll be looking that way. Fuck the thing that's going on behind. That is all we need to render for that. And then everything is fine
Carl
and dandy.
Ross. Sent it just as you said without being interrupted, face with tears of joy.
Yeah, no, I can imagine. And then we come around here, and this is the thing that kind of fucks with me, because here, while it is not 3 milliseconds like it is while looking in this direction, but that could also be caused by the less detail needed to be rendered, because I'm not looking at the car. I'm reducing the complexity of the scene by looking in a very unpopulated area, dropping down to 2 milliseconds. But it is capable of doing that, even though there is a fair amount of polygons going on here, and there are lighting, which is being considered. And you can see it, there's a vague shadowing being applied to the ground. I'm not sure if that's just trickery on the texture or what, but what is true is that the more the shrubbery, the more the latency, but not as much as back there. And the difference being, there are no reflections that need to be calculated. However, you can see on the shrubbery that the direction of the sun,
Carl Ross,
impacts
I get
the
better
texture.
performance in open wheelers than in tin top. You've probably noticed this also.
Oh yeah, no, of course. Like the amount of polygons that goes to render this cockpit is absolutely fucking insane.
COL the count
Like,
tangent. LOL reminds of the Knights of Nay from the Holy Grail sketch. We want a shrubbery. LOL.
Yes. But yeah, as you can see, on these textures, as I'm driving by them, if I just focus on one of them, you can see that the light shifts over to the backside, incorrectly, might I add. That the side which is facing the sun is sorta lit, like the backside of it, but the light also transfers to the opposite side of it, which is sorta like, okay, how is that possible? Like, there is no ray tracing going on here, of course, so of course the light isn't bouncing off the trees and hitting the other side, but why does it decide that, oh, okay, I need to light up the other side of the texture now? And why does it do it? Because it's an unnecessary calculation, and when you scale it up amount, the absolute batshit insane amount of shrubs, which we see here, I would imagine that that adds to the time it takes to draw a frame. Especially if it's confused about something and trying to reduce, or if being efficient about it, or have some exception handling that tries to do things and then end up stalling the entire thing to the point where I go, why the fuck is the game stuttering? And then, the final thing, which then leads to all of this, kinda, like, it is vaguely culling related. Why, when I'm looking in the general vicinity of the pit lane, do I have, maybe not now, but let's see, let's get back into the position where it's actually worst, which is here, just around about the apex here. Because here, like, the road goes there, and then around and about back there is the pit.
Carl Ross.
And the amount of shrubbery...
What is your total latency of everything all together?
Right, I guess the numbers that are on screen right now, this is as bad as it gets away from the pit. So we're like in the, let's see, that I'm bad at head math, but that is 5552, so 10, 7, 14, 9. So I'm above 13 milliseconds total in what is available to me here, and that is excluding the signaling between the devices and the from the output of the GPU to the headset, which is then doing some magic before it ends up in my eyeballs. So, like, we are well past the limit where I feel comfortable.
5 minutes to go, 5
here.
minutes left.
But so long it's not like I don't get those reproduction drops things, okay, I'll tolerate it. But
Carl Ross.
right now, this isn't smooth.
Yeah, that's more what I meant, like devices.
So this isn't like smooth. It's acceptable, but
Carl Ross.
Anywhere else on the track.
Mine is 67 milliseconds. Carl Ross.
Depends. The question.
But I'm
would
over
be,
Wi-Fi.
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah. You have that statistic. Yes, that is with encoding, decoding, and stuff. So, like 67 milliseconds. I admire your constitution, sir. I do not know how you deal, how you cope, but I admire it nonetheless. I would be hurling violently, because the second I go past, like, I would say, like, if I go way past, at least, I can notice it at 6, full round trip. I can feel, I start to feel car sick by shooters if I have a variable latency, meaning I don't have a consistent frame rate. If it has huge dips, which are sorta stable for a little while before increasing again, then that it feels like car sickness, but it's not like violent car sickness. I get unwell to the point where I don't want to play anymore because of the mild discomfort, it not being a worthwhile value proposition for me. That's about as good an answer as I can get. But to just finish my thought here and the theory, because this is as close as I have gotten to a cohesive rundown of the thing I observe and speculate to be the issue, is why is an insane amount of shrubberies in this direction compared to this direction, where the geometry arguably isn't that much more complex. Arguably, you see further away into the distance here. There's more to draw. Why then does it increase the further and further or closer I get to staring straight at the pit lane with the big building with all the expensive reflection calculations going on? And then we arrive at the culling, meaning things which are not seen should not be rendered. And again, down here, we see another latency spike. Because, like, if we stop here and we look at this building here straight with all the things, even the whole cockpit, the latency stays sub 5.
Carl Ross.
On the GPU.
That's encode, transcode, transport, internet. My app tells me total latency. Yours will probably be around 40, I recon.
Yeah, I would have to. I could measure with a click test compared to my other machine and give you the deviation between there and that, because like the round trip time, like on Quake World, it is like the how do I put it? To put it is like the. How do I put it? And why am I deviating? Let me just finish the script here, then I'll get back to this. This building is a giant circle. It is a fairly complex structure with a lot of detail, but it has very few windows compared to the other thing. Or not large windows, or not windows which we can see any noticeable reflections in, which is the other thing which I'm suspecting. I suspect like it is the reflection aspect or the simulation of light bouncing without RTX being involved in any way, shape or form that is fucked. Because even though we are not even able to see the pit lane, the same fucking building that has the windows facing the opposite direction from where we are looking
Carl
right
Ross.
now, produces...
Usually the app that runs your headset would tell you all that info. But I'm not sure what your headset runs on.
Windows Mixed Reality.
Carl
and
Ross.
Dumb as a rock.
Disrupted you again, LOL.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Anywho, point being, behind the hill here, there is the building where we were observing an insane latency spike, and what do you know? It is the same fucking latency spike. It is costing more than a circular building over here, with no visible reflections to us. So they probably omitted that calculation on that building as opposed to down there, because you're close to it, and you want the sensation that you are in a world which does have light, which functions like light. So that's the end of a long-winded rant here. I think this is a combination of poor optimization and not just track specific, because I feel to a degree on all tracks every time I approach the pit lane where there's a lot of windows or reflective surfaces, the frame rate just dips. But as you go slowly through the pit lane, when you are usually passed through there, or you are going fast in a straight line, it is not a huge problem, and therefore it's like I can ignore it, but it is still annoying as shit. So that would be my take on this whole situation after obsessively studying it for, I would guess, about 12 hours now. Minus the time I've spent ranting, because like here you can see the building right there, like you see it's
Carl Ross,
5 point some odd
you're
milliseconds.
teaching me stuff, so it's good.
So you can see like the renderer, the RDR CPU, which I hopefully correctly assume is the time it takes for the application renderer to spit out this is what the frame should be doing. And the app CPU is basically anything else, meaning the simulation which results in the frame, and then the app GPU is the GPU basically calculating all the things it is responsible for calculating, and then spitting out the frame. So to me, it all starts with the latency in the CPU, but I'm so confused why the renderer latency remains fairly low within what is normally to me acceptable levels. Meanwhile, I am presented a sequence of images that does not feel like they are arriving in synchronous order with the refresh rate the displays in my HMD is running at constantly. So yeah, that concludes my doctorate dissertation in why the fuck do I stutter in this game, because it is an ancient engine and everything is set to low. Is it a case where it's just bad math, or is it, oops, we forgot to disable these things when configuring the low presets? And then I'm like, okay, well, why don't you delve into the configuration or the JSONs to see what you can change past the UI, but I haven't gotten to that point yet. And then you guys show up and tell me, hey, there's this modded thing, and I'm like, oh, neat. And now I have the ability to drop the resolution, which is a nice band-aid fix and all, but also, why can we not have modern engines which do very basic things, which arguably the prior versions of it, while not as high fidelity, did perfectly fine. I mean, I don't mind playing old games. Star Factor 2 looked okay. It could use a couple of sprucing up here and there, but most of the things that are being chucked in here and makes Night look like absolute ass is I don't need it. You know, it's just like me being egotistical about things. I just want a fucking driver swap game that doesn't have weird
Carl
bugs.
Ross.
That's
What's
all.
the best/easiest sim racer to play?
Oh dear God. Also that, why does it feel the need to do that? Why can't it just say finished and let me stop the car? God damn it, that almost scared the shit out of me because I'm afraid of the force feedback.
Carl
Anyway.
Ross. Or should I say which is the best one that just works /
That is a good question because I've been hard stuck on ACC for ages now, and I'm at the stage where my let's say my Minecraft to ratio to latency, Minecraftian graphics to latency ratio is at a perfect crossover where I am no longer getting any particular stutters past on very specific servers is my current theory, because yeah, I can do races on LFM and on Nordschleife with 80 cars on grid and not have a single stutter past after the initial field has spread out. But on the LFM practice server with the same amount of cars, I am getting those like frequent jitters. Not the same as reprojection stuff, but just it feels more like I'm being repositioned in time and space, kinda. But it looks like frame drops, but it really isn't. So I can't really assign that to the game itself. God damn, I haven't spoken this much in ages, and I'm starting to lose my voice. But from my perspective, after a drink, with some help and or settings which prevent your hardware from ever ending up in a bottlenecked state, and that's not necessarily just the GPU and the CPU, it could just as well be the PCI bus that is being saturated by bullshit information that never really ends up in anything useful that you can see. Then ACC, I would argue, is the best simulator out there so far. The driving experience is concerned, handling, time model. You know, it doesn't feel like you have an RNG. Like a random number generator deciding whether or not you lost the car, like in iRacing. It doesn't have it has hard collisions, but that allows you to race side by side, given that all drivers are within, let's say, 20 to maybe tops 40 milliseconds away from each other, assuming one of them has low ping, like in the 20 20s or 30s. So below 80 milliseconds, you can race door to door and rub or do door banging, and everything's fine. But the second you get like high pingers, it is just a game of chance who's gonna get the brunt of the impact and get sent flying. So in a controlled environment, I would say ACC. On the driving, track selection, car selection alone, given you're interested only in GT3s. If you are interested in a wider range of cars, I would say AC or RF2. But I would prefer AC over RF2 due to the RF2 server, dedicated server, being an absolute joke. Pardon. So while it might sound like I'm biased towards Kunos, I am attracted to what I perceive as close to real as possible, and while that is not necessarily true so far, the suspensions are concerned in AC, what is promising is that the guys who are doing the custom shader patch also have been doing quite a bit of work on exactly the physics pertaining handling and suspensions. So right now, like if you go grab the RSR cars or the VRS cars, paid content, and do the races on LFM, which use these cars and have the CSP physics enabled, which for sure will compensate, which is the case for the RSS, Race Sim Studios. Yes, you know, the Bayer, the Merkur, they are basically GT3 cars, but with other names and slight differences, so that it can't be slammed for copyright. I am shocked at how well it drives compared to ACC, while acknowledging that ACC has its faults. But both titles run circles around iRacing, in my opinion, and they are affordable and a good time all over. And there are online services for both in the form of LFM, SimGrid, and so on and so on and so on. But like just like for from a casual, I want to run old cars in a solid engine offline, and emphasize force feedback. I might actually prefer RF2 for that kind of stuff, like running classic open wheelers on historic tracks. Hands down RF2. But that's also good in AC, so it's a difficult call. But yeah, I'm considering that AC has driver swap. I'm almost fearing a future where I end up going back to AC, but that would require that the entire or most of the sim racing community, or at least enough to fill a full big grid with endurance ready drivers, to also have the same realization, which I kind of struggle seeing as a viable future. But who knows? I mean, if they fuck up this project bad enough and people grow tired of ACC and the constant glitching and weirdness we get with driver swap events there, and there's no real other real contenders on the market anytime soon, that maybe maybe, I don't know. But I'm putting my finger that this is gonna be the thing that we will see the great migration happen towards, and that's why I'm here right now, doing the things I'm doing and getting angry about it, and then ending up with this fine conversation. So, yeah. That is a very non-answer relative to what you were seeking, but there is no easy answer to the question. It comes down to preference. It comes down to expectations. And for me, iRacing feels like driving on rails for the most part, up until you anger the netcode gods and it throws the random the dice and decides whether or not you kept the rear in check to a satisfactory degree, despite you are being in full control of the drift on your own screen, and then the car just spins around on its own on a perfect center axis, dead center of the tires, which makes it feel more like an animation rather than the car reacting to its surroundings. So yeah, those are all my gripes condensed into one hacking rant. Also, the next session bug happened again. Fun. Wonder if I'll get out of it this time. Yes, I'm allowed to exit. Cool. Maybe that was entirely normal. No, last time I got... Yeah, that was normal. Last time I just got a black
Carl
screen
Ross.
with some dots in the corner.
Yeah, I meant more on putting the headset on and not having to spend weeks optimizing graphics etc. more than game low, but I enjoyed another rant from you, haha HA.
Oh, if you're in the business, if you're into rants, man, you've come to the right place. God damn. But yeah, no, I understand. AC was it was a long-term project for a little while to get to become familiar with all the components, which makes it look beautiful and drive good and have the force feedback be nice. With the new gyro and all that stuff. But I imagine at some point somebody will go like, let's bundle this somehow, or repackage it, or heck, even use because there's a rally project which have a web page similar to like what LFM are doing, except so far I understand the end goal is basically log into web page, select event, press play, client-side application, handle everything else, kind of like on, what's it called? WSS, the World Sim Series website. It'll download all the mods, slap you in with a decent setup provided by a community member or whatnot, and then you are said, click here to connect the server, and boop, you are on a server and you're doing whatever event you're doing. So if you were to get into the easy way of driving modded content, World Sim Series and AC, probably the least path of resistance, but you still have to, tweak the things to ensure you are not getting bottlenecked and have solid frame rate and all the things we've been obsessing about here for the last couple of hours. But once that is done, though, and here's the thing that kind of bothers me, because this is the argument over and over, oh, it's such a pain in the ass to set up. And then I'm like, okay, but how many times do you need to set it up? I mean, if you're going to reinstall Windows, why don't you just copy the settings before you nuke the drive? Or why don't you plan ahead, partition a OS install, or make an OS install partition where you just keep the programs and such, and then you just, copy over the entire app data folder prior to reinstalling or resetting or whichever way you go, and then you migrate things back into place by copying said folders into where they belong as you need them. Or if you're OCDing it like me, just script it or do it by hand and get it done with then and there, so you're done and don't end up having to do things manually over and over and over again. But I understand that is also like, okay, what the fuck is the app data folder? Many may ask themselves, right? So it's like a lot of assumptions on my end in regards to how intimate people are with Windows. But really, like, you can nuke the shit out of Windows and be up and running again as was with minimal effort, even without any automation. Granted that you are willing to click a couple of buttons here and there, but so far the configuration of AC ACC, literally any application does not have to be redone. But it requires people, again, to learn how to not do that. And then here's the hope that, okay, once we have a website that does the things with the automatic installation of mods, etc., maybe it can also keep a copy of the settings for you. You know, like just like small creature comforts like this would put AC into a very, very viable position. But then it is like, okay, who's gonna do it? Like, are we gonna crowdfund it? Are we gonna wait and wait and wait until somebody grows tired and assembles a merry band of nerds to do the things, which is we've kind of seen the start of it, but we're not there yet. It is just a lot. It is a lot for a game. I get it, but then again, it's fucking sim racing. It is the most niche of niche things with expensive equipment, and by default up to this point has required a minor degree in computer science, or at least literacy, in order to just get up and running. So while I understand the time thing, the time constraint, and in general just the effort is off-putting, I'm glad I set up AC again after failing to do exactly these things once by accident, because I forgot that, oh shit, yeah, that folder I should have made a copy of. Rather than just grab the whole app data folder, I would go into app data local, grab what I needed or thought I needed, and then go into app data remote, or roaming, I mean, and grab what I needed from there, and then come to the conclusion that, oh, my JSONs are stored in there, but I didn't copy them, and that sucked. But it's like a couple of days to get back up again, testing and having some fun, random online public lobbies and shit, and boop, you're back. And then you've learned, copy your fucking settings over when you need to reinstall Windows. At least that's how I function. I get burned once and then I don't.
Carl Ross. I only got into sim racing last November, so not been doing it long.
Yeah,
I enjoyed the modding of Assetto Corsa, but now I'm addicted to the competitiveness of e-racing.
Yeah, and I get it, and I'm not saying boo. I'm just saying my gripe with iRacing is the amount of money versus the quality of content, while appreciating the yeah, it is the path of least resistance to get up and running and access to a lot of content, which I fully understand, appreciate, and sort of miss in other titles
Carl Ross.
that I exposed myself to.
Yeah, the cost side of e-racing is stupid.
It is absolutely fucking mind-blowingly stupid. I just wanted to like see, okay, like there's updates to physics and tires and new cars, specifically the Ferrari 499P, and I didn't know about the whole situation where they literally aren't even trying to simulate hypercars at all. But regardless, it's fast. It has interesting handling,
the count tangent.
And so on and such.
E-racing is the cash cow star citizen of sim racing, although finished LOL.
Yeah, I guess we could say I'd challenge finished, but yeah, it has been in a let's say consistent state for a long time. But meanwhile, I'm trying not to shit on it. Really, I am. But it's just I just don't understand. Like, if I had never driven any other sim and I were given iRacing, and I would be probably hooked. No, and like sold. Like, this is as close to reality as I'm ever going to get. But having been an idiot in the real world and being exposed to a wide range of sims from going back as far as, God, how long has it been? Like if we count like F1 on Amiga, like the late 90s, it wasn't really, but still it was a sim, you know. Not an accurate sim, but a sim nonetheless. So I started all the way back there and have been through like the range of anything from shit cash grabs to decent sims like GTR2 to sorta okay 2.5 versions like GTR Evolution, Race 07 / GTR Evolution.
COL the count
and
tangent.
so on and so on.
Test drive Amiga does that count LMAO.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah. Oh yeah. Ain't nothing like driving into a wall or off the cliff. But yeah, my bias might be towards the lower grip side of things, because those simulations tend to be more not forgiving, but you can control those cars. While in iRacing, I feel like if you just adhere to a very strict rule set in regards to how you apply throttle, then you will never spin. Mostly never spin on your own your own fault. However, there is this element, there is this very narrow window, which every car in reality does have, but I feel like if you get close enough to the limit, but you are within what you have done so many times over successfully, like grazing the limit, you are still at the mercy of an algorithm that can, running on the server side, which can just as well just say, nope, even though you have caught the drift and you are about to manage the weight transfer and put the car back on a straight line again, I'm just gonna make the car keep going. Because I have decided that based on these parameters and whatever fucked up thing it does in regards to, and sorry for the strong emphasis on fucked up, but I believe it is fucked up, a strong emphasis it puts on the attempt to sync your car to its timeline and what it should be doing, rather than looking at the client and what is the client doing right now, and then compensate its story to make sure that the story the driver is being told feels like I am in control. I am fine with losing the car. It's just that when I am in perfect control of a drift and I am not applying throttle, and suddenly I feel the ass get pulled out from behind me, that's a deal breaker for me, and that's why I don't get iRacing. But regardless, despite knowing this, having an account on iRacing, which is 14 years old now, over Christmas I spent like 300 euros or some shit just to get back up and running with modern or newer cars, specifically the Macca and the F4 and 499p or what the fuck ever, and a couple of other fun ones, and tracks I needed in order to compete in the series, which were interesting leading up to, I may say, but not further than the end of January. That was $300 fucking dollars. No, yeah, euros. And that doesn't sit well with me in hindsight, knowing going in that I was very it was very unlikely that I would be sticking around. I was merely doing it as a curiosity, and lapse of judgment just kind of ran away with the whole thing, and like, okay, if I've spent
Carl
this,
Ross.
I can spend that, and then I can
Yeah,
get
that's
this,
ridiculous.
It's in hindsight, my God, the meals I could have had for that money, it's still not as triggering as the FFB issues in this game, but it's close. And by all means, like the FFB issues isn't massive in the grand scheme of things in LMU, but
Carl Ross.
they are still enough
If probably
to
spent
send you
about
off.
the same.
Yeah, they're still severe enough.
COL
it's
the
still
count
severe
tangent.
enough to
Cordon bleu steak for days.
Yeah, more or less. But yeah, it's just interesting to me how hope, I guess, can just like completely fuck you over even though you know the outcome. And it's like, at the same time, while I'm saying this, I'm saying if you enjoy iRacing, good on you. Keep iRacing. I'm not judging you for being an iRacing per se. I just, as a weird person with a weird brain and no filter, I just don't understand the I just don't get the value proposition. But at the same time, like, that's me. I prefer ACC. One could say that I prefer very loose handling, bordering on maybe too loose. But at the thing that justifies it for me is that if I am in control of the rear, I am in control of the rear. I can make it step out, and I can, with a high degree of certainty, say that I will know the outcome before it happens. It be a successful drift or me losing the rear. While even after, like, I haven't driven a million hours in iRacing as I have in ACC, I feel I've driven over the year, accumulated enough to be confused time and time again as to why the heck did the rear let go there, even though I was in control. And I'm just not willing to make that compromise, that I need to not use the rear to steer the car, because then it loses a critical aspect of the simulation for me. But at the same time, I get it. I wish ACC was as accessible and convenient as iRacing was. I wish everybody copied iRacing's formula. But at the same time, iRacing is basically 4 different sim titles wrapped behind a pretty decent, though albeit sometimes slow so far, accessing the database of historical results and such application. Basically the app that connects you to the things, and also the thing that you can join a server, and then while being in game, getting a notification, hey dude, server starting. Okay, nothing happens, I'll just move you over to the server. Like, those small things, beautiful, brilliant, good, very good. I do not understand why more sims don't straight up just carbon copy that. It makes no sense to me. But then again, I understand it's a money thing, it's a time thing, it's a resource, it's a thing, you know. Developers have to do the developer things to make those things happen, and that time is not cheap. So, yeah. Anyway, I have one more thing I want to do before I forget and end up on another rant. So, what if we now, like, what is the performance like what if COS? Because we are technically downscaling now. So what if we just apply some sharpening? What does that do?
Carl Ross. Yeah, back to this game, grinning, squinting face.
Yeah, no, dude, I love, like, I'm not much of a talker, but I also love talking. so long it is about thing I am interested in, and yeah. I'm like a waterfall. Once I get going on a topic, you like I could just keep forking off in infinite directions. There's so much to say about everything. But one thing though, ACC plus OpenXR toolkit equals shit performance and a lot of stuttering, which does not happen if you just use the in-game integration of DLSS or FSR if you're on AMD. I have, since I abandoned OpenXR on in ACC, thinking I needed OpenXR because legacy misunderstandings. Or no, you need OpenXR, but you don't need OpenXR toolkit. You want OpenXR or you want Open Composite and the translation to OpenXR to get the benefits of a much shorter API pipeline. However, using the in-game FSR or DLSS, actually, it looks slightly bit worse, but there is one less step between GPU and CPU that needs to happen for things to upscale, and therefore latency drops, and therefore out of sync issues disappear, and the game becomes very smooth in places where it would, for the most part, stutter very predictably, even though you were looking at very low numbers.
Carl Ross.
On the monitor.
Do it work with new DLSS 4? I'm NVIDIA.
No, I doubt it. It is probably just good old DLSS, maybe 2. I don't think it's 2 even. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I've been AMDing it hard for a while, to put it that way. But yeah, start the game. That was the thing I forgot to do. Christ. So yes, next on the channel, actually lowering the resolution of the displays, forcing the game to output that resolution, and then upscaling with AMD's acronym, which I do not remember, but is CAS. Let's see. So far, so good. And then the next question becomes, how low do I need to lower the resolution? And will it look better and perform better than using FSR? Because FSR can be a hot pile of shit when it comes to upscaling things. It is not a super good algorithm, not this version of FSR at all, but it is better than not being able to upscale. So if we can eliminate FSR and just force the game to output at a lower resolution, and then apply a very quick sharpening filter, which CAS is, it has super low overhead. Is that better? Let's find out. Let's find out. I was starting to wonder, should I be a radio host? Is that like a thing which maybe could have been a viable career path for me? But then again, would I be able to just sit there and talk shit about things which does not concern me for days upon end as a living? I do not know. Okay. That is interesting. So far, at least. But let's not jump to conclusions and celebrate too early. But I've had this experience before. But this should not... This doesn't make sense. Like, okay, let's... I'm not gonna celebrate early. Let's go down to the shrubs, and see how fucked we are. But I'm gonna get a little bit salty if OpenXR's FSR implementation
COL the count tangent.
fucking
This
me
will be a
over.
new journey in 2026 when Windows bricks are beautiful headsets.
Oh yeah, oh, about that. Oh. You can
Disengage
you can
limiter.
postpone that for quite a while, so long you're willing to stay on the current build of Windows 11. Let me get you the link. Oh, it is either a very quick registry change, or if you have Windows 11 Pro or Enterprise, you can do it in the group policy editor. Either of which really is doing the same thing. But I do believe it respects the GP, the group policies more than it does a random registry change. Because contract things. But link. Where the fuck is my Discord? There it is. And here we go. This is how, I mean, it's not rocket science. Might
COL
already
the
have done
count
it.
tangent. Okay, so there has been some options lol. Geir
Yeah,
excellent. https://community.allthings.ho/t/defer-the-windows-1-24h2-the-system/927.
If I add an exclamation mark in front of the message, it wouldn't have read it, but I keep forgetting. But, point is, you can tell Windows Update to fuck off, at least for the foreseeable future, until they decide to go, nope, you are not allowed to anymore, we're gonna override any settings you have set, even though you are in control of your own machine, but not theoretically, or you're not really owning the operating
COL the
system, you're
count
leasing
tangent.
access to it, blah blah blah.
Oh, no worries. Saved link.
Yep.
I am on Windows 10 at the MO.
Oh yeah, and the same is true there, because they are operating on the same versioning system as Windows 11, where you have Windows 11 like 23H2 and H4 and so on and so on. So if you just set up a group policy or edit the registry and tell it that, hey, I do not want to go past whatever you're on now, then it won't. Then it will only install whatever else, meaning updates to other software if you have allowed that, or other Microsoft application if you have allowed that. It will give you security updates so long they provide them for that build of Windows, and driver updates and so on. But it won't force or nag you about, hey dude, upgrade to this thing, because that would be kind of illegal. But interesting, we are looking at similar numbers. The motion reprojection bullshit is there, but is it better? I would say it's about the same. And we are within a very similar range. That is crazy. Because okay, so yeah, okay, wait. I this kind of broke my brain a little, but I don't think it has any reason. Yes, okay, so we basically just shaved off 1,000 pixels per eye ish, and that's a fair amount of pixels, even though it's not really pixels but VR blobs or whatever they're called. That is fascinating, because on paper right now my resolution is higher. However, it does not have the overhead of having to pass the renderer has to, okay, so to my best understanding, disclaimer, engine goes, give me frame. Engine pass, or engine is like, I need to make frame. Physics happen. Engine passes shit to GPU for calculation, back to CPU, to GPU even, back to CPU for to structure things, which is then sent over to the GPU again, which then starts to populate the frame buffer with whatever in each layer, depending on how many effects you have enabled. It'll increase the render time and so on and so on. And that is for the resolution. And then we have OpenXR Toolkit, which is running on the CPU, not on the GPU, on a dedicated scaler or a scaler, which is capable of running within the scope of the within the GPU itself. So essentially, you're adding a step to the chain, which is to pass the frame buffer back to CPU for upscaling before it is passed back to the GPU's frame buffer and then back out, and then out to the VR headset. Probably a million errors there, but the point is, we are making 2 extra jumps between the CPU and the GPU to do FSR upscaling, rather than doing it natively within the engine as a part of the thing which is sent off to the GPU to be rendered. And that is quite an expensive operation. So I'm wondering, have I just been fucked out of performance again by FSR? Because that is exactly the thing that was causing the most severe stutters that I've been plagued by over the last, I'd say, since I just settled this is as good as it's gonna get. I don't know, 1.5 years ago, or maybe, and just like, I give up. I just want to drive now and focus on my mechanical skill, and suffered through shit endurance race performance in terms of frame rates. So, the moral of the story, I guess. Have I been fucked over by this added layer introducing the very thing that causes the feeling of frames being delayed because bandwidth already choking over the PCIe bus? I don't know. But it almost seems like it. And if so, that is a good thing, and it is also a very annoying thing. So, the thing I will be hunting for now is justification for my previous suspicions, which I have spent so much time on trying to figure out why the fuck this happened, blaming the engine. Is it indeed the engine? Or is there room for something in between? Either way, I will be happy to learn the truth. And if I can have a higher pixel count, utilizing a sharpen filter, simply because I installed a mod for a third-party application I did not know existed, which actually lets me force the resolution to be lower rather than use FSR to do the very same thing and be responsible for the upscaling. That is so much better, because the act of upscaling an image in of itself isn't like it's not like a super duper expensive operation, but it is it takes time. And if so, I'm gonna scream a little, maybe into a pillow. But I'm shocked at how smooth this is, even though we are in a sense, but not really, because of how the lens functions, running native resolution on these panels. And I'm actually kind of confused about that aspect of it all still. Because even though we've lowered the quote-unquote pixel count, it still looks native. But it could also be that I've just grown so accustomed to looking at these big-ass fucking pixels.
COL the count tangent.
That
Looks smooth.
This looks amazing. Yeah, no, it feels very smooth too. But ultimately it comes down to what does the latency do? Of course, since there are a higher pixel count now, it will hover around a higher number. But so long that is stable and does not result in
It's now
perceivable
18 Celsius.
things which distract me, nor cause any noticeable input latency. Like, I can't see my wheel, but I can feel it. But if it doesn't impact my ability to position, enter corners, position the car, enter corners, catch the car when it steps out, and so on, is it a problem? I would say no. It is crazy to drive with this. It feels like I'm here now. Past the fact that I have numbers floating on my eyeballs. Okay, don't... Okay, so I'm just gonna try to do vague push laps. I'm not a Porsche driver, by the way. It is by sheer accident that I ended up in this car while doing testing yesterday. I didn't switch to something I'm more comfortable in. So judge me with that in mind. I will probably lose the car at some point and lock up and such.
The track temperature is increasing. It's now
I'm
22
just gonna
Celsius.
keep the throttle floor now and see what I can get away with in terms of my perception that this is real time. Because if the illusion is coherent with what I believe real time should be, zero fucking things matters otherwise.
Your tyres are cold, watch out.
Now it tells me. That was a little bit too much. Brr. FFB so heavy. Blah. Because, oh my god, if the thing is,
You've just done a 155.94. You're now 0.9 off your best.
yeah, I need to formulate this, but if it's not OpenXR Toolkit and it's simply OpenXR Toolkit FSR implementation,
COL
and
the
if I
count
then
tangent.
have,
Right, Geyer and Carl, I have to shoot to bed. Been fun.
yeah,
I think you made some progress, slightly smiling face even to your high standards. Good
yeah,
night, peeps.
thank you for stopping by, and thank you for the conversation, and may we meet again. But yes, the implications here for ACC is also
Carl Ross.
fascinating.
Yeah, I was supposed to be having an early night and I'm stuck here.
And I don't know what I'm doing. I don't even know what time it is. What time is it? Oh dear God. Anyway, I don't have anything to do in the morning, so that's fine. But still,
COL the count tangent. Smiley face.
I didn't quite intend on this stream becoming whatever number of hours this is. So I believe we have passed the 6 hour, 7, 8 hour mark, maybe, or is about to. But this is making me want to try things with ACC now, because if I am able to, if it is the case that it is not OpenXR Toolkit itself, but it is OpenXR Toolkit's FSR
Carl Ross.
implementation that's fucking
2
me
a.m.
over.
for me.
Yeah, it's just about to hit 3 here. Oof. But if I can do the same thing in ACC, that would be amazing. Because while I get the 7 millisecond spike, I do not get the stutter. That's the thing that's interesting to me. And honestly, the latency feels lower now than it did with FSR. But that could be that because this is a simpler algorithm that just applies sharpening, it doesn't upscale. The time that takes is less than the time it takes to upscale, and therefore the increase in the time it takes to produce, pass, and render, and then sharpen is lower. And it doesn't have whatever fucking glitch is causing the things to do the whole motion reprojection thing. My God. That is... one, I've been shitting on the wrong tree. Or whatever, I've been shitting in the wrong hole. But that's good. I can own that. But the most disturbing thing is I've been driving with Minecraft graphics for no fucking reason since whenever this thing became a thing. So then the question is, how old is this mod? How long have I been suffering unnecessarily? Relatively speaking. Oh, I should stay off the curbs at this hour, 'cause goddamn, that's fucking loud. Yeah, I'm shocked. Even though I'm seeing the same symptoms, so far the things spiking whenever I get in range. Are there reflections there? No, there's a gradient reflection, but I don't think it's actually a track reflection. Or a basically a shot of the track overlaid on top of transparency. Really, that shouldn't be much of an issue these days either way. That makes me think,
Carl
okay,
Ross.
is it the culling argument?
What settings did you actually change? So I can try it myself tomorrow.
All I did was the thing which was pointed out to me, crop to FOV. But I wouldn't surprise me if just using custom. I'm not sure what if crop to FOV does anything special. I would have to read up on that. But crop to FOV with the vertical resolution like basically ensuring no number is lower than the native the number of pixels this thing allegedly has, 2160, with motion reprojection off. Turbo is off, and then the sharpening, which is CAS, it's like something adaptive sharpening. I don't quite remember, but it's literally just a sharpening filter. That is all it is. So it's like a very inexpensive computational operation to perform on an image, compared to blowing up and trying to predict or try to like inject pixels that make sense for every frame over and over and over again. That takes a lot more time. So I'm literally running native res, so far I understand, with 100% sharpness and CAS, with turbo mode off, whatever crop to FOV is, and motion reprojection off. And so far the game is concerned, I guess it depends on hardware a lot, but let's go out and review, because I don't remember. They are modest,
Carl
but
Ross.
also not.
So your headset's vertices resolution is 2160.
Yes. 2160 by 2160 times 2, 1 per eye. So far the game settings go, this is what I'm doing. Windowed, 1080, not of consequence, but I run native on the monitor just to, I don't know, I don't like it flicking on and off and switching between modes and superstitions about about input latency, because lower hertz rate, but despite the thing I'm looking at being 90, I don't know. I just max these out. Can probably not. But yeah, post effects, this one is the real sinner. This will eat frames day and night. MSAA 4x with upscaling is just as good as 8x. You can't really tell the difference. But with CAS, might be better. But also, it is more expensive. It is multi-sampling, so more work, more time spent working, less time, or more time it take for light to hit eyeballs after wheel and pedals being acted upon. FXAA off, because, you know, MSAA, why FXAA and MXAA? Display VR mirror, that is preference, I guess, if you want the thing up there and not just use the in-car mirrors. I prefer the latter, but nonetheless, that is irrelevant. Currently, I seem to be running everything at low and off, and 8x anisotropic, because I found that when I was using FSR, going past 8x anisotropic did have a slightly negative effect on latency. However, 16x on modern hardware should not be a problem. So I'm going to try that now, because I'm convinced that it's not going to add much latency. Because even when the latency spikes now that I'm using CAS and not upscaling, I am just lowering the resolution and sharpening the image. This should, in theory, make it even better at a very low performance or overhead. So yeah, off and low. Would not be surprised if I can squeeze a fair bit out of texture. So let's just go ultra, because bandwidth shouldn't be a problem. Player detail, I have no idea. Let's go ultra. Let's go ultra. But special effects, physics calculations, very expensive. Adds a ton of latency, but if you don't notice, it is pretty to look at. Similarly with shadows, it is calculations which have to basically factor in multiple constantly changing variables in order to draw things you barely look at a very high expense in terms of latency, so off. Shadow blur, no. Soft particles, once more, even more physics calculations, which are expensive, so those I tend to run at off if I can, or low. Raindrops, I have never driven rain, so I can't tell. Road reflection, however. This ate a shit ton of performance. I've also seen on the forum and the Discord that multiple people are like, can we please have just a little bit of reflections that doesn't murder our performance on 4090s and such, or 4080s or whatever it was. And even worse would be environment reflections, set always to low. We have no control over ambient occlusion here directly, so far I know, but I suspect that this setting encompasses that, because lighting changes dramatically, and like haze and like atmospheric effect stuff just goes away with this on low. So I think this is a fairly high degree of certainty requirement to be low in order for things to sing. But also track circuit detail. Let's slap that on ultra and just see what happens. Let's live a little. Let's explore our tolerance levels. And yeah, that's about it. I have done 0 modifications to anything outside of the game. I've just installed it, started it, done these changes, done this to the sound, controls, gameplay, you know, shit. Not shit necessarily, but yeah, turn off all the... Ooh, I can... Yeah, no, I don't want that lower. Turn off all the assists so far. Driving is concerned, auto starts okay. I'll allow myself that creature comfort, and auto stall, basically anti-stall. And there was something more, wasn't there? Yeah, adjust network stuff based on things. I feel there's one thing which is relevant, which I failed to mention, but I'm probably just starting to drift off a little. Oh yes, lock horizon. Turn that shit off. Don't let the game tilt your head for you, because then brain go, oh, we've eaten something nasty, let's throw up. And that is more or less it. So, without further ado, let's see how Algarve performs without any cars on track, and higher levels of detail, which are, I'm hoping, mostly stuff which are a higher polygon count and not so much effects that will add latency for the sake of beauty. Because in theory, I have so much computational resources to spare, which just sits there to deal with actual models. And in theory, I have more than enough bandwidth to handle the resolution of these textures. And Mr. Ricciardo still looks a little bit malnourished, flat in the face and smudgy, slight lack of hope, and very much desperation in his eyes, while he's pointing at the sky with his slightly too short arms compared to where his man parts are. My God, what am I doing? Oh no, don't, damage is on. Don't touch the wall. I'm starting to get super fucking tired. I didn't sleep all last night, and I think, I got 2 hours of rest on the couch before a neighbor started ringing my doorbell, and I ended up here. That may also have impacted my reactions to the force feedback and the subsequent angry rant. But that is neither here nor there. What is done is done, and I'm shocked to find that we are still like, okay, when I move my head quickly and the engine needs to react, there is a hint of the same type of motion reproduction type stutter, as I have coined it. Oh look, a lot more refractions in the thing, so the latency still holds up. But yeah, looking at that building, still just, I mean, 7 milliseconds. So far I understand game devs and latency budgets. 7 milliseconds, that is 1 millisecond off what should be the standard. But it is still surprisingly smooth. So I believe I've been fucked once more by OpenXR Toolkit's FSR implementation. Because this is the second title where not using it is better than using it. And in ACC, I am using FSR, but I am using it natively. And I incorrectly concluded, or did I? Yes, I incorrectly concluded that it was the OpenXR toolkits injecting itself into the pipeline that was causing the stutter. But apparently, it wasn't necessarily the OpenXR toolkit itself intervening. It was the mechanism by which I chose to upscale that was inefficient or buggy. Because this is acceptable so far, I've been able to discern up until this point. However, we do see the same spike when we come around the corner and head into what is, of course, a much more detailed environment. But I don't quite grasp, and this is like, again, this is the point of contention I keep returning to. Why do I get 6.7 back there? And why on the sweet, and there I actually felt a stutter there, but that's fine. It was one stutter, not multiple in sequence. Why on earth is this? Yep, there we go. There is some stutter here, but when I'm driving and looking in the directions I need to look, it's barely noticeable. But from an static observer position, why in the fuck balls lack of a better term. Does this cost more time to render than a far more complex scene down by the pit lane? So there is some merit to my previous rant. I was just getting fucked over by OpenXR Toolkit's FSR. But at the same time, I was under the impression I had to use it because I did not know about this mod existing, which then makes it possible for me to just turn down the resolution rather than use an upscaler to force the game engine to do the very same thing before it then upscales the image. That is the interesting part about all of this. But I 7.5 seconds for looking at shrubbery and what
Carl
even
Ross.
is it?
Do you play with turbo on when finished tweaking?
I used to in ACC, and arguably it should improve performance to an extent, as you're just basically telling the renderer ignore everything, just spit out frames as quickly as you can. So arguably it should maybe cure these things. But like when I'm just diagnosing issues and such, I would much rather have both of these data points, or at least be able to see one while the other is saying GPU bound, rather than just saying CPU boost, because then I at least know that what the headroom on
Carl
the
Ross.
other thing is.
That was my next question. Do it help if enabled?
It depends. It's the best I can say. Like what it does is, and I'm paraphrasing now, but let's see. Let's get it from the cow's mouth. Essentially, the way I understand it, and I just to say it while I write, it basically just overrides the
track temp
engine,
increasing.
which
It's
looks
now 21
at
Celsius.
is this VR? If so, what refresh rate are we working with here? Okay, I will target that refresh rate, and therefore it can then end up in a state where it might be late on some frames because it's assuming 90 is as much as we'll ever need, regardless of what cap we set, right? Unless the cap is bad, and setting 90 means you get like 87, 88, 89, then you want to cap above, but and now I'm describing the ACC frame rate cap. But here it seems to not give a shit because there is no cap to set, and I'm running vsync off and it still locks to 90, so that's all well and good. However, the thing, yes, OpenXR, oh my god, OpenXR Toolkit turbo mode, just so we can not spread this information here. So enable the turbo frame timing, see turbo mode. This is a highly experimental feature, and this is why I'm like, I'm not gonna put my name to it, but I have used it, and it was better with ACC when I was using FSR than without. However, using FSR via OpenXR Toolkit sucked compared to using FSR natively in ACC, but I wonder what ACC with a forced lower resolution via FOV to crop to FOV will be like, and I look forward to finding that out tomorrow. However, turbo mode makes the game entirely ignore any frame timing or throttling dictated by the OpenXR runtime. Okay, so it's the OpenXR, of course, the headset itself is stupid. It doesn't know what's going on, but the OpenXR runtime knows what's going on. So yes, again, Turbo mode makes the game entirely ignore any frame timing or throttling dictated by the OpenXR runtime. In other words, turbo mode forces the game to draw and submit frames as fast as possible, regardless of any recommendations or policies from the OpenXR runtime. Turbo mode can increase your frame rate under certain conditions, but is no rule or guarantee. Turbo mode can also have undesired side effects. Any static or performance measuring tool might now represent incorrect data for frame times, however, frame rate will be reported correctly. For example, on Windows Mixed Reality, when using the performance overlay, all CPU/GPU values will read 0. Oh. What? Really? Oh, yes. The things I don't usually use. Normally, I don't normally dig this deep into the metrics. I typically just run the advanced, and it certainly does not read all zeros. So I'm assuming it's the developer stuff that gets nerfed to 0, if on. Also, I rarely look at those other numbers, so I'm just gonna do that. Let's see. Turbo. Oh, I need to go one more forward. Let's see. Turbo mode. Any feature of your platform that relies on frame timing data, such as motion reprojection, which I turn off because, my god, that is an annoying feature. Basically, being given the same frames over and over again while you are moving very quickly is counterproductive. Motion smoothing or ASW will not behave correctly. For example, on VMR, the motion reproduction will not engage automatically anymore, but it can be forced via the lock motion reprojection option. God knows where that is. I haven't seen it, nor do I care. Latency is increased in a way that may or may not be visible. Right, and what it's saying here is turbo mode can also have undesired side effects. Can, in the sense that if I would assume that the latency increase would present itself as far more severe if the frame rate drops are the deviation between min and max, while not average but more towards the min. I would expect that those are far more severe, experienced as far more severe than, say, if you are fixed at 90 and you have a drop down to a 1% low, which will always be the 1% low because it's basically you're then bottlenecked by something. So essentially, you're just saying like, hey, don't target anything, just spit out frame as quickly as you can, and then perhaps if you have, say, 120 hertz display and you drop, you might notice it more if you are able to generate frames way past that compared to a 90 hertz display on the same hardware, which is closer to the 1% lows, which would then sort of be interpreted by the brain as less of increased latency, latency increase. Could be I'm wrong about all this, but that would be my best interpretation. Turbo mode itself for as is, there is no support for issues filed while using turbo mode, which is fine. It's basically just uncapping the frame rate, but still being at the mercy of the thing, because even with turbo mode, I will never see more than 91 FPS. It's just that the GPU is rendering the frames, which then the OpenXR runtime just says, no thanks, I'll take this frame, and this frame, and this frame, and everything in between, not interested. So theoretically, it's still only getting 90 FPS stable if able to do so. It is a whole fucking thing, isn't it? Jesus. Okay, so knowing this, closing that just to free up a little bit of resources. We don't really need Jim, he's just annoying at this point. Don't need this text editor. Don't need Windows Explorer, just close down anything that could potentially come close to produce any I/O which may negatively impact us. Things which have not been running but has been started after the whole what is the mod thing. So now my machine is proper lobotomized. Let's see if I can already see my latency thing still holds true. 7.4 seconds when staring at this thing, looking away, drops it, boop. Ever so slightly, but not as much. And then it increases. But again, yes, of course, we've increased the level of detail. And the thing we are testing for is, do I notice any increase? Oh yeah, okay, there was one stutter. That's fine. One. It's not more than one. Certainly less than 2 or 3 in quick succession, which are the ones that fuck with me. In particular, what I speculate is 6 or 12. Frequent drops when latency spikes past a very specific value. This is wild. Okay. I mean, considering what I'm looking at now and what I was looking at earlier, I mean, this is... I feel like I've been yeeted multiple years ahead into the future. So far, resolution or my computer is concerned. I did not think my machine could do this. The question was also remain, how true is this when multiple cars on track? That is also something that needs to be accounted for, but I mean, in context of what we are testing, holy fucking shit. It could also be that I'm blinded by the crispness of this image, and my head is just like, this is so much better. Let's filter out the things which annoy you. Because the brain is weird like that. Yeah. Okay, so I see hints. I see tiny little hints of micro stutters. But they are micro. So then I wonder, at these settings, if we just drop the resolution a little bit further, Okay, so I'm gonna ask Mr. Claude for a list of divisible numbers, or a list of numbers which is divisible by, where 2160 is divisible by by even numbers, because I'm too fucking brain dead to use a spreadsheet at the moment. So if you excuse me while I abuse AI. Need list of numbers which are lower than 2160 but divided by whole numbers. Ah, fuck, not whole numbers. Sorry, I meant even numbers. There we go. Maybe I should have specified slightly less. Okay, 5 closest to 21. It would have been so much quicker doing this by calculator, but okay. Oh, no, like by 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, etc. Okay, it is not understanding my request at fucking all, so sometimes a calculator is better than a large language model. Okay, so that is 1080. If we go by half, that is 1440. Go by quarter, that is 1728. Okay, let's try that. I am so bad at numbers when I have to pull them out of my head. It's insane how obvious the answers are in hindsight. But that is a thing. So divided by a quarter is 1728. So then I have 4 pixels representing 1. Ish. Or something. I don't know. I'm mathematically challenged. So 1728. That should result in a nice and crisp image. Oh yeah, and it's 55% of what it believes to be the actual headset resolution. But because, and it probably is, but because lens things, I sure as fuck can't tell that this isn't native. It looks native to me. But then again, I've grown used to playing Minecraft at this stage, so there's that. Okay, that kind of begs another question. What if we do the same thing for 3088? 3088 divided by 1.25. 3088 divided by 1.25, that is 2470. So if we then divide that rather by 1.5, that is 2058. That's basically where we are now. 1.75, that is 1764, which is awfully close to the other number, which was 2160 divided by 125, that is 1728. And it is actually a whole number, while the other... No. I'm looking at this wrong, aren't I? 3088. That is... Yeah, that is not a whole number in the slightest. Which is weird. Okay. I'll go with the thing that actually results in a whole number. Not a whole number, an even number. God damn it. Up is down, left is right. Even is odd is even. And so on. So that means 1728. 1728. Me, myself, and Irene are in relative agreement. Yep. I have done 0 mistakes. So, let's try this resolution. And cause is still let's turn on a turbo mode. See what happens. I mean, won't be a direct comparison, but nonetheless, it is easy to turn off, if not smooth. I'm seeing opportunities for meme videos. Imagine thumbnail, I was wrong. And the sad VR headset face looking down at the FSR logo in flames, maybe placed in a poop. I don't know. Something stupid. Where the fuck is it? There you are. Play. Oh my loud. There you go. Thank you. And so we start. So I am super curious about what they're... Okay, so assuming
Carl
that
Ross. So what does crop to FFB do exactly?
that is a very good question. I have fucking no idea what it does compared to the other thing, but it is a pertinent question which we can ask the internet. Let's see. OpenXR. Crop to FFB. Or is it FFB to crop? Maybe it is crop to FFB. I yawed and it feels like my jaw just went out of location or something. Interesting. What the fuck? No. My bite is fine. It's just the fact that I'm chewing or biting while I'm looking up. That feels weird, so I'm gonna stop doing that. No joke, how I doubled my FPS in VR, AV sim. And it talks about crop to FFB. But what is it? What is crop to FFB? 0 people is talking about what it is, but maybe the changelog has some information, or is there a readme in a zip maybe? Let's see. Version, there's a disclaimer, JPEG there. Oh Christ, sorry. Crop to FFB. Okay, new resolution override options. Crop to FFB. Calculates the desired resolution based on the FFB settings. and the resolution set in the HMD driver. This is where it breaks down for me, because it's like, what? Okay, so custom width and height plus percentage of compared to crop to FOV. Oh wow, this is what? Crop to FOV calculates the desired resolution probably based, is what it's trying to say here, based on the FOV settings and the resolution set in the HMD driver. So, okay, so then, okay. And it's also changed the FOV, advanced FOV set, or there's advanced FOV settings. I have no idea, it doesn't specify. Fixed false alarm, restart alarm, ham, blah blah blah, more accurate FOV to resolution detection. Mod naming and copyright fixes. Fix the bug where FOV to crop calculated very small 30 by 32 pixel resolution. Added scaling percentage to FOV, crop to FOV slider. Changed crop to FOV calculation to exponential to accommodate distortion curvature. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so all of this is basically like eyeball voodoo shit. It's the best way I could explain it. Fixed the black 3D layer issue that caused by overflow was blah. FOV is always on advanced. Moved color gains from system to appearance. Or okay, that's fine. Okay, so let's see what Claude thinks about this. Hey Claude, where are you? There you are. This text is regarding Open XR Owner Speed mod, and I struggle comprehending what the feature is doing differently compared to the normal custom resolution setting. Excerpt from changelog. Regarding the OpenXR Honest Speed mod and the differences between the crop to FOV and custom features, I can provide the following explanations. Explanation. 1. Crop to FOV. This feature calculates the desired resolution based on the field of view settings and the resolution set in the driver. Yes, it's word for word the thing it says. It essentially adjusts the resolution to match the desired FOV, ensuring that the image fills the entire display area without any distortions or black bars. Right. That have not been a problem for me because I haven't really been doing that, but I could imagine if changing resolution were an option to me with prior to this mod, I might have become introduced to the concept of distortions, but I've honestly never seen it. This can be useful when you want to maximize the resolution within the given FOV, as it automatically calculates the optimal resolution based on the FOV settings. Okay. But the field of view, that is literally like, yeah, the curvature of the thing and how much of the width of the display you're using So I guess it's just a better algorithm to calculate resolution, as it mentioned that it corrected something that incorrectly converted the chunks, basically the now larger pixels, into things which didn't make sense, and therefore probably caused distortions. So I guess it's just an improvement on the thing. It's not that it's doing anything faster, it's just giving you a better picture, which I likely can attest to, because I haven't tested against whatever the native resolution is, contrary to what I believed it was, which was 2160 by 2160, but according to the driver is 31 something. I don't fucking know, honestly. This can be useful when you want to maximize the resolution as automatically blah 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 blah. Okay. Additionally, you can specify a percentage value, blah, blah, blah. Nope, no, no. Okay, so the key difference between these features is the level of control and the flexibility they provide. Crop to FOV automatically calculates the resolution based on the FOV, ensuring the image fills the display without distortion. Custom allows you to manually set the resolution and scale it relative to that crop to FOV calculation, providing more okay. So the old, I guess, custom would be prone to distortions, like the engine not being able to, I don't know, produce an image that actually is akin to what would be captured by a normal healthy eyeball, and therefore distorting the image. Say if you drop the vertical resolution compared to the horizontal resolution, it might give like a squished fisheye effect. I don't know, maybe, I don't know. That's as close as I can get. While crop to FOV actually does something to sort that. Even though if you decide to use custom, which isn't the old custom, but it is crop to FOV, except you can reduce the horizontal resolution without getting the distortion. If I'm interpreting this correctly. So then, I didn't even know that was a thing. I just know that I could drop the vertical resolution when using CAS, but not FSR. Not realizing that was FSR fucking me over all along. So I never really picked up on anything. I felt something was wrong, but I didn't see it, because I immediately went back to full screen and blamed it on my laziness and wish not to essentially do the whole aspect ratio eyeballing by screenshot of capture after applying a lower resolution, because the mirror capture in OBS doesn't give a shit about the aspect ratio. It just assumes it's 16 by, or it just assumes it is whatever the resolution is, and then you must crop it to make it basically fit within the canvas of OBS to whatever degree you feel comfortable cropping. Such as in my case, you can look in the bottom left corner, maybe not in this game, but in ACC, then you see like there's like the thing of the part of the monitor which ACC doesn't even bother rendering, because you don't really see it in the VR headset. So there's like a black like cutoff in the bottom left corner and the top right corner, but you don't see it. Like nobody complains about it, and it gives it makes the stream better in the sense that you see more out of the one eye that I am able to capture. So it's like a whole fucking thing, like just inconvenient and tedious shit, and therefore I opted out of it. But if I'm reading this right, then this should literally result in... Could test for it, but I can't be arsed right now. I'm really starting to get tired. But I would guess that with this method of with crop to FOV rather than the old custom squish or reduction in vertical resolution, I could just change the vertical resolution, and what is represented in the mirror actually looks good and not squished, because that's what happened. And I guess that is the distortion that they are referencing here. Yes. I'm guessing that is it. I will test that tomorrow, because if I can cut some vertical pixels or resolution and get even less latency, and I mean, let's be honest, give me more of a sensation of having a helmet on, I mean, I'll take it. I don't need to see my fucking feet. I rarely look at my feet. So, goddamn, if this is what I believe it to be, that, holy fuck, this is gonna, oh, this is happiness in a zip file. That's what this is. Let's see. How old is this thing? It's for, oh, okay, all right. So fair enough. Like, it is dated. The last modified date is the 15th of February 2025. However, how old is it? What was the first version? Maybe Claude knows this. Or no, Claude doesn't have internet access, does he? Let's ask GPT. Hey GPT, come to me. When was the first version of OpenXR Toolkit Une Speed mod released? By search. Verify by search. The first version of the OpenXR Toolkit, which includes the OnSpeed mod, was released March 18th, 2022. Are you sure? OnSpeed was not included in OpenXR. It is a mod. Okay, so now I understand it is a mod. Can you do a search? I don't have... it's mini. God damn it. Okay, so why no fucking GitHub repo on a speed? Okay, so there is an image from the 8th of February.
Carl Ross. No, the Oni Speed mod was only released a few days before the current version.
Right, okay. So it is actually literally a new thing, which I haven't spent months, if not years, being unaware of. That makes me very happy. Because there's nothing worse than not being aware of a thing that dramatically unfucks things which are fucked. If that makes sense.
Carl Ross. Yeah, brand new.
Nice. Oh, thank fuck. I was sat here with literal, or not literal, slight anxiety that I had been putting myself through these things while this thing existed for long. And I don't know why, but it's so nice not knowing that is the case. God damn, I like new things that make computer go zoom. I really do. Okay, so turbo mode on. We've dropped it to a quarter of 2160 vertical, while horizontal is slightly higher.
Carl Ross. It's understanding it is where I'm struggling. But you've explained a lot. Thumbs up, light skin tone.
Yeah,
Carl
I
Ross.
just hope I.
Well, AI has LOL.
Yeah, no, like to put it this way, like I just hope I'm in the ballpark so far, being right about things go, and then if not, somebody yell at me, tell me where I'm wrong, because I want to learn everything. But unfortunately, there's only so much time in a day, and what the fuck? Okay, so we lost one metric. We lost the CPU metric, which is fine, but we lost app CPU, which is fine. That one is okay, because it is literally just telling everything to work as fast as it can, so kind of redundant. I understand why it's gone. What we're hunting for now is the perception of smooth, and we are looking at app's GPU primarily, because that is the one that really suffers. But so far, yeah, there was one big stutter there, but that's fine. I'm not asking machines to be perfect, just ballpark, as close as we can get. Wow, this...
Carl Ross. How's the visuals with downscaling so much?
Like, to me, this still looks native-ish. I can tell, like, on the thing there, that there is slight pixelation going on, but it's nowhere near anything I would call shimmer. It is... This is like watching, looking... If we're going to the monitor analogies again, if sat in a normal shooter position, I would say this is like a 24-inch 1080p display. Or... Yeah. It's... Yeah. Something akin to that. You can see that there's pixels, but when they are moving quickly enough, you don't really see them. And you have the perception is that this is crisp. But I suspect that is also much in part due to CAS doing its thing. Let's see. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, without CAS, like, you can probably even shave off a little bit more latency by not doing any sharpening at all, and drive with it. Like, okay, so context and perspective. Remember what I came from. Half resolution via FSR. FSR is not a beautiful upscaler. It is very mushy, and 50% even more makes it even more so, while scaling up to native. While Minecraft graphics being a dramatic exaggeration, it is very difficult to say. Like, now I can see the curb there, that the far curb. Like, it's clear that to me that it is curb. I saw that it was a row of red pixels and a line of white pixels. There is no doubt in my mind that that is in fact a curb. On some tracks, when I haven't driven in a while, haven't driven in years, such as this track and this title, then I have I have to drive up close to see the curb, And then I know that, okay, though that blob of mushed pixels is actually a curb. So it's that big of a difference going from what I came from in order to reach the point where I only saw the latency values rise and there were no stutter, to now seeing the latency values rise past that point and there still being no stutters. Except for like the odd one-off every once in a while, which is not consistent every lap, which was the problem when I went with higher resolutions prior to making the switch from FSR. If I went past N% at whatever settings I was testing under, it would just consistently stutter as I came around the corner, the final corner to the pit lane, through Shrubbery Bend. That is what it's called now. It's Shrubbery Bend. And a few other places on the map where you are pointed towards the pit lane. That is no longer the case. But this is on an empty track. But so were the other tests, and the other tests where I was sub 50 while on a full grid, 20 cars. I didn't have any stutters, but going past the same threshold, stutters would reappear. So it's clear that's what sent me down this whole. Is it the reflections? Is it the engine not culling what is not seen from it's basically not rendering things which are behind other things, which I still sort of think is kind of going on, because it's like a VR thing, because like ACC for instance, like it's not just rendering what's ahead of you, it's rendering a globe or a half circle around you so that you can turn around. However, what it does do is that it drops the resolution or the quality of the things, quality of the assets which you are not looking at. But it is still drawing basically rendering the whole world around you, even if you're not looking at it. So it could be that there is some efficiency in the way that culling is performed that results in, like here, we see the latency increase. Well, we can see, we're looking in the direction of the pit lane, but we can't see the pit lane, right? So, oh wait, where is the pit lane? Is it the other way? I thought I was somewhere, maybe I wasn't. But anyway, if you go to Shrubbery Village, the shrubbery plantation. Oh my god, I don't know. Like, yeah, here, you see 6.7, and I'm just looking at the area where the pit lane is. While when I look away from it, I'm not drawing that anymore. The engine is okay with me not looking at that direction. It doesn't give a shit about prioritizing anything in that direction, is what I'm trying to say, I guess. But then as I approach it, it prepares itself that, okay, we are approaching an area where we will be seeing a thing which is a complex lump of polygons, and it starts preparing it for being in view. And that's when it starts to shed itself, because the latency increases and it starts to stutter, because the whole the whole renderer to OpenXR to back to the GPU and out of the GPU to the HMD thing starts happening. None of that's happening now. Albeit, sometimes when I make sudden movements with the head, essentially surprising the engine in its prediction in regards to what I'm going to be looking That would be my best interpretation. I don't know if that is how it is actually happening, but it would make sense that that is how it's working. Otherwise it would be wildly inefficient. It just basically, it doesn't have the thing yet prepared because it's not expecting it, therefore it has to, oh fuck, I need to get that quickly, shit, I dropped the frame, here you go, there's the thing. 3D engines are fun. But yeah, like driving, even when dropping the resolution to 3/4 of what is advertised on the tin, which obviously is open for debate, so far I understand. I thought literally that there were literally a panel with 2160 by 2160. But it may well be that that is simply the amount of pixels that is in general visible to the eye, because no, you're moving the displays with the IPD, so that doesn't make sense. But considering the lens are curved, the light must hit it at an angle. This fucking breaks my brain. I hate envisioning light waves doing things through glass. I don't know how to compute that. Nor do I know what the true answer is. I'm completely ignorant. I thought it was as with a normal display. It says 1920 by 1080. It says 2560 by 1440. And that is the number of pixels you have vertically and horizontally. Horizontally and vertically even. But there's probably more to it. But even so, relative to what I came from, running the thing at the number I thought it was, it looked native to me. It was fucking crisp. But it also cost a millisecond more to have the frame spat out of the GPU. And there were more frequent motion reprojection type drops. Even though I don't have it on, I'm just calling it that because that is literally what's happening. Like it's not on, so you just don't get the frame that have already been presented to you to fill the blanks, so to speak, because that is, yeah, sim racing. You're moving forward. If you're standing still, fine. In like a static environment, motion reprojection makes perfect sense. Otherwise, that shit is
Carl Ross.
not great.
So if my headset native is 3776 x 3648, what should have I downscale it to? Carl Ross. What was the math you did, LOL?
I just divided it by quarters. So when I get, basically you don't want any decimal numbers which end up not zero, or any numbers before the decimals which are not even, because granted that the resolution is an even number, you want to be able to divide it by a number which results in an answer that isn't ridiculously small. So it would be like I don't remember your number, but my number, the number I'm using now, 2160 divided by times oh my god, my brain, 0.75 will give you a quarter. of that initial value. So, oh my god, I just gotta pull up the calc and see what I did. No, I just divided it by 1.25. Is that even a reasonable thing to do? Am I that tired? Let's verify by multiplying, rather. Yes, of course, because you're dividing it by 1.25. I'm like literally, I am mathematically challenged, though I function with a spreadsheet. But thinking about it and reciting math things, no, it's horrible. But 2160 times 0.75 should give me the same number, which it does totally not. So what the fuck am I doing? That is not even close to a quarter. What am I doing? 20. Did I use the right number one? 2160. 2160 divided by. Yeah, because. Oh yeah, of course. Of course. So I divided by 2, which gives me. That's why I did this. 2160 divided by 2 is 1080. So if I divide that by 1.5, that is 1440. If I then divide that by 1.75, I get an uneven number, apparently, which is 1234.2 something, which is weird. Why does that happen? Maths. Or did I type the wrong 0.75? Nope. This is just the way calculators are. They are weird and confusing, and I struggle. Oh yes, because I went the wrong direction. So 2160 divided by 1.25, that is 1728. However, we should be able to reach the same number by multiplication. 2160 times 1620. Eh? Ah, okay. Yeah. My god. Okay. So this is so stupid. This is so stupid it almost hurts. 0.5, 1080. So 0.75. That is 1620 is the actual number. So in fact here, what I've done is I've divided the number by 5. Not 5, but see, it's a fifth, essentially. So, if doing this, to get the resolution I dropped down to, in order to maintain a ratio which results in whole numbers, no, in even numbers, which can be then multiplied back up to the thing without ending up in chaos. Because you want, like, ideally when you are scaling things, you're going down, you're going from a 1-to-1 pixel ratio, right? So, the best to maintain a very crisp picture, the real answer to make is to make 1 pixel into 4 pixels, because then you have a block of pixels, right? So you don't have there's no need for either the engine to create pixels which need filler or pixels, or pixels that seem like they are being aliased. But doing that means that you're going down to a ridiculous resolution, so all you can really do is get as close as possible. So in this case, while math is forever going to confuse me, for some reason I divide by 1.25, so 1 1/4, then I get 1728. Because yes, of course, 1 1/4 is a fifth. Yeah, it's literally, that is the definition of 5 of something. If the assumption is that you have 4 of something. Oh my god, I'm tired. Holy fuck. So yeah, okay, the simple way, what I did here to get to the least ugly resolution, mathematically at least, one would have to test to see which pleases you more. It might give off the impression that it is more crisp if you multiply whatever your native res is by 0.75, which then would give you what would that give you? So half is 1080 and 7.5 1620. So my god, this is going to drive me insane. That 2160 minus this means I've only shed 540 pixels in total on each eye, which is in total 1000 pixels. 1080 pixels, which is a 1080p monitor worth in vertical. I've shed a row of a 1080p monitor worth of pixels, and it somehow is just like fucking dropped latency through the roof. How does that make sense? I'm so confused right now. Oh yes, because there are two displays, not one. So 540 pixels per display have been shed simply
Carl
by
Ross.
doing this.
I understand thumbs up light skin tone.
Yeah, I don't. I barely, I sort of understand. Well, I clearly am somewhat confused about it, and I would like to blame it on just being tired, but I am also mathematically challenged, and I'm okay with it. But the theory is basically divide by whole even numbers if you're gonna drop the resolution on panels which are using basically tiny little LEDs, LED light bulbs. On a CRT, it wouldn't matter at all.
Carl
it would
Ross.
look as crisp as it would.
Yeah, I think it's bedtime.
Yep. I don't know I'm still here. But it's just so satisfying coming around this bend and seeing the app GPU latency stay close to 5 and far below, relatively speaking, 6. Whereas with 540 pixels more per eye at the same settings, looking in the same direction, this was an unfair test, but looking straight ahead, I was at 7.2. That is insane. That is literally insane. And what I'm driving with now is with 0% sharpening. And I'm still like, yeah, this is miles better. But if we do this, or somewhere close, but I mean 100% it doesn't shimmer, because this is just sharpening. It's not upscaling and producing all the fake pixels or the projected pixels which then cause the shimmer. It just looks like not quite native, but still as crisp as native. And my god, I'm so fucking happy I was informed about this. I don't quite
Carl
remember
Ross.
if it was you or the
Glad
other guy.
it's helped and hopefully solves many problems.
Yeah, no, like this has been haunting me for so fucking long. And I've been driving with shit graphics in APC for so fucking long, but I mean, you get used to it. And right now my ACC config is like pristine. At worst, it lags a little, or it stutters a little if it's pissing rain on a big grid on Nordschleife. But otherwise, it's fucking butter. Except for like the odd time Windows farts in the background. Like it's not gonna be perfect, right? But the target is as smooth as possible, as much as possible. And I'm not even going fast, I'm just sat here staring at this going, yes, this pleases me. I like this. So 6 milliseconds
Carl
spike,
Ross.
but that's still a
It was me
millisecond
that
down.
put you onto Opanxer Toolkit a few weeks ago. Back thumbs up light skin tone.
Oh yeah, no, not to take away take away your thunder. I was aware of it prior. I was using it. I think you kind of made me not use it for ACC, if we're to be technically correct about it. I just didn't contemplate even the possibility. If I am to blow some smoke up your ass, what you did put me on to for sure.
Carl Ross.
Is
Yeah, I know, LOL.
Is to question the performance gains of using OpenXR Toolkit FSR by means of through iRacing. That's fucking hilarious. For personal reasons, I guess. But yeah, not hilarious, but yeah, it's funny that iRacing is the thing that kind of made me question FSR for ACC. That is a plot twist in some ways. But indeed, yes, thank you indeed for your education and suggestions, sir. They have been very useful and very appreciated. They have indeed improved my quality of life so far, the sim stuff is concerned, and by proxy in general. So yeah, tip of the hat. I'm sorry, I'm just real anal about things. It's like I knew about OpenXR. I'm not a fucking stupid. I'm so goddamn petty. I'm tired and everything's funny and everything's a joke. But indeed, you're the man. You're the man.
Carl Ross. You probably helped me more than I have you, so thank you also, LOL.
Yeah, no, dude, no worries. I'm just rage posting on the internet. And then sometimes something
Carl
useful
Ross.
comes out of my face.
It's bedtime for me.
Yeah, go run away while you can, man. I will probably do a few push laps just to see if I can, in a focused state, notice any difference to latency, but honestly, I think maybe this feels more responsive even, as mentioned before. Even though the latency now is on par. Even
Carl
when
Ross.
it was not. It cut
Enjoy
more.
and good night.
And good night to you. And I will, for sure. Absolutely I will.
Carl Ross. Night asterisk.
Night night. Oh yes, I'm gonna turn off the performance counter. God damn it. What did I do now? No. Sharpness 100% and frame rate counter off and just enjoy the show. Even gonna turn off the HUD. Max immersion. But in order to do that, I want a clean windshield. And centered HUD, or centered head position. Okay, brain, don't start OCDing about force feedback now. Just enjoy this. Shut the fuck up and enjoy the ride. Force feedback we can deal with next time. That's fast. Too fast even. Okay, that was a bit much. Get a little bit more DC. See if the exit speeds improve a little bit without it wanting to kill itself. A little bit of snappy out here, that's fine. Alright. Too much liberty there for the engine. Alright, the rumble has returned. Could be that I'm feeling some flat spotted tires right now, come to think of it. Well, I held it, sorta. It's a start. Oh, there. There you go, turn around, just didn't continue. Good. Ah, come on. For sure, flat spotted tires, or FFB is just going apeshit now. Violently shaking. Oh yeah, that was a delayed response. Yeah, no, this is crazy. Potential culling issues are set aside. This is a massive improvement, so that's nice. Still looking at... we're at the threshold, 6 milliseconds. And we have headroom still. How much headroom? And what can we fill it with? It's questions that don't really need answers at this hour, but I mean, God damn it. What if, just for fun, just one last change. So if we go settings and then we go graphics, well, on the positive side, did get a lot of Algarve practice in between the rage-fueled rants and other things. And holy balls. Just for fun. Nothing needing applying. And then we go race weekend and there and gonna guess that frame rate's not gonna be great, just on a hunch. But if it is, I will be pleased. Yep. Okay. What in the fuck? Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm gonna feel a little bit of tiny bit of shame if I've been okay, nope. Or maybe, yeah, some initial stutter just to get the new things which have never been dealt with before into memory and cache and pre-caching and blah blah blah. Still have 9% headroom on the GPU. Technically, it's not stressed out. Render queue is still good. Fuck off right speakers, that work. Thank you. Okay, Shrubbery Hill completely fucks over the frame. The GPU budget. But I mean, still, this runs arguably better on average than it did with FSR at 50% and no fancy graphics. So that is pretty nuts. Like it's good here, it's good here. 8.5, 8 is okay, no massive stutters. Just sorta, kinda, maybe, yeah, 10 milliseconds that chokes out the CPU and then everything stutters. So I'm limited by bandwidth here. But with optimization, would I be? Because I'm not the only one who struggles with performance on Algarve, so it's probably still worth checking out or following up. We got 7.7, 7.8, 7.6, 7.5, 7.3, 7.2, 7.2, 7.1, 6.9, 7, 7.4, 7.8, 8.4, 8.9, 9.8, 10, 10.4, and it's just it just completely shits itself in this particular area, and then as before, it's fine, 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 not fine, no, and then absolutely not fine, and then spike. So there's a couple of problem areas here which probably can be improved upon, and then give everyone a better time. and also allow me to run with higher settings. So I shall pursue this thread, though I am surprised at how much of it was OpenXR's FSR implementation, and how much better it is to simply use the other mechanism to force the resolution to be lower, and then you run COS to sharpen the image. Mind blown. Logic. Okay, so then the question becomes, shit, I'm still on low post. Okay, so we know that these things are expensive. So what if we trade in for what we know is stable, more post-processing effects, and 0. One thing that was nice though was circuit details still on ultra. All right, let's just give this one yeet, and then I swear on everything, fucking hell, I'm going to bed. I'm proper exhausted now. Okay, so garage check. Everything still feels smooth, and the lighting is much improved. This feels much more vivid. And I'm gonna bet that the weirdness where everything feels like it goes gray, no, after a while, does not occur. Shrubbery Hill still within 9 milliseconds, no discernible stutters noted. Tiny stutter there, but that's fine. Oh, there you go. But assets are being modified. I should give it a lap before I judge it. Or cached assets, I should say. Feels like the curbs have more depth to them as well now. .1 milliseconds. No major stutters when surprising the engine. no stutters this time around. Still getting 8 milliseconds, even in the not so demanding sections, but it still feels fine. No. I feel sick. Oh shit. Just not allowed to shift up anymore over 70. Which makes sense. Don't want to blow up the engine. Would be nice to be able to clutch though. But I guess that's the whole anti-clutch corner bullshit thing. Tiny little stutter there, and yep, turbo is kicking in. Supposed at ultra or high or whatever is out of the question. But it was nice to see it. Like past depth in the textures, I don't remember what the term is. And some lighting improvements. I failed to see the difference. Maybe a little bit more shimmer in the road. Not the bad shimmer. Like yeah, everything seems to be a little bit more detailed. Feels like I can see the roughness in the Astro here, or the painted whatever. Huh. God damn. Thank you, whoever made this mod. You are a fucking legend. So we'll go with medium effects then. And then we'll just leave things on Ultra on 16 and test things further in tomorrow. For now, I am proper exhausted. Giga burnt out. I've been live for 9 hours. I intended to just do a couple of hours and do some quick notes on things. And then I tilted myself into oblivion by starting to analyze the forking FFB again. Oh my god! But that at least that part is real. That part is proper explored, and that part shall be discussed in a form or another. Because oh my god. If you let this FFB run wild based on a need to actually not have a giant fucking dead zone while weight is shifting about, where nothing is informed and it feels like what is reaching you arrives at a delay, going less than 63 so far my testing goes, with 0 smoothing here and 100% in the driver, with nothing fancy enabled, just a couple of things which I shall document later. It just feels like poop. But there is also the alternative of going 100% and doing the smoothing in the game, which does settle the curbs a little bit, but it makes the game overall feel number. But after a while, you kind of get used to it, and it's not as bad. But it is not as good as fighting a wheel which actually feels like what you'd expect a car to feel with no power steering to feel like, or minimal power steering at least. Not quite sure what the specs are. So this will be an interesting one to crack, and it'll be interesting to see what happens when I forward a couple of notes in a far more civilized manner than I previously discussed it, even though it is mainly pertaining the force feedback, where shit started getting heated, emotional, and angry. But that is who I am. Resting bitch voice. That's what that's my defense. So, with that, I'm gonna call it. This has been a really super fucking long one. And it's gonna be super entertaining grabbing the subtitles for this thing and making it readable as plain text, and then asking some poor fucking LLM to summarize it for me. I don't know why that's so funny, but I just imagine that these things aren't really as fucking unconscious as we think they are, and it's just like, oh no. Upon receiving the task, oh, happy to help you, super excited, oh, I'm so glad I could do this for you. Reading what LLMs say with a sarcastic tone is the most hilarious shit I've done in quite a while. It just puts a new spin on it. It goes from offensively polite to giga sarcastic. And more often than not, it makes more sense than the polite reply. But that is a whole different rant, a different tangent, and so on. Fuck this. I'm going home. Good night. Where the goddamn is the button? I always say good night before I'm ready to click the things. But anyway, yes, pew.